Okay. Hey guys. I'm here. I'm here, everyone. Welcome.
It was happening in the background. Okay.
I thought I heard something.
That's fine.
It's fine. Hi everyone. Welcome. We're here.
What the hell is happening?
Oh,
It's
it's
it's Norman Reedus making noises.
in the background.
Let me come over here, chat. Let me come over here.
There we go. Okay. Hello everyone.
Welcome.
Welcome.
How are you guys doing? Actually, hang on a second. Something's wrong. Why does this keep fucking up? Hang on.
Yeah.
Hang on, this is annoying me.
Hang on a second. Let me. Stop.
Why does... Why does this keep fucking up like this now?
Is my
webcam really breaking down? It might be.
so annoying. Damn it. Okay, hang on. What about if I tune it like so? This looks really weird.
Yeah.
I have a feeling I won't be able to fix this until I
buy a new webcam.
or something like that. Because yeah, for some reason it can't track my eyes anymore. Give me a second.
Even though technically when I check the
Test video.
it looks fine. Actually, wait, no, it doesn't look fine. Why does my eyes look so
Different.
Is my eye swollen? It might be because my eye is swollen. Huh. Strange. Why is that happening now though? Okay, what if I sit further up? Maybe that'll give it a better view. No, it doesn't look swollen here. Okay, maybe I just need to sit further up.
Let's try like so. Yeah.
Nothing I can do about it. Oh well.
Yep, this'll do. This'll do. Sorry guys about the slight technical difficulties.
But it's fine though.
We're fine now.
No, optimal to destroy sleep schedule time. Lol, what?
What do you mean? No, it's optimal. You're not supposed to destroy sleep schedule for me.
You guys need to make sure you guys get enough sleep. Also, why isn't the game capturing?
Hang on. Game?
Are you gonna capture or no? I want to. There it is.
There's the game. Hi. The game is there.
But we need to I need to show you guys my mac and cheese.
Mac and cheese. There we go. My
delicious mac and cheese.
I made just now.
And I'm starving, Chad, you have no idea.
I haven't eaten breakfast yet, so this is my breakfast.
How are you guys doing, by the way? How's your weekend been?
Not like this.
Yeah. Actually, Death Hacker, did you just wake up or have you been awake all night?
Gonna eat some now.
Everyone, cheers!
Time for breakfast. Oh.
Oh, that's not bad.
Oh,
that's the stuff.
oh. Okay.
It was definitely the fact that I add my own cheese definitely helped.
Hi, Kylan.
Yeah, I put my own cheese on it. I added some shredded Monterey Jack. You can see it on the top. Maybe I should have added more, but
How?
it's 1:11 a.m. Wait,
Wait.
if it's that late, shouldn't you be going to bed?
Shouldn't you be going to bed?
Or are you staying up all night? Do you have anything you need to do tomorrow? I might have fucked up a little bit.
I might have added a little bit too much milk.
Just a tiny bit too much milk, but I think the pasta ended up absorbing the extra milk, so it's okay.
Oh,
I've been wanting.
you guys
You guys have been here. You guys would have heard me
say
I want to eat mac and cheese.
for the last 3-4 months, and now I'm finally having it.
I did add the radioactive orange powder as well, though. I don't have enough cheese to make it entirely out of my own.
Cheese, so yeah. Hang on a second.
I need to adjust this again.
So, give me a second, guys. Still having technical difficulties.
Yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna change it so that it's more sensitive that way.
It blinks. Okay. That's all I have to do. I'll do. No, yeah, mac and cheese from time to time is good, but not all the time.
I
figured it's the same as
instant noodles in terms of it's not that good for you, but it'll fill you up. The picture you see is an entire box of mac and cheese.
It's meant to serve 3 according to the box.
But I think I'll eat this all by myself.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah, whenever I get a bit of my own cheese in there, it
becomes so much better.
Next time I'll add more of my own Monterey Jack.
I have how much? 2 more boxes sitting in the cupboard, so
I can make it 2 more times, but I don't think I have enough Monterey Jack cheese to make it that many more times, so I might go and buy more.
And next time, I'll also buy some breadcrumbs. So I can add some toasted breadcrumbs to it.
Bacon? Bacon might be a bit out of my price range because bacon is quite pricey around here.
I'll see what I can do next time I go shopping for more Monterey Jack cheese and the breadcrumbs.
Bacon will be pricey, but ham and turkey ham might be cheaper.
So,
what I might do is I might go for turkey ham instead. Or chicken ham or whatever.
just ham. I go for
one of those instead of bacon. Although actually it'll be cheaper if I were to get... but I don't know if the wet market would have anything like that. I'll tell you it'd be cheaper if I'm gonna get anything that's pork based or chicken based. It'll be cheaper if I went to get it from the wet market, but I don't know if I can find something like that in the wet market.
turkey.
I have to see what we have. More than likely it'll either be pork or chicken ham.
Turkey ham? We might be able to find some, but I'll have to see. Also, Jack.
Anybody who's been around for a while, you guys remember how I mentioned even though this is the first time I'm making macaroni and cheese,
technically,
it's not the first time I've ever eaten macaroni.
I know. I'm not referring to the time I was in Australia.
Where I ate some even more instant mac and cheese in Australia. The instant mac and cheese I ate in Australia was just microwave for 2 minutes and it's done.
So,
I don't count it as similar level to this.
but
Even before that, I had macaroni before.
and
Thanks to making mac and cheese, I was able to confirm it.
once and for all, chat. I was able to confirm it once and for all.
The macaroni noodles. I ate some while I was cooking the mac and cheese because when I was, transferring it to the strainer to drain it and stuff, one or two pieces of macaroni dropped to the floor, so I was like, I'm just gonna eat it right now.
So, I popped the macaroni into my mouth and I realized
that my suspicions were finally proven true. I was fed macaroni a long time ago, back when I was in kindergarten. In kindergarten, some of you might have heard me mentioning this already, but in kindergarten,
for our lunch, I think,
we were given this thing. I call it a thing
because
it was just, now I know for a fact it's macaroni
but
boiled in water, and that's it. Boiled macaroni. That's what they fed us in kindergarten. Maybe they might have added chicken stock to it, but it tasted like nothing, and I hated it. It's literally just macaroni in some kind of water. It's more, even if they had chicken stock in it or anything like that, it was more water than anything. So yeah, it was just boiled macaroni essentially. That's what they fed us in kindergarten. I never ate it. I would eat a bit of it because the teacher would tell me to eat, and then I would just like, yeah. Lear, hi Lear, I miss you. How you doing? You had that before when you were younger? Yeah, why do people feed the children that? That shit is disgusting. Okay, but it's not disgusting, it's just that it has no taste in it. It's nothing. Why would you feed children that? That's cruel and unusual. Maybe. For when you had stomach flu, they fed it to us all the damn time. It was the standard meal in kindergarten. I remember being forced to eat it, and I hated it. Young toddlers don't choke on food versus soft. Well, they ensured that I would never choke on anything because I refused to eat it. So yeah, that was my first encounter IRL in High P kindergarten. Being forced to eat just boiled macaroni in maybe a bit of chicken stock. Blah. I was able to confirm what it was because yeah, I dropped some macaroni on the ground just now, and I just you know what, I'll just pop it in my mouth and eat it. And as soon as I tasted the nothingness, the empty pasta with no seasoning on it, I was like, all my childhood memories came flooding back. Awful childhood memories of being forced to eat this. If they wanted to give us food that their boy will choke on, give us fucking mashed potato or something. Mashed potato is nice. Mashed potato seasoned with a bit of salt and pepper and butter or margarine. That's smart. That I will eat. I love mashed potato. And there's no danger of choking on it. But boiled macaroni, fuck no. And whenever I got sick, my parents would give me porridge. Mostly plain porridge with a bit of like minced pork and there's a tiny bit of salt and pepper in it so that it goes down easier. But that was our sick food porridge. Some of you might know it as congee. It's porridge slash congee is something every Asian kid would know because that's the anytime we were sick when we were kids, that's what our parents would feed us. And a lot of kids would learn to hate it because we will associate porridge slash congee with being sick and having tasteless food in our mouths. So
when we grow up?
We have to eat porridge when we're not sick. Then maybe we can learn how nice it can be.
They use your kanji on Castle Invaders to kill him.
What? Really? Oh, pour kanji on Cas Invaders. Really? Did they actually do that?
Did they actually do that?
I know that, I mean, there was some castle defenders that made use of boiling anything and pouring it on
The invaders.
But did I actually use kanji?
That's what you heard from your parents.
Ah.
That lumps of rice held and transfer a lot of heat apparently.
I mean, I guess any Asian kid can attest to that. What happens when you take a spoonful of rice that's too hot?
Feels like you're going to die. Gonna go to voice acting career.
To be good at something like that. Oh,
Gonna go into voice acting.
can you do any voice impressions? Oh, excuse me.
Tapping. Being able to do voice impressions
Of anything helps with voice acting. If you ever did drama or stage acting or anything like that,
that would help as well.
in fact, tabletop RPGs like D&D, that also really helps.
Your OG school sucks up bad.
Mean, you don't mean like it's your job mean, like we would mean to you bad memories.
Oh, I mean that tends to happen in every school. Yeah, kids are assholes, so
But you came out of it alive,
that's what's important.
and now you get to crush all the little brats for being assholes.
Ah. Oh,
Okay, that was
actually surprisingly heavy. Oh,
I'm actually really full.
after that. You've been practicing for the past 2 years. Make sure your voice is flexible.
That's good. That's really good. Ish.
It's good to
Practice stretching your voice. Also practicing how to emote.
you know,
I actually used my experience back when I was in college.
I started playing D&D and
I think I've been playing D&D for about a year plus when I took Introduction to Drama
in college, and for that class we had to learn how to, well, our project involved us actually acting out a drama, and
my experience playing D&D actually helped
in my drama class, because D&D helps you train up improving. So
when I was we were supposed to do the group project to act out the play. One, I knew how to act drunk because my first D&D character was a drunkard.
so that was that
And then second, there was one point in the
project where
I completely blanked on the lines. Just completely blanked. I lost where I was supposed to go, that kind of thing. But I just, because I had experience playing D&D, I knew to just wing it, so I just winged it
and I just kept going. D&D is really good for that.
And in the end, if I may toot my horn a little bit, I think I was the best
in the whole group,
because one of the persons I was acting with, she had to have a script on the table, on a prop table in front of her, and she kept glancing down, and I didn't glance down at the script
once at all.
And then at another point, another person I was acting with, she and I were going through our scene, and then when it came time to wrap our scene, I could see her.
I could see in her face and her eyes.
She lost
her place.
She forgot what she was supposed to say. Like, so I just whispered her. I just whispered the first word of her line,
and she got it. Just very quietly whispered her the first word of her line.
And yeah, it's just a split-second decision. I saw it in her face the instant she lost what she was supposed to say.
That was a lot of fun. Never took drama, anything like that.
Maybe something like that is still in your mind. It's a lot of good fun.
Just taking any kind of introduction to drama class and having a lots of fun with it.
And also playing D&D.
That also helps.
You can play D&D or any tabletop RPG. You can get into character, and you can be a grizzled old veteran who's seen way too much. Or you can be Big Cat looking for Froggy. Where's Froggy? These motherfuckers are hiding Froggy. Why don't you have a shotgun up your ass?
Hi Kai, welcome.
Welcome, how you doing?
Welcome.
I still don't know whether it's good or bad that I know how to do a fucking cat big impression. Froggy? Where's Froggy? He's my bestest friend ever.
There's little cutie ones. What little cutie one? What do you mean? Who's the little cutie one?
You don't mean me, do you? Alright guys,
we just finished eating.
all of this mac and cheese, you know my.
I think that was a bit too much.
Now that I letting my food settle,
I was a bit worried that there wasn't enough, but
now that I've had it, I think, yeah, that's actually a lot.
um,
Next time I make this, I might portion it out so that I eat half first and I keep the other half for later. That's what I might do actually. But yeah, give me a short 3-minute break. I'm going to go and put away the dishes so that no ants come up to my computer.
I'll be right back, okay? Yummy.
Love you guys. Hope you guys are enjoying the stream so far. But yeah,
Okay, Dad,
if you need to go to bed, now you can go to bed.
because we're done eating. Yummy. I'm back, Chan.
I'm back. I'm back. Let me get back into my BDSM chips on his hand. Now that we're full up on mac and cheese, we can prepare to get our deliveries underway.
We have. People waiting for us.
We're waiting for the deliveries. What do you mean you want to watch stream sleep, Emily?
No.
No, you should go to bed if it's time for you to go to bed. And this is going to be a extended stream.
So
we might still be going by the time you wake up.
let me get back here.
Oops.
Almost gave you giant cutie. giant Artie. Hi guys. Like it when I'm this close?
Wait, why is that cup on top of me? No, that's not right.
The cup should be under me. There we go. How's everyone doing over there? You guys doing okay?
You know,
first thing I'm probably gonna do, if I'm able to be able to build up
budget of upgrade money again, I think I'm going to just buy a used iPhone.
I think I'm gonna have to do that because this tracking is getting really annoying. Hang on.
Let me see if I can improve it. Let me see. What if I tweak this a little bit?
No, if I
tweak it too far like so, then if I do this, then it blinks too often.
It's annoying. Annoying. Oh. That's what I have to do. Oh no, immersion break.
Oh no, immersion break, guys. I'm sorry.
Hope you guys can forgive me for the immersion break.
Thank you for the music, Hololive. And now we're gonna get going.
Okay, so
I have a confession to make, guys.
when
I went away, there's supposed to be a jump scare there. Why? Where did the jump scare go? Excuse me, Gabe? There was supposed to be a jump scare there. What do you mean there's no more jump scare?
in fact,
I stopped at this point specifically because of the fucking jump scare. God fucking damn it.
EX grenade number 1.
oh, jump scare. Yeah, no jump scare.
In the end, no jump scare. Guess this game is ass.
jump scare RNG.
But every time I came back here before stream today, when I was well, I did several things off stream, including grinding and hooking up with Kylon. Every time I came back here while I was doing that off stream,
the jump scare appeared.
now it didn't appear.
Why? I don't know.
Maybe if we leave and come back, the jump scare will be there.
I intentionally left the jump scare alone because I wanted to watch it with you guys.
It's annoying. Barely any good jump scares anymore. This game has a lot of jump scares.
A surprising amount of jump scare. And I get annoyed because why does a walking simulator have jump scares?
I wonder what these pictures are for. Well, what can we do with them?
Am I supposed to
print screen this?
Oh,
It's been print screen. Get one more.
just in case. What?
42?
What? Where'd that come from?
I should keep taking pictures, yes.
Why?
Why?
Why? Why are you saying that, Kylon? Huh?
Are you trying to trick me into causing something?
Huh? 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 Are you trying to do something?
Well, is this the best way to farm likes from BB? Or is it because you can see BB in the background?
Oh,
I wonder why you're getting lights on BB by doing this.
oh. A lot of things about this game is mysterious.
Can't really figure it out.
Okay, let's check in on our terminal,
We have mail and lore to read.
right?
Wait, hang on. If we're reading mail and lore, let me just... You know what? Put on some nice music first.
Film director,
Blah blah blah. Ever since I've signed a contract, I swear I've seen you at least a half a dozen times here and there.
Shirley, huh? It could have been every time, not when you came to see me bearing gifts. I believe there's only one of you running around.
Is he breaking the fourth wall?
Is there like
Millions of me?
tell me there's going to be something behind the character on one mere pic,
I don't know, but I hope there isn't.
because that's one of my biggest fears.
You guys know I'm phasmophobic, right? I'm scared of ghosts, but besides ghosts... Excuse me, let me drink some water.
I need drink water because of all the milk and cream. Alright, so One of my fears, besides, just general ghost stuff, is,
Mirrors. Specifically, I'm always there's always like a tiny nagging fear
at the back of my head. Worried that one day I'm gonna look at a mirror and there's gonna be something behind me in the mirror.
It's just a tiny nagging fear I've had all my life.
Trusting you right here, ghost.
Thing is, feeling for those. Well, it's nothing weird. Just how people have to see you when you.
And I was like that for the bots.
Aww. Oh, he's coming to care for his little bot friends.
Personalities, my last one. You're gonna say you wouldn't share it, you do.
Aww. Oh, actually, I can understand this.
Sounds crazy, right?
No, actually,
I'm quite the sentimental fool. I tend to get attached to things. Bots, boats, cars, ships, things like that. Not logical. Use their cars, be more than just tools. Blah blah blah. Well,
if the girls are cute and sexy, then
will you please be my wife?
the collector.
Used to have things called letters.
Blah 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 blah.
Blah blah blah.
Proposed message heavily instantaneously. Blah blah blah.
Blah 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 blah.
Yeah, nothing important here.
Weather station.
Part of the core stuff, your medical.
Anyway, this place was a weather station.
We're collecting meteorological data. Pathetically small area. Now provide us next best thing. Collect data from all over.
Oh, interesting. I don't see anything in.
Wait, hang on. Let's check memory chips first.
More frame arms mix.
Oh, that's a cool mech.
Microfile solution. Power source known as the year system was developed.
eSphere arose from the wide-scale adoption of this power source. The more that they stuff this game of these references, the more it makes me feel like I want Hideo Kojima to make another mecha game.
After Zone of the Enders. God knows, yeah, why? You have a mirror in your bedroom, RT. Why? I'm sorry.
Well, look at it this way. If you hadn't thought of it until now, you forget it.
You'll forget it before long.
This is just my fear.
Now you can't fall asleep.
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it. Look at it this way.
You've had that mirror for how long now? And so far nothing has happened.
So
chances are nothing else is gonna happen.
So don't worry.
Let's see. Okay, let's learn a bit about chiral clouds and the time fall. So what happened to the rain? Like, the rain we're getting is not normal rain anymore, it's time fall rain. Why does it herald the manifestation of BTs? These are questions we struggle to answer. As we now know, BTs are beings formed from something akin to antimatter. Their first appearance coincided with the Death Stranding. Prior to that point, it is believed that there was very little in the way of antimatter present in our world at all. But we've since learned that this was far from the case. For even before Death Stranding, antimatter was all around us. I discovered a scientific paper on the subject titled On Antimatter and Clouds. According to the paper, the gamma radiation generated by lightning strikes can trigger the formation of positrons. This is true actually.
It's happening right now.
Indeed. Particles of antimatter can be detected inside regular rain clouds. The mechanism by which they are formed is not fully understood, but the mere existence of this phenomenon is enough to suggest something intriguing. Chiral clouds contain chiralium, yes? Well, what would happen if gamma radiation were to act upon them in the same way as it does in regular clouds? Could chiralium, excited by gamma radiation, exacerbate minute distortions in space-time, somehow loosening the seams that connect us to our beaches? If so, when the excited chiralium mixes with timefall and descends to the ground below, could the entire region beneath the clouds become much more strongly connected to the beach as the result? This could explain why BTs appear in areas prone to timefall. Furthermore, if the antimatter we previously thought did not even exist in any measurable quantity on Earth were, in fact, present in such commonplace phenomena as the very clouds above us, would this not lend credence to the theory that BTs, beaches, the world of the dead, all of these things may have existed long before the stranding? Too much of a theoretical leap, perhaps. I do not deny that our world changed drastically and irrevocably. Nevertheless, could it not be that the Death Stranding was merely a clap of thunder that brought this great change to our attention and not the change itself? Evolution, Death Stranding, and fear of dying, blah 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 blah. Mars has ever been a symbol of soul that transcends the world, exists for eternity in the next.
What? What's he talking about?
He's talking about more Egyptian stuff.
Fuck that, I don't care about that. It's time to stay alive.
No, you should sleep.
You shouldn't stay awake because of me. Make sure you get enough rest.
Okay, before we head out, we want to do a fragile jump. We're currently in Lake Knot City. First thing we're going to do is we're going to go back to Capital Knot City.
We have some business to attend to there. Excuse me? Let's go. I'm scared yourself with that thought. Aww.
I feel bad.
Well,
if you think it'll help you fall asleep, feel free to put the stream on your phone or whatever. Put the volume on low, and hopefully my soothing voice will lull you to sleep.
that's how I fall asleep.
We're back at Capital Knot City.
Alright. So,
Email? What?
really?
More emails?
What the fuck?
We just got here.
What now? Weather station?
Clearing things up, blah 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 blah.
Blah 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 blah.
Nothing important. The film director, what does he want?
Hmm.
Have you given your Jadek's new hologram generator a try?
For concealment.
Right, I need to remember this.
Shoot a whole movie, go and call it The Great Deliverer.
What? What? Wait, are you going to follow me around and record me?
Without my knowledge, really?
Do you actually want me to do something? I don't think he wants me to do something specific.
Just sleep with your headset on.
Ah, that works.
As long as you don't,
Destroy your headset.
Python. Right. Let us go to the table. Prep for
For exit. Time to eat. Take drugs.
do everything we need to do.
Everyone, grab your drinks. Remember, it doesn't matter what you're drinking as long as you're here for the moment. Can be coffee, tea, beer, root beer, water, anything you have, chat. As long as you're here, everyone. Going in 3, 2, 1, and let me start this. Green by chat. Cheers. Also, yes, you might have noticed that I'm actually wearing the Cyberpunk V eye tattoo thing. As much as I hate on Cyberpunk, I actually really enjoy the whole create your own character thing. So yeah, I'll rep Cyberpunk even though the game is trash. But on ahead. Hi, let's go say hi to BB. Hi, BB. Aww. Aww.
How you doing, baby?
I'm seeing a... Right, Sam's sunglasses. What the hell is this supposed to be? Is it meant for... Are these the sunglasses that were given to me by... It is. So I can customize the sunglasses. Interesting. Oh. These are still cooler. Hey, time for us to go. Let's go.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. All weapons will remain locked until departure. All clear.
Oh god,
Sam
27,000 likes. Also, yeah, chat. Another thing that I did off stream was I developed a bridge link with Kylon. Kylon and I managed to find each other, so yeah. We've been spamming likes on each other. Okay, hang on a second. I have to check on a few things here. How's my... Yeah, my bridges might need to be repaired. These I don't care. That I don't care. I actually want to check out what this place is. I'll check that out in a minute. How's my post box? That's fine. How's this? It's fine. That's fine. I have a watchtower here, but I don't care about the watchtower. Yeah, even if it breaks eventually. A ladder there, and okay. I might want to repair this. I don't know why I need to carry to repair structures. I want to repair them while I can. How's my bandwidth? Bandwidth use 1,000 out of 10,000. Oh my god.
I have that much bandwidth? Okay.
If I can technically build another bridge here, so we might consider doing that actually.
Only give me most of those likes. Most likely.
Okay, let's see. What should we do? What can we do?
The bot can complete the delivery. Thank you, bot.
Hey, but that's fine.
It's totally fine. Alright.
Alright, is there... What do I want to have my bot deliver?
Oh.
All components for musical instrument repair. Post-delivery damage. I don't want that. A delivery of metals.
To...
You know what? We'll have the bot make a delivery of metals first.
It takes 20 minutes to get there.
Not too long. Resins to the wind farm. We don't need resins to the wind farm. Metals to the...
Distro center, please. If you will. Thank you. I've had a jump scares in the game. People make fun of me for getting scared by the jump scares.
It's scary to me, but I don't know if you would find them scary.
Yeah.
Damn, I have nothing here. Is there anything I can use from you guys?
No.
There's nothing here. Alright. What materials do we have here? A lot of metals, so... Let us... fabricate some equipment. We're gonna fabricate 2 PPCs, 3 ladders, 1 climbing anchor, blood bags,
4 blood bags.
2 bridge boots. We don't need a support skeleton. Fabricate a bowler gun Mark II. Fabricate 3 hermetic grenades because of the quest we're about to do. We need to fabricate more.
And
Fabricate a reverse strike.
there we go. And mac and cheese is prettier than mac and cheese. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Next time I'll make more. I'll make more cheese.
Don't worry, Cass.
Don't worry.
I'll make sure to buy more cheese too.
So I can add more next time.
2 PPCs. Place in this pouch. Attach that to my boot clip. Bowler gun. Tool rack.
Attach to suit. Attach to suit.
And carry this on my back extra.
Right.
You never add too much milk in mac and cheese. I think I added a bit too much milk and I should put less milk but more cheese.
You just need more cheese to counteract it. Yeah. I needed more cheese. Don't worry. Next time I'll add more cheese. Don't you worry.
Don't you worry, Cass. There'll definitely be more cheese in mac and cheese. Oh, I just realized I had a reverse strike here. But what I'm going to do... Do I want to use that reverse strike? Now we'll use a transporter strike.
Stand clear. Vehicle ready.
You're here for the mac and cheese? I ate it all. Sorry, Chad. Sorry.
Although
I
guess I could share some with you.
there's still a little bit left. Here you go, Chad.
Here's your mac and cheese. Got some coffee next to it as well.
So if you want coffee, there it is.
And yeah, like I said,
Needs more cheese.
and next time we're going to coat the entire thing with Monterey Jack cheese as opposed to just the center.
So don't worry, Chad. I'm learning. It's a learning experience. You're great at making sounds that would seem to be mac and cheese.
What? Wait, what are you talking about now?
Are you talking about sounds that would seem to be mac and cheese? What's this? What type of sounds are you talking about?
We need to claim some materials because I want to build a bridge. How much does a bridge require? 800 metals and then 1600 metals for the first upgrade, so right. Let's claim some materials. I'm gonna claim 800 metals. 1000. No, wait. Just claim these three. And then I don't know what it takes to repair. Kylon, do you know what it takes to repair bridges? You know what? I'm just gonna look this up.
How to repair?
Because I want to take the proper amount of
Stuff before I repair.
that's surrounding repair.
How to repair structures.
How to repair the bike. People have all these guys about how to repair the fucking bike. I know how to repair the bike. How to repair structures.
Fix bike, fix.
Stop telling me how to fix bike. How do I fix fucking structures?
God damn it. There we go.
So some materials used to put up the upgraded structure will be suitable for repairing metal for bridges, blah blah blah. You can dump in crystal, seem to repair anything.
Power offers less durability per unit.
Okay, so
Um,
I'm going to
withdraw some.
metals, 400 units of metals in addition, so that we can repair the bridges here.
Claim-ish.
Load onto the trike.
There we go. Put here, right next to it and mix.
Right next to it as you're mixing and listen.
Aha. Okay. I don't know why you would want me to listen to that, but okay, I will.
It'll be a while before I make mac and cheese again, but yeah.
I'll do that.
Alright, let's see. It's all loaded on the bike.
There we go.
And we need... The reason why we came here is for this. We need to perform this order for Sam.
Mama here. Up for performing an experiment with hematic grenades? Hartman tells me they can drive BTs back to the other side. At which point, the ambient beryllium in the surrounding area should crystallize. It's the resulting crystals that I'm after. I'd like you to bring them in for study. So, to recap, take out a BT using hematic grenades and collect any chiral crystals that form when it dies. Afterwards, bring the chiral crystals to Capital Knot's Western Distro Center. It's a lot to ask, I know, but I wouldn't if it wasn't important.
Alright.
Oh, they gave me an extra hematic grenade and blood bag, really? I've already made those.
I'll
I'll put those in storage.
sense extra.
We'll have these as
Extra stuff. Storage here.
just in case we come back and we need to head out. Alright, I think we got everything we need.
Order assigned.
Any other orders I can take?
Standard orders.
Heading out my way. Tranquilizers. Components for musical instruments.
We'll do that.
Hang on. Premium delivery. Cargo with less than 3% damage.
Okay. I'll do that.
Confirmed.
Load onto bike. Listen to what you sent me on Discord
Do you want me to listen right now?
on stream, Cass. Is it safe for stream,
Order
Cass?
assigned.
Is it safe for me to listen to it on stream?
Begin series. Footwear condition poor. Replacement is advised.
Why is there a fucking line here?
Whatever.
It's on YouTube?
Define safe. Okay, hang on.
It's on YouTube.
Really? Let me see. Oh god, I'm looking at the I'm looking at the thumbnail.
Let's listen to this together, chat, before we get underway.
Uh-huh. God, this goes on for 7 minutes.
I'm not gonna sit here waiting for the entire thing.
Hang on. Hang on.
There's a jar of mail here.
He's using the same spoon, really? Why are you using the same spoon? No! Oh god. Oh my god, he's making such a mess. No, I can't watch this. He's making such a huge mess. No, no, that offends my senses. No, 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 no. I refuse to watch any more of that. He's wasting so much food. Fucking, yeah, no. That guy was wasting food, chat. Can't stand it. Can't stand it.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Keep on keeping on.
Also, why the hell is that bridge still there?
Hang on a second.
Oi! Motherfucker! Whoever put down the half-repaired bridge here.
Who the hell are you?
Your half-built bridge
Is it an eyesore? Get the fuck out of here.
Sash kill.
You ain't have a bitch here,
We don't need your shitty half-built bridge that you're too lazy to build.
motherfucker. Now, time to perform bridge maintenance.
Yep. Ah, goddammit. Oh wait, these are only the... Ah! Fuck. Hang on. God damn it! Yeah. These are only still level 1, huh? Maybe I need to... You know what? We're gonna do something slightly different, chat. We're going to upgrade these, and upgrading them will basically... Hang on.
Upgrade structure. Yeah, we'll just upgrade them.
Might as well, right? Get them to increase time for resistance.
Hi, Paper.
Stand
Hi.
clear of the designated
Welcome
structure.
to
Heartbeat deliveries.
Please stand clear of
we're
the
currently
designated
performing some
structure.
maintenance. It's going to the musician, really. I'm going that way, so
Come here.
how are you, Paper? Hope you're doing okay.
Give me that.
Because we're doing the upgrades, I need to go back and grab more materials.
Oh, God damn it! Open up the gate faster, assholes.
Right, the first bridge is being upgraded. I'm gonna build another bridge here, and then the second bridge
Also,
needs to be upgraded. Okay.
Footwear condition poor. Replacement is advised.
right. Let's see here.
We currently have currently have 800. Okay, let us claim
Another 400.
and then That gives us 1,600 for the other bridges upgrade.
And we need
800 for making the bridge and then immediately upgrading it.
Did I calculate this right?
2, 3.
Yep. Yep, I calculated this right. Okay.
Let's go. I'm gonna have to do a metal delivery here.
I know. Just waiting for dinner.
Well,
Condition poor.
what are you having for dinner?
Is it nice?
Defon keeping on.
Some people put mayo in their mac and cheese. Who the hell would put mayo in their mac and cheese?
What kind of monster would do that?
Alright, I'll upgrade these further later. For now, I'm just gonna
Customize?
Use. Beware of BTs. Please double check. Great. Beware. Great. We keep on keeping on. Beware of.
send off.
There we go.
Alright. Send.
Back on the bike.
Yeah.
Right.
Someone was nice enough to build a generator over here, so
We are going to...
build a bridge right next to this generator.
Going to...
Dismantle my ladder. We don't need this anymore.
And now,
Let's go. Need to build it so that it's
too close to another bridge, huh?
I think this works.
Like so. Yep, that works.
Let's get this done.
Grab onto the bike,
Wait until this thing finishes.
and then we will.
Finish constructing the bridge.
Unlike that lazy asshole over there who didn't finish building his bridge.
Fuck you, you lazy motherfucker. You having Numi for dinner? I've already had dinner. Fill some mac and cheese.
That's my dinner and breakfast. Alright, complete structure with 800 metals.
We go.
Please stand clear of the designated construction area.
This recharger is good, by the way.
I'm gonna give him some likes for this. Eventually I might upgrade his structure as well.
Right. You're gonna be lurking, Evan.
Wait, you haven't slept yet?
Don't you normally stream in like,
In like 6 hours?
have a good sleep, guys?
800 metals.
Uh,
And add some crystals.
there you go.
It's 5:30 a.m.
Alright, good night.
Please stand
James.
clear of the designated construction area.
Right,
So,
we'll leave
Please
this
stand clear
behind
of the
to finish
designated
building.
Construction area. Please stand clear of the designated construction area.
and meanwhile here,
This bitch is starting to wrestle. We'll fix it up. Hang on, before we fix it up, let me check repairing.
how much does it take to repair?
Oh, fair amount.
Interesting. Fine. Oh,
Now that we learned what that does.
we don't need to know about that anymore. We're just going to do this. And
Please stand clear of the designated construction. Please stand clear of the designated construction area.
right.
Now while that's building
Leo. Over here.
and
Customize it.
what? No, fuck off! No, fuck you. None of that Horizon garbage.
Fuck off, Horizon.
Nobody likes you. Fucking Sony garbage shit game.
Get the fuck out of here.
Safe. Please, safe travels. Don't caution.
There we go.
Keep on structure upgraded.
Oh wow.
That finish. That finish constructing so fast.
No, I do not want to have horror music as my...
That's how I greet people. Thank you.
Safe travels.
There we go. Send off.
Keep on keeping on.
Perfect. Ah. Alright.
Is there... anything I can unselect?
For upgrades.
I'll leave this as is.
Oh, music starts to play to me, people. Look, that's time in a row.
Yeah, I don't want my...
First impression to be horror music, so yeah. Right,
Actually, you know what? I want to be safe.
Stretch my legs.
I'll leave that behind.
And go...
Attack.
Yeah, I know. You'll be fine.
I'll come back for you.
Actually, wait, hang on. It'd be better if I put it in there.
In the post box there, so
Yeah, I'll leave it in the post box.
Right on.
Okay.
Durability is going low, but I don't care.
Place in private locker. There we go.
Alright. We'll leave this here for now. And then we'll come back for it once we're done with...
What am I supposed to do here? Boss Mug starts playing. I guess, but you know,
I'd rather not. Okay.
people, you know,
Hearing that.
and DVD. Right. Let's see. Oh. Okay.
Here it is.
Take this grenade up your ass, motherfucker.
Where's the Chiral Crystal?
I'll see. Oh, there it is. Okay, we are going to travel ahead and clear the path first.
Where are you?
Come on. Oh, you're right over there. Oh boy,
Try sneak up on me, huh?
you asshole. More? Got this. One more? You too.
Someone lost tranquilizer here.
I'll grab it. Where? Oh, I have one grenade left.
Let's use it.
Monster, where are you? Yeah, monster.
Come on.
Come on.
Where the fuck are you?
Someone's got cold feet.
Come on. Where the fuck are you?
Okay, I want to try something. Did I kill it?
No, it didn't. Okay.
That didn't kill it, so I want to try something.
Uh,
Can Bola Gun kill these things? It doesn't appear to.
interesting. Right. In that case,
Have some more.
come here. You too. I see you.
You trying to sneak, huh?
Motherfucker.
Where the fuck are you?
Come on. I know you're there somewhere.
What the hell is that?
Fuck you. Alright, I think we have enough. Let's get out of here. Come on. The chest is starting to leak. You know, you know, like very bad leak.
Wait, what? What do you mean your chest was starting to leak? What, were you bleeding?
Are you okay? Oh, what?
What happened?
Are you alright? I hope you're okay.
If you're bleeding,
Please go and take care of yourself.
Bologan just locks them in place for a while.
Yeah.
Figured it out.
It's live testing.
Alright, these are all destroyed in use. Put them on the bike.
Because
You don't need to worry about those anymore. Load those back onto the bike. The blood bag was completely used, so
load it into the bike.
we're going to recycle all of those.
Once we get to where we're going.
Now, is there any lost cargo? Cargo for the wind farm? Yeah, no,
Fuck that shit. I'm not going to the wind farm.
just a scratch, but still, it's oh, okay.
As long as you're not like
Seriously injured or anything.
you need to take care of yourself, go ahead and do it.
Yeah, when you get back.
Yeah. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, we know.
You have to do this again.
Right, let's go.
You should have cleared a path already.
Oh wow, you built a rainfall shelter here.
Really? Really?
Oh, I don't mind using this rainfall shelter. And there's actually something we can do at this rainfall shelter. If there's danger nearby. Ah, fuck you, game! Mr. Cheshire, that ladder appears to be under the water. I don't think that's gonna help anyone.
really foggy, but well, the rain.
Beginning scan. Weapons restrictions lifted.
Thank you
This one's
for
for
the generator
Thanks for
here.
the help.
This is useful.
This one's for you. Thanks for the help. Today's a good day.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear.
Right.
Weapons detected.
RP
All weapons will be
deliveries.
locked until departure. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Hello? Anyone home?
This place is almost completely full.
So there's no point in me recycling these things here.
Yeah, we're gonna leave this here for now.
Anything heading towards the distro center?
No, nothing heading to the distro center in the shell lockers.
So I think the private locker for me.
Ooh, the bot completed its delivery.
Thank you. I think I have to stop leaking, but it still hurts.
Yeah, stop leaking. Okay. Do you need to put a band-aid, or are you just going to
Oh,
let your own body deal with it?
alright. Do you have anything for me?
Metals to the wind farm. Resident metals to the...
To the capital city.
We are running low on metals in capital, so...
Bot? Please deliver
Deploying autonomous
metals
delivery
to the capital for me.
And I can't wait until we can get more bots.
They'll be so handy. Bye, bot. Good luck.
Alright.
That's done. Anything else?
Chiral crystal analyzer fragile heading towards the distro. We'll just take this.
Since we're heading in that direction.
We'll stock up on one.
I'm at the grenade here. Onto the bike.
Hermetic grenade.
Attached to my suit. There we go. Perfect. You know,
Order assigned.
you hungry? Why the mule just don't steal from the boss?
I have a feeling that the mules are factored into the calculation of bot damage.
Oh, the cargo.
Damage upon arrival, you know? I have a feeling it's already like calculated.
Let's take a breather here.
I'm gonna do something with the baby.
We need to equip the harmonica. And
How do I play the harmonica?
how?
Press 5 when resting. Oh, I have to keep pressing it?
Okay.
This actually produces a benefit.
Chat. If you do this, the baby will get excited and
It will function better for detecting.
BTs.
Let's get out of here.
The pain is like stabbing pain, but
Oh, near skin. Okay.
as long as you're able
As long as it's not like keeping you awake or anything.
I know.
See like 30 client uncles of yours at the collector now.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah, feel free to charge them if you want to.
they're gonna be there forever.
At least until I replace them. Actually, hang on.
Right, just remember, now we can get
Oh, no rain?
Noreen.
Okay, we might be able to get to the distro center before rain comes.
Let's go. Let's go. Fuck you. Leave me alone. Get away from me.
You know what I mean?
Someone's out.
Oops.
I'm sure those metals are fine, right?
They're just metals. How can metals get destroyed?
I'm sure they're fine.
Okay, let's go before the rain starts. Yeah. Oh, fucking. Okay, okay. Oh, ceramics.
What mind if I do?
Station.
Okay.
Come here.
Oh, really? I only got one. Way station, distro center.
Way station.
I'll take the metals.
Take that. Give me that. Stop by my pulse box. Let's see here. All these things put onto the bike. Nothing in here.
Oops.
I accidentally cancelled instead of accepting. There we go. We have been lurking, stream listening. Hopefully not a bit spooky. Yeah, hopefully no spooky spooks.
No cargo for anyone? Alright.
Be lucky, my cousin.
Okay, good night.
Sweet dreams. Hope you're as well.
Well, metals over there. I'll definitely take that. We want to check out Luden's fan, but we also want... I'm going to deliver the stuff to the musician first. Ooh, more stuff for the musician? Yeah, we definitely want to grab those.
upon keeping on.
Give me that. I need that stuff for the musician.
Oh my god, there's so much stuff for the musician here. Okay.
What?
BT's here.
Shit. Okay, it's fine, it's fine. We're not going very far. We're only gonna grab the stuff here and then we'll head back. Give me that. Shit. It's fine, it's fine.
I feel you.
It means that making the delivery to Luden's fan might be difficult.
You alright? Oh. Give me that. Place. And
Okay, let's get out of here.
Just a bit further now.
give me that. Thank you.
Wait, hang on.
Scanning weapons restrictions lifted.
Regenerate. Thank you.
Beginning
And I
scanning bridges.
Repeat deliveries.
Weapon terminating soon. Footwear condition poor. Replacement is advised.
Hello. Anyone home?
Recycle Kyro crystals complete. What?
Really?
I have to recycle Kyro crystals? But the maximum has been reached. What? Wait, does that mean I have to...
Claim cow crystals.
And then...
And then put it back in.
Oh, that's so stupid.
And now recycle. Yeah, here you go.
The legend returns. How you doing, Sam? I don't know. Something tells me you can do better.
What do you mean something tells me you could do better?
What the fuck does that mean?
You only gave me a minimum order.
What?
What else was I supposed to do? See? Excuse me? Motherfucker! Your Kyro crystal stores are completely full. I can't put anything more into you. Really? Yeah. You get a C for the 1 CG. I gave them 10. I gave them 10 times the minimum amount. What the fuck do they want?
Back, are you? Sizable haul by the look of it.
How much more do they want? And it's so stupid. What the? Am I supposed to withdraw the entire 1,700 stars they have and then put it back in and then they'll give me more? Is that it? You motherfuckers? Bitch! If I ever deliver anything for you again, motherfucking fucking fuckers. Fucking you asshole. Sorry, fucking. Get the fuck out of here, asshole!
Good work. New.
Let's see, who's the lost cargo? Or
He's a Luden's fan and a bunch for a musician, right? We're gonna be delivering this ourselves. Let's just go, sure. Right, I forgot to recycle. Wait, it's completely full. Fuck. There's no use in me recycling anything here, except the ceramics.
cycle of ceramics.
The rest I'll recycle elsewhere.
That's what you did, you up and blind.
God fucking damn it! Yeah, fine, next time I'm gonna do that. Motherfuckers. Get the fuck out of here, bitches! You people are assholes.
Thank you for your contribution.
Alright, let's go.
Footwear condition poor. Replacement is advised. Weapons restrictions lifted.
Gonna say hi to the musician.
Mr. Musician.
Mr. Musician. Oh, that's cute.
Someone's happy.
Pressing like while on vehicles is
Difficult. Oh,
Wait, someone dumped 7,000 chiral crystals into this thing?
okay. Thank you for the bridge.
How's the weather forecast looking?
Uh,
We're gonna have rain coming in to the musician in the next 10 minutes.
alright. The annoying thing about the musician is that there's no easy way to get to him.
I might just park my bike here and then travel the remainder on foot.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do.
Alright.
That's musician.
musician. We'll grab these with us and recycle them at the musician's place. Right, let's go.
The rain might be starting anytime. Hopefully we can get in and get out before it starts, but it sounds like it's starting already.
Right.
Alright. Would it kill you to set up in a place that wasn't so difficult to find?
This
Thank you
one's
for the
you.
bridge.
Thanks for the help. This one's for you. Thanks for the help. This one's for you. Someone's happy.
Beginning tracks. Scanning bridges.
RP deliveries.
ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo verified.
Hello? Anyone home?
Delivering cargo.
What's up, Sam? Hey,
Oops.
seriously though, you're fucking amazing. Couldn't have asked for anything more.
He talks like a black man.
Doesn't he?
I'm not the only one who thinks that, right? His voice sounds...
Like he's African American. Cool blue for sunglasses.
More bandwidth?
Thank you. Cool blue cap color.
Nice.
Oh, perfect.
We've just maxed out the musician.
Nice. Thank you for all the likes.
Hold up. I set this aside in case you showed up again. Don't even think about saying no, man. You earned it.
Yay, a new star. Okay. Nice.
Alright.
Ah. Now we
shit to do. You especially, am I right?
Yeah, I
Rock
do,
on,
but
brother.
I'm not done here
Stay
yet.
strong.
wait, I'm not done yet.
Come back here. Recycle.
This.
How much does this give me? What? Only 1 point of metal? Really?
Oh, come on!
How can you destroy a crate of metals?
Come on, what?
What do you mean? What? It's still metal, right? I'm sure you can get more out of it than 1 point of metal.
Come on.
Yeah.
Fine.
Keep your shitty 1 metal.
Thank you for your continued support.
Alright. Anything in share locker?
Heading back to the distro center.
No, those are all going to the wind farm.
And here's the 30 climbing ladders I found from Velalo Himaran.
He was trying to meet up with someone.
Ooh, special alloys. That might be worth taking with us actually.
Hang on.
How much special alloys do I have? At
The distro center.
not a lot, and not a lot of ceramics either. We might want to take these with us to the distro center.
So, yeah, let's do it. We'll take this with us to the distro center.
I'm not gonna take those.
Uh,
And PPC, carry on back.
God damn it, hang on. Offload these, and then carry on back. Okay.
There we go.
That should do it.
And do you have any orders?
Going to the distro center.
Delivery of special alloys to the distro center.
Hmm. Two crates.
I think I can take that.
Uh,
Time limit 15 minutes.
Yeah, we'll accept it.
Yeah, we'll take it.
Don't worry. We are going to
Leave the ladders in the private locker.
and
Actually, wait, hang on. Fuck.
that's the wrong one. Offload all.
BC ladder climbing anchor. Leaving the private locker.
Um,
Can I carry it?
come back, yes. Can I carry it?
It's carried by hand. Okay, we'll carry this by hand. Ah, fuck.
Oh fuck, it's too heavy.
Fuck. Okay. Okay, I have an idea.
Get out, yes. He'll be fine.
It'll be fine.
He'll be fine.
Order assigned. Delivery from...
Recycle. We're going to recycle.
One of these special alloys. That should open up enough.
Press 3 and hopefully it'll still be playing when you wake up.
Good night, Kylo.
Thanks for being here.
I'll see you soon.
Thank you for your contribution.
I can carry this on my back.
Really? I didn't know I could carry that much on my back.
Hang on, if I can carry that much on my back, does that mean I can...
Right, I can't carry this on my back.
We'll carry this by hand.
Right, let's go.
Yes. We'll carry this. Oh, god damn it.
Really?
Hang on.
Hang on, hang on,
Hang on.
hang on, hang on.
Okay.
Okay. This is fine.
We're fine, chat.
We're fine.
I can take it.
We're fine. We're fine.
We're fine. Oh, god damn it. I can't climb the ladder without...
Shit.
Shit, that's gonna be a problem.
Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked
Yeah.
until departure. All clear. Welcome.
Oh! Oh!
Skin my teeth.
We're fine. We're fucking fine. Chat. Oh! We're fine. We're fine. We're fucking fine. We're okay. Yeah. Yeah. Oh!
We're fine.
Shit, how do I navigate this?
Fuck.
Okay, what if I throw this down?
Damn
Damn it.
it.
Damn it. What do I do about this? Okay.
There we go.
Oh, yeah.
We'll be fine, chat.
Oh shit, I threw it too far.
Hang
Hang on.
on.
Oh shit,
It's flying away. It's like
no.
my climbing anchor.
Oh shit.
Footwear's ruined.
Hang on.
Hang on here.
Hang on.
All we have to do is get to the fucking...
Oh god. All we have to do is get to the bike.
And we'll be fine. Once we get to the bike.
Oh my god. Okay, maybe I might have to give up the climbing anchor because it's in the middle of the fucking...
River.
Pains in your head.
Yeah.
Fierce the mind killer.
That's good.
Okay. Okay, we're here.
We're here. We're fine.
Oh,
See, we're okay. Totally fine. climbing at us. Hey,
Hey, come back here.
hey.
Give me that. Come on.
Come on. Come on.
Okay.
Ah. Back to the distro center.
Oh shit, I didn't see there was a musician thing over there. Oh well, we already maxed out musician, so it doesn't matter.
Relax, relax.
We're here.
Right here. IP deliveries. Someone urgently ordered some special alloys. Here you go.
The legend returns. How you doing, Sam? Right on schedule.
You better give me fucking S-rank for this.
If you don't, I swear. Come on. Give me that ass rank. Come on.
B? What the fuck? What the fuck you mean B? What? Excuse me, game? Huh? What? What do you mean B? The time limit was 15 minutes. I got here in 5. What the fuck? Excuse me, game? What? 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 Fuck you, game! Give me that ass rag! I deserve an ass rag, you know it.
Bye, Sam.
You know it, Chad, right?
I deserve an ass rank for that.
Good work.
Fucking game. What the fucking hell, piece of shit, fucking goddamn this game. God damn it. Take your fucking server out. Oh. Wait, you full on ceramics? Oh wow, that was just enough to fill it up completely.
alright. Yeah.
Take it all.
Thank you for your continued support. Thank you for your contribution.
Let's check.
Under weather forecast.
That is not good. Alright, I have an idea.
We're going to make a delivery to Luden's farm, but in addition to that, we're going to be doing something else.
I'll carry an extra PPC.
And
Put these in storage. Check something. The PPC. What does it take to upgrade materials is 400 metals and 32. I'm thinking of building a rainfall shelter over there.
So 400 metals.
We'll take this.
Load these onto the bike.
We're 50 short.
Confirmed. And meeting the Sherlock are going to Luden's farm.
Ceramics, but I don't need that. Right,
Claim 50 metals. There we go. Right.
Put that on the tool rack. Oh, that'll be, that's a fresh one, alright.
Anything heading to Luden's farm? No.
No lost cargo for you.
Alright, let's go.
I'm going to build a rainfall shelter.
Have a pleasant journey. Have a pleasant journey.
Alright, the rain is going to clear up in 10 minutes, but regardless, I'm still going to build a
Rainfall shelter. Alright,
I'm gonna build it.
right over here.
Oh yeah. Okay, I can't build it too close. Build it too close, then it'll be defeats the purpose.
So,
I'm gonna build it over
here, I think.
Oops.
Oops. Right over here. It's a good spot.
There we go.
Okay.
Yeah, I know. Come on, rainfall shelter.
Construction.
Alright. Now,
Sweet.
oops. I didn't mean to do that.
What?
Oh,
Sugar and log. Upgrade
structure. And materials. Use your car crystals.
and confirmed.
Oh, I don't need to leave. Thank you.
Structure upgraded. Have a
Customize structure.
Please beware. Great. Use freely. Keep on keeping on. Don't give up. Don't give up. Use freely. Please beware of BTs.
Yeah,
I'll put a BT warning here.
and that should do it.
Danger. Danger.
Alright. Arena slid up, good. Now we head towards Luden's farm.
Oh wow, somebody built another
Shelter here.
but this shelter is the middle of BT territory though.
Oh,
Stretch my leg.
and cryo crystals. Upgrading structures takes a lot of cryo crystal. So, I've upgraded a bunch of them, so I need to pick these up.
Nice. There we go.
Come over here. Give me that. Give me that.
Picking up stuff on the bike really needs to be improved.
I feel like.
Stretch my legs.
Yeah.
Damn it! It ran away.
Come on.
God fucking damn it.
There we go.
Give me that. Give me.
Oh god damn it.
Context edit button. Here. Give me that.
Something for Luden's fan over there. Oh god fucking. Yeah.
Get the fuck out of the
Fucking way.
I'll leave the bike up here. Put the
Ceramics on. Put the ceramics
on.
Bola gun.
Torque. Oh,
Oh, it's sunny.
right. Give me that.
Nice.
How the hell this package got over here, but we have it now. Hideo Kojima even put a car alarm sound, beep beep, so you can locate your car easily.
Get these onto the bike. Now let's go. Alright, we have to get up to the Ludens fan.
Spot. Rather than driving up and around,
I think I'm just going to load up.
on my back and we'll carry it up. There we go. Right.
Beginning scan.
Happy deliveries.
Fragile Express ID verified. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo verified.
Hello?
My bot delivered something.
So, let's check on my bot. Right, thank you, bot. Let's see. What's that?
Can I deliver lost cargo?
He's all for Luden's friend. So, hey, you lost some figurines.
Delivering cargo.
You the delivery dude? Oh, that's a relief. I've just about given up on you.
What?
I don't know how you do it. I really don't. Respect, man. Seriously? Respect.
Giving up hope on me? What the fuck does that mean?
You weren't here before.
Oh, well. Oh, nice.
Got it to second level already.
So he's gonna join the UCA?
About time I hopped on the whole chiral network bandwagon, am I right? Join the UCA and all that. You can help me do that, yeah?
Yep. Yes, your teaches.
Nice. Now this section is connected to the network.
Good. Is that Jeff Keighley?
And the right jumbo Ludens.
Wow.
Oh, thank you, Sam. Hey, take care out there. Hate for this to be the last time we meet.
Is that
you know?
Jeff Keighley?
So,
That's Jeff Keighley.
I'm gonna need a moment to look over what you brought me. But I'll hit you back via mail after. Promise. Hey, I'm hoping maybe you can help me out again.
What?
Don't want to be weird, but I feel you and I might have like a connection or something.
Just send me you're gonna hit me up later and then you're telling me you want more right now.
Oh,
Hang on, before we do more, let me recycle this.
right.
So what do you have for me?
Yeah, I don't care about you.
What just standard orders.
T-Rex model stolen by mules.
Watches with the Ludens fan logo.
Vintage sparkling wine. Sample of microorganisms found in BT area.
Should we do this?
Might do this actually. Watches with Ludens. But can I send up my bot anywhere? Fragile cargo. Oh yeah, this is going to destroy it.
So, probably not. Yeah, all these are awful.
Yeah, this is the only one that doesn't require cargo not be damaged.
Decisions. I will send him to the capital. Off you go.
Deploying autonomous delivery.
It's the only one with that doesn't require cargo not be damaged.
So, yeesh. Off you go, Mr. Bot.
Thank you for your contribution.
Meanwhile, since we're here,
Let's hope we take an order from these guys.
some mules stole.
Stole his T-Rex models.
Well, we'll get it back fun. One or more, two or more. Cargo with less than 8% damage. Yeah, we can do that.
We'll do a premium delivery.
Got boots, we got.
Hologun.
Right, we're good to go.
Hello.
Order assigned.
Always a pleasure, Sam.
Weapons restriction beginning scan.
Is that a
Scanning
giant?
bridges ID.
That's a giant Nandoi.
Restrictions lifted.
Alright, time to visit the mules.
We need to go and grab it from here, huh?
Sounds doable.
Weapons check.
$18 shots.
Should be more than enough. Alright, let's go. Okay.
Get down. Come.
Get fucking... There we go.
Okay,
Hang on a second. Give me that.
there we go.
Do you have anything for me?
Oh wow, they have a Jackie Wells hologram here?
Huh, I didn't know that.
Nothing here. cargo in a way station, why not?
Just put it in. Yeah.
There's nothing else to...
Seed also. Okay, let's go. What's the police station? I don't care about that. Let's go.
Put my bike.
Hello?
Hi, can I help you? Are you going to... Are you hostile or no?
Oh, you are hostile.
Kylan said that if you aren't carrying any cargo, then people won't attack you, but these guys are just attacking me immediately. Hang on, how do I activate?
Camouflage. How do I activate camouflage?
I don't understand. Hologram generator? Ah,
Okay, so that's how it works.
hang on.
Hang on.
I accidentally took out my dick!
Fuck you.
Oh well, fine. If you guys want me to kill all of you.
Come on. Let's go. Fuck you. Kick. You coming?
Oh,
Fuck you. Uh-huh.
right. Who's next?
Any more coming? No?
Alright. Let us load up the bike.
With all of our loot. Give me that. I'll take that. This too. This too.
Ceramics.
I'll take that as well.
Mule boots, huh?
Uh,
I'm gonna put on the mule boots.
And I'll put this on my boot sleeve. There we go. As for all of this, on the trike.
We taking these back with us?
In a minute. As much as I would like to run them over, it's more trouble than it's worth. Honestly.
Sad though. I wish I could run them over. Did he hear me?
I think he heard me.
Damn. Oh wow, they take shelter in the rain, huh?
Interesting.
I didn't know that.
I guess maybe we can sneak in. What are they doing?
Oh, they're just chilling.
Yeah, we do
Let's just kill him so that we can.
have to run out of place. Tee hee. Fuck you.
And
Fuck you too. Kick.
there's still more?
Somehow there's still more.
Ah, well.
Either way,
We'll drive all.
I'll back up and loot them far away. Let's go. And here we are. Go back here.
In their house. Excuse me.
Give me that.
Ooh, Omni Reflector boots.
I'll definitely take that. Oh,
Attach to.
no, hang on. What I'm going to do,
I'm going to put on footwear, the Mew boots.
offload, and the Omni Reflector boots.
Attach the boot clip.
Yeah.
The resin on the trike. Offload that.
Carry that. Alright.
Let's
Hack and get out of here. Hack-a-man. Hack-a-man.
let's see here. What we're looking for is
Model dinosaur. Right.
load that onto the trike.
Um,
You have a power skeleton level 3?
oh.
And mine is about to break. return medical instruments to the way station.
We can't do that. But we will return this to here.
And going to equip
This. Thank you.
and where did my...
Our skeleton go there.
We'll take that back and dismantle it.
I'll take the other power skeleton as well. Alright, come here. Alright, let's go. Don't worry about my bike, Jack. It might be sparking a little bit, but it's fine. It's fine. I'm sure the bike will be fine. I'm sure I'll be fine. Good night. Sleep tight.
Hope the BTs eat you. There's a generator up there. How do people... People are able to drive up and around there.
Oh,
Interesting. I need to learn that pathway.
oh.
I'll try to see if I can learn that.
Someone left the bike behind.
Mr. Arthur created a new ladder, but it's useless for me. Come on, get fucking get up there! Yeah, come on! Get up, why can't you get the fuck out there? Yeah, come on! No, it's not. Go! Yeah.
There we go.
Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo verified.
Happy deliveries. There you go.
Delivering cargo.
Hey there, Sam. Glad you can make it.
Hi, Jeff.
To think, one man carried all this.
What is just 2
You're
boxes?
a real badass.
It's hardly anything. Thank you.
Yeah.
Coyote brown mask frame. Oh,
Just short of 4.
unfortunate.
Oh, well, that's fine. Maybe we'll come back here and do more for him next time.
Again, really happy you stopped by, Sam. I'm a big fan of your work. Big fan.
Good work. Nuke.
We don't need to do those. Let's recycle some stuff.
Container damage. That no, we don't care about that. That will recycle.
Recycle some of the resin. Recycle some metals, some ceramics. Oops, it's over.
Actually, wait, no.
It's just right. Just a little over.
Yeah, that's fine. We'll do that.
And give him some metals as well.
It's fine.
And okay. Please recycle this for me. Thank you.
Delivering cargo. Thank you for your continued support.
Alright,
Yeah, no more stuff we can do, so
we'll leave that for now and then we'll head back to the distro center.
and next time we'll come back here and do more of them.
Let's get out of here.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Come on. No BTs? Good. Ah, fuck you. Give me that.
There we go.
Beware of BTs.
Thanks.
Beware. BTs ahead.
Well,
We'll go and rest for a little bit.
at the distro center.
Then we'll likely head back to the
Central here.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying contaminating suit. All clear. Welcome. Happy sand border bridges.
Nothing a little spit shine and oiling won't fix. We lost cargo.
Back, are you? You trying to put the rest of us to shame? Fine by me. Bye.
I'm not done with you yet. Get back here.
Good work.
Nothing else worth doing.
Can we recycle anything? No.
Alright, in that case, let us put
This extra power skeleton into storage.
And alright, let's go rest.
Your work is greatly appreciated.
Been a long, fulfilling day of deliveries. The truck looks like it's about to explode. I'm sure it's fine. It's just a little smoky and a little rusted.
It's fine, it's fine.
Good morning, Sam. Blood collection complete. Thank you for your generosity.
What?
What? You fucking... Wait, what happened? Okay, what happened to the jump scare that's supposed to happen?
Don't tell me that the jump scare is gone forever. Did I break the game?
I hope I didn't.
Uh,
What do you have for me? Can't go back to
oh, the way things were.
blah 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 blah.
Yeah. Thanks for the Ludens, man. What are Ludens? The Ludens figurine.
Oh right, the Ludens is that
It's that spaceman thing. One of the creators gains pre-stranding humans. Homo sapiens who are
what is he talking about? Pre-stranding humans like we're a different species?
the reached the next level became Homo ludens. Since there aren't any more around anymore. I might never know what exactly that means. The symbols of one game in particular.
Gee, I wonder what game that is. There is something. Right, he has it, not me, it's unique too.
So Kyle, could do the honors, the piece work.
Okay, I guess we're gonna stay on this continent for a little longer. He wants to deliver something to Victor at Port City, so we're gonna have to do that.
Before we head out,
Let me go to the washroom. We'll go and grab whatever he wants from us, and then we'll make a delivery to the Port City.
right?
I'll be right back, Chad. Let me get
Short washroom break. Mwah.
love y'all.
Yummy.
Gonna put on some HoloLens music.
In the meantime. Hi.
I'm back.
Fine.
Get back in my BSM chest. I'm going to send
Sam into the toilet.
EX grenade number 1.
use that toilet too?
EX grenade number 2.
Alright. I'm back.
Let me.
Send you into the shower while I get back here. There we go.
Make sure I drink water.
Cheese, actually.
The cheese and the margarine I put into the.
Pasta is quite salty.
EX grenade number 0.
Alright. Yeah, I don't know what's gonna I don't know why the jump scare that was supposed to appear at the door.
Seems to have disappeared. I hope I haven't lost it forever.
Oh, that's a cool color. And I want to stick with this.
Yeah, we'll stick with this. Right, baby.
You okay?
Good morning.
I'm gonna head back out to do more deliveries.
Hi, Christian. Welcome. How you doing? How's your weekend?
Ready to start a new week? Hey, time for more drugs, chat.
Everyone, grab your drinks. Time for energy drinkies.
Remember, it doesn't matter what you're drinking as long as you're here for the moment. It can be coffee, tea,
Beer, root beer, water.
anything you have, chat. As long as you're here.
Going in 3, 2, 1. Green pie chart. Cheers. Yeah, the bug you.
It's not actually a bug, it's
It's a flesh-colored tardigrade. Don't think too much about it. I have to eat it.
it's part of the game.
There's nothing I can do about it. Can't avoid eating it.
It's apparently got good healing properties.
What kind of healing properties? I don't know. But it just does. Coffee is okay, right?
And I'm going to drink
2 more. There we go.
right. Aye, we got a special request
From
Luden's fan to make a delivery for him. Originally I was going to head back to Central, but because Luden's friend requested we make this delivery for him, we'll
go.
oh, that was a
Firework.
although before we head back I need to check something. Safest way for me to get to Luden's fan.
Here it seems. Alright,
We'll just head out.
let's head out. Oh wait, I forgot my hat.
Oh, it's fine.
I can teleport my hat to me. It's fine.
Ooh.
You can't see my baby?
Oh, we've seen this.
It's Daddy Matt's being drunk.
just like we used to. Come on, keep up. Sorry. Did I wake you up? Today's Mommy's birthday. It's also the anniversary of when we first met.
Oh,
Let's give it a head up. I forgot my hat, but it's fine.
I can.
You know what? There's something I've never...
I've never worn before.
How about I have a valve?
Instead of a ponytail. I've never tried it before. See? Any...
Ooh, the bots can play a delivery.
B+, but that's fine.
It's the bot doing it.
It's not me. I don't care because it's the bot doing it.
Expert courier. Not even the heaviest cargo can prevent you from delivering on time.
Carry more cargo. Nice.
See, fuel. Deliver fragile cargo to the musician. We're not going to deliver anything right now. Instead, we are going to...
We're going to send out the bot from Luden's friend.
And I need to carry another PPC.
So,
one more PPC on my back.
and
I only have 3 blood bags, so
let us
get one more blood bag.
and
One of my hematic grenades is about to break down.
so we will right, we will recycle that hermetic grenade that's about to break.
The bowler gun is about to break as well, so we recycle the bowler gun as well.
Actually, wait, hang on.
Changes. Shit, we are full. In that case, changes we haven't done. Yes, we're going to
Fabricate first, and then we'll recycle.
that way we don't waste.
Right. Patch to suit. There we go.
Everything else is fine.
Okay. Confirmed.
And recycle.
These two things
They're gonna break.
very soon. More than likely to break while we're walking to the port. So yeah.
Thank you for your continued support.
Yeah. Get the fuck out of here. Alright.
Alright, that should do it. And okay, let's go.
Thank
We
you
got
for your
a
contribution.
special order.
Luden's friend requested we deliver it personally, so let's go.
Have a pleasant journey. Have a pleasant journey.
Let's check the weather forecast.
Yes, weather is important in this game.
Okay, so the pathway to the port is going to be very rainy.
Um,
Hopefully there's no BTs. outside of Luden's fan.
It looks like the rain getting to the port city isn't gonna let up at all.
Damn.
That might be a problem.
We'll worry about it later, I guess. We might switch bikes.
Actually, once we
Beware of BTs.
get towards the port city.
Oh shit.
ETs,
Fuck.
um,
Okay, back up.
back up.
Danger. Danger.
We know that
We know that this will eventually clear up a bit, so
Danger. Danger.
let's just rest here for a bit.
Beware of BTs. Beware. BTs ahead. Beware of BTs. Beware. BTs ahead.
Past time in the shelter.
Dang.
Rain's not letting up. Screw this.
Time tell just won't let up. You're sitting undercover waiting for the end. Check the weather forecast to see. We have to get there in 30 minutes.
How long can we afford to wait?
Right, we'll pass.
Time, another 10 minutes.
BTs ahead.
Right.
Can we walk up a little bit? Are there still BTs?
Beware. BTs ahead.
Yep, still BTs. Fuck.
Okay, we'll wait for another 10 minutes.
Danger. Danger.
No end to this rain.
Okay, if the BTs are still there, we can't afford to.
Wait anymore.
Beware. BTs ahead. Danger. Danger. Beware. BTs ahead. Danger.
Right, yeah, we have to go now.
Danger.
Even if there's BTs here, the port is going to be the
Do this.
port is going to be the hardest section to cross, and we have
Beware
to
of BTs.
Make the most out of a clear route to the port. So let's go.
Let's just go. Oh god. Fuck.
Oh,
Okay, so it's
just a tiny area where there's BTs. Okay. Let's get out of here. Oh.
wait, where's the Newland's fan?
Ah shit, I'm going up the wrong mountain. Hang on.
We go back down and go around.
Oops. 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 Why?
Why do a lot of people leave their bikes out here?
Oh.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. All clear.
Happy deliveries.
You asked for a special delivery?
Orders for Sam.
Fragile cargo.
The Luden's flag spear.
It's really fragile. Okay.
More fireworks outside.
Alright, we'll take it. Oh wow, it's big, huh?
That's fine. We have a bike outside waiting for us.
I'll load it up and
Head over to the port city.
Order assigned.
Since we're going out to the port city,
going to deliver more.
vintage sparkling wine.
Oh god, I'm telling a bot to
Deliver sparkling wine. Vintage sparkling wine to the wind farm. Well, hope they don't mind a little bit
Deploying
of
autonomous delivery bot.
shattered glass in their wine.
because there ain't no way in hell I'm going back to the wind farm.
Fuck that shit. And
Take on orders. Since we're going to the port city, we'll take this on as well.
less than 3% damage, okay. And head up.
Order assigned.
Okay.
Come back soon. Weapons restrictions lifted.
Alright. Load our stuff up onto the trike. And
Let's get out of here.
hang on.
Okay.
Give me that.
Okay, now here's a question.
Are there still BTs in that tiny as fuck area?
Oh come on. Really? You're stuck on
This fucking get the There you go.
BT?
BTs? BTs?
Yeah, oh my fucking god.
Fine, fine. Why the hell are there BTs in this tiny ass rain?
Let's get out of here.
Oh fuck!
Ah, shit.
Oh shit, that's not good.
Shit, that's not good.
Shit, that's not good. Shit, that's not good.
Shit's not good. Not good, not good, not good, not good. Not good, not good.
Not good, not good, not good.
Not good! At least it's safe on the bike! No, 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 no.
No! No! No!
Fuck off! Asshole! Leave me alone! Yeah! No! Get away from me! No!
No! Get the fuck away from me!
Fucking god damn it! You can't follow me into the water, can you?
Oh,
I'm fucking. Fucking asshole!
god fucking damn it.
Yeah. Well, the rain's gone, bitch. Let's get back to the bike.
Let's get the fuck out of here. Did anything happen to the cargo? I swear, if something bad happened to the cargo.
Nice.
Is the cargo fine?
Yep, it's fine. Okay,
Let's get out
out
of
of
here.
here.
Beware. BT's ahead.
Okay, let's see. Whether
Alright, that's about to clear up, so
let us.
we're going to switch
BT's ahead.
bikes.
Before we head over there.
How is my generator?
What's his health at? That's fine.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying BT soon. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Alright.
Pick those up. And garage. We're gonna swap bikes.
Oh wow, Kylon, I see your bike here.
Actually, wait, Kylon's got a bit.
Oh well. Change color scheme.
Confirmed. And
You know what? I'm gonna use Kylon's bike.
why not? Let's use Kylon's bike.
I just realized what he's trying to do. Is that the Akira bike?
It's the Akira bike, isn't it?
That's why he's using that color scheme.
Rainy, rainy. Mwah, mwah, mwah.
Rainy, how you doing?
Hope you're doing okay, Rainy. Boop. Boop. You're gonna boop me? Boop. Gonna boop you when I see you next time.
Wait, hang on. Hang on.
Before.
I just realized something. Since we're heading that way, we might as well
Check.
any orders heading towards the port city.
No.
Right, then in that case, any cargo heading towards the port city?
No. Okay.
Right, that's all I wanted to check. Let's go.
Beginning scan. Have a pleasant journey.
This is my friend's bike.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
This is why Kylon and I spent hours trying to find each other.
Because now we can meet up and we can help each other.
Kylon left the bike here, and so I'm using his bike.
Alright, check the weather.
It's still raining. That's fine.
I'm going to build a rest stop here.
Right here, right next to that generator.
Wait, I just realized I forgot something. Fuck!
Hang on. Hang on. I forgot something.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Have a pleasant journey. All clear. Welcome. Have a pleasant journey.
I forgot that I need to grab,
How much does it take?
to upgrade a...
Shelter. Was it 800?
Hang on, let's see. $400, right.
Right, so I need... Right, that's the one that's nearly broken down.
Okay, I need 400 metals. Let us grab 400 metals. The bike.
Right.
Right, now we head out again. We are going to head towards the
That.
generator. From here we head over this bridge
And we head to this bridge.
and we cross over to the generator.
Restrictions lifted.
Oh, God damn it.
I hate bikes. I can't wait until I unlock the truck. The truck is gonna be so much better than the bike.
Oh wow, danger already?
Shit.
Huh. That is a lot sooner than I thought it was going to be.
You know what?
Change of plans.
Change of plans. We're going to go and rest here instead.
Stretch mode. Damn rain.
Nope, the weather has cleared.
Okay. I'm going to get the baby happy. Ah, God damn it.
You motherfucker, your music is too loud!
Get the fuck out of here.
Right.
Now the rain here should be clear. Yeah. Right.
Right, now let's plan our path.
The mountain.
We'll go...
This way. Up here. Hit this. Hit this. And
then see where we can go from there. I have to go over here.
oh, we'll see. Right, let's go.
This is rough terrain.
Let's get a ceramic.
Come on, get over there.
Let's go. We don't have much time.
Someone abandoned the bike here.
Come on.
Oh, this is
Awful terrain for a bike.
Oh, come on.
Sorry.
Cargo heading towards Luden's fan, huh?
Interesting.
Okay.
Come on. Wow. How the hell did someone get their bike here?
Okay.
Anything here? No? Okay. Let's get out of here. Come on.
I might deliver this precious lost cargo myself.
By hand. Just because Luden's fan is really hard to gain rep for.
Oh wow, more stuff on Luden's fan.
God damn. Stopping to pick up all this junk is annoying. Alright, let's go. Thank you for the generator here. This is
Thanks for
useful.
the help. This one's for you. Thanks for the help. Today's a good day.
Give me that.
There we go.
Keep on keeping on.
There we go.
Alright. Containers are restored.
Thank you.
Okay.
Actually, let me light
one's
Kylon's
for you.
bike.
Thanks for the help. Today's a good day. This one's for you. Thanks for the help.
There you go. Grab that and grab this.
Really, I can't reach it. Come on! Ah. So annoying!
Stretch my legs.
Right, let's get out of here.
I mean, like,
This one's for you. Thanks for the help. Today's a good day. This one's for you. Thanks for the help.
Let's get out of here.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Traffic clear. Weapons detected. Welcome to Port Knot City.
Hey, Sam.
IP deliveries.
Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Huh?
What?
Why is my bike here?
What the fuck?
Did I leave my bike?
Eh?
Oh, what?
Did I forget to store my bike last time I was here? Oh.
Well, hey, Sam. Damn near spotless. until I get my hands on it.
Enjoy. Additional. Ooh, perfect. We have a second bot now.
Exactly what I was hoping for.
What? 1% damage?
What do you mean 1% damage?
No, that should be 0%. 0% damage. I never took a hit. What are you talking about? Game.
How dare you try to screw me out of my rewards, my likes. Thank you for giving me that S. Bitch game.
Give me all that likes. Come on. Come on.
You ain't gonna screw me out of my likes.
Come on.
Fuck me. There anything the legend can't do? Thanks. Private room's all yours if you need it. Good work. New.
Alright, let us recycle some stuff.
Fuck. We have a lot of metals here, but not ceramics.
So let's recycle some ceramics.
I still feel like I want to build a
Shelter.
Maybe I'll go back there and build it now.
But give me a second.
That bike on the elevator, why
Why is it there?
did I really forget to store my bike?
Oh.
Storing vehicle. Stand by. Thank you for your contribution.
Alright. Private locker.
Lots of shit here.
Put all these away. Let's see if
Is anything we can
deliver
Luden's accessories? Yeah, I guess we'll stay here for
a while more. Dispatch a bot to the wind farm, please. Thank you. And now
we'll take on a delivery heading back to
Luden's friend. Since we're here. Okay, let's just go. Get out.
Order assigned.
how's the weather? Okay,
We have a 10-minute window before the rain starts again.
let's get out of here before before the rain starts.
Let's go. We're racing against the clock here. Hi, Panzer.
Welcome.
How's my mac and milk?
It was mac and cheese.
Not mac and milk. And it was delicious.
Although I need to do stuff to improve it, like
More
Weapons restrictions lifted.
more cheese next time. And also,
more a little bit less milk.
and also, I need to add breadcrumbs.
I need to go and buy some breadcrumbs so that I can toast it.
And add it to the mac and cheese. Golly knockdown.
You saw the pictures, didn't you?
It's not that bad. It's not that bad.
This side of cheese. No, it's mac and cheese.
Trust me.
Trust me, Chad, it's totally mac and cheese.
Mac and milk. My friends are just assholes. They love to tease me.
Oops.
Oh, God.
Camera.
Camera.
Right, we don't have long.
Let's go before the rain comes back.
We have to get through here before the rain starts up again.
There we go.
I'm really amazed that the game still remembers my old trail.
Oh, someone abandoned a bike here.
Also, yes, Chad, this is
This is Kylan's bike. Kyla and I managed to meet up with each other.
and we got added to each other's games.
So, yeesh.
This is not a useful shelter.
In the slightest. Not in the middle of fucking BT territory.
Someone dropped metals. Acquire some.
Mom's off? Hi.
Let's know what you're having.
Okay. There we go.
Someone dropped some metals, huh?
Well, we'll return it to him once we're done delivering stuff to Luden's fan.
Let's see here.
This way. There we go.
I have to build a shelter further away.
I really want to build a shelter there though.
This is really too close.
Damn. That is too close then.
about here? Would here be good? What a shelter.
Time for shelter right here.
And
Let's see.
give me those metals.
Still not done yet.
Construction complete.
Hopefully this is far enough away to act as a rest spot.
Materials.
We go. Right,
It's done.
now let's head off. Oh wow,
Lots of
stuff for me to pick up here. Give me that.
Structure upgraded.
Give me that. Give me that. And that too.
There we go.
Right.
oh,
Okay. One more. Come on. Got it.
There we go.
Let's get out of here.
this is definitely designed after the Akira bike.
So more cargo for Luden's friend. Alright.
Don't mind if I do. Oh wow.
Lots of cryo crystals here.
Nice.
So much cargo.
Ah, god damn it.
Context sensitive buttons.
There we go. There we go.
To collect this junk.
One pickup at a time.
Nice.
Alright, let's check the weather forecast.
Damn.
An entire area is raining and probably filled with BTs.
Fuck. Motherfucker, why is your entire area full of BTs?
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID.
Let's
Sam Porter.
organize inventory before we head in.
Someone's happy.
Put that onto the trike.
That needs to be returned.
So let's return those metals. All of these will do ourselves. That will returning to where I lost them. Here you go. Mr. Vega. Heartbeat deliveries returns your metal.
Right. Now did a bot make his delivery?
I said it. I can see. See? That's fine.
It's the bot doing it.
I don't care if the pot gets like a low grade. The poor wind farm probably got some shattered glass in its package of wine, but oh well, I don't care.
Vintage sound system.
Emergency fuel, huh? Yeah, go ahead. I know.
It's only a 15-minute delivery anyway.
It'll be done before we know it.
Okay.
Let's get out of here.
Begin the scan. Have a pleasant journey. Have a pleasant journey. Weapons restrictions lifted. Danger. Danger.
Okay.
Let me customize this. I don't want it to keep telling me there's BTs.
That's annoying.
Caution. Keep on keeping on.
There we go.
It's better.
Keep on keeping on.
But
How long is this rain gonna last?
30 minutes from now, the rain is going to clear up.
Perfect. Let's wait, shall we?
Great. Keep on keeping on. Great. Don't give up.
Alright, time for you to take a pic as well.
Nah.
Great.
Although I will go to the washroom.
Well, let's sleep for a moment.
Let me go to the washroom, chat.
Don't give up.
Let me put on.
Keep on keeping on.
Alright, music.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Mwah.
excited.
Keep on keeping on.
Buff is actually really, really strong. I wonder how long BB stays excited for.
Don't give up. Great.
Shows whether or not BB is excited.
Unless I missed it.
Let me look this up.
Great. Keep on keeping on. Don't give up. Don't give up.
Let's see, how long does
Keeping on.
baby stay excited? What does baby do?
Don't give up.
He gets excited.
Keep on keeping on. Great. Great.
Excited.
Timer.
Don't give up.
How long?
Great. Great.
Doesn't appear to say.
Great. Great.
Yeah. It doesn't say how long BB stays excited for.
Oh, BB. Okay, so eventually this BB is no longer excited.
Just by
Virtue of time passing. Okay, that's fine.
Great. Don't give
Let's see. We're gonna read here until the rain passes. Safer.
Still 30 minutes from now, huh? It's annoying that in order to pass time in the rain shelter, we have to stand up.
And then
Don't give up.
pass time.
I don't think this rain's gonna
Don't
stop.
give up.
Rain's not
Great.
going up. Screw this.
I'll let up after 10 more minutes. Just wait.
Keep on keeping on.
There we go. See?
Keep
The
on.
question is, does BB lose excitement if you...
Pass time
We need to test this out.
later.
Keep on keeping on.
BB didn't seem to stay excited for very long.
It only lasts like 5 minutes, give or take.
Great.
Slightly more.
Don't give up.
Right. I don't want to test it now though because right now we're in the middle of delivery, but eventually we'll test out to see if the harmonica excited times out while time is passing at the shelter. Something for Luden's fan.
Stretch my legs.
Oh, god damn it.
Really? Anything for Luden's fan here?
It's going to Capital, it's going to the way station.
Nothing going to Luden's fan, so let's get out of here.
Someone used a whole bunch of hermetic grenades.
What the hell happened over there?
You know what, let's just pick it up and recycle it.
Why not?
Okay.
Really? That's too far away? Oh, fuck you then.
You know, after using this for a while, I'm not really feeling
The valve on my head doesn't look nice.
maybe a stuff for Luden's fan.
I'll definitely take that. Park it here and grab the loot.
What?
Are you serious?
You guys better not be coming for me.
I swear, if you're coming for me, then
I'm going to
bondage you and then throw you down the cliff.
Come on. Keep it together.
Come on, get over. There we go. Give me that. Give me that.
and
We're gonna be delivering all of this junk to Luden's fan.
come on, come on.
Right. Grab all of this.
Oh, can I not carry it on my back?
Hang on.
Where do I put the bowler gun? Really, I have to go here and then attach it to my tool rack?
Yeah, looks like it. That's annoying. Oh. Okay.
Now can I grab everything?
Yep.
Oh god.
Hi. Let's get up that ladder. RP deliveries.
Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. be locked until the...
Here we are. We have a lot of cargo for you.
Delivering cargo.
How's it hanging, Sam? Man, if it wasn't for guys like you, we'd all be screwed. And don't think we don't know it. Man, this is fucking mint! Would have been satisfied just having it, but you had to go above and beyond.
Of course. The happy deliveries. Customer satisfaction is guaranteed.
1% damage? No, it's not 1% damage.
What are you talking about? It's 0% damage. You got that? You got that, game?
No damage.
No damage. No damage at all. Now give me the rest. Come on.
Yeah, that's more like it.
Key.
Students fan, hologram data.
More structures can be built. Sunglasses.
More storage capacity.
Can I max it out right now? Are they all figurines?
Yeah, I think I can max it out right now.
I'm very certain I can max it out. Heck yeah. Wow. So much stuff.
And they all keep trying to screw me out of my likes by saying it's 1% damage.
Screw you, it's not 1% damage. Okay, bot delivering damage stuff that's expected. See? Well, that's the part for you. B, I'll take it. Oh. Nice.
Oh, hey. I've got a little something for you, if you're cool with it. Here's to hoping it makes your life a little easier.
How the hell do stars help me at all?
They just stars on my pants. Did they actually do anything? I don't think they do.
Always a pleasure, Sam. Shame we only ever seem to meet when you're hauling something across the country for me.
Good work.
Right, we have a couple of cargo as well, but we're going to be
Delivering that.
dropping those off at the city. All of this used stuff will just
Recycle those.
because that people can't use them anymore.
recycle this metal.
Hey,
Let's get out of here.
Delivering cargo. Thank you for your continued support.
Actually, are there more stuff we have to recycle?
all these ladders are half broken. So is this hematic grenade. Yeah, you know what? Just get rid of it.
Just get rid of it. You're half broken. Might as well recycle them in a place that could make use of the materials.
Right.
No more orders here. Alright, that's fine.
Going back to the distro center.
Anything? Going to the distro center?
Bunch of stuff heading to the weigh station.
These are all heading to the distro center. So
I'll pick up anything heading to the distro center.
there we go.
Thank you for your contribution. Weapons restrictions lifted.
Somebody has a box down there. Well, we'll get it fine.
Yeah, weigh station. And a distro center box, so we'll pick those up.
Hold on. Let's go. Doofman. No idea who you are, but
Get your stuff delivered. There we go.
get out of here.
Who the hell left their laser gun here?
Get on there.
Let's get out of here.
Those footprints are still there. More stuff for the distro center.
Lots of junk for the distro center. So pick it up, fucking. Thank you.
Great.
Pick it up, please. Come on. There you go.
Beginning scan. Scanning.
Oh god!
Uh,
Find ID.
Whoops.
Will be locked until departure. Cargo verified. Thank you.
no, don't worry about it, chat.
It's fine.
It's fine.
Wow, okay, I
You
did
know that could happen. Whoops. Fine, chat. It's fine. Just a little bit jostle. The tiny bit jostle.
Yeah, it's fine. I'm sure the cargo's fine.
Decontaminating soon. Sand for the bridges.
RP deliveries.
Don't mind the
Slight problem with the roof over there.
don't worry about it.
Just don't look up when you go upstairs. Yes,
It's fine.
it's fine. about the slight roof on the cargo though. It's fine, it's fine.
Lots of people are losing stuff around here. I wonder what happened.
Bye, Sam.
Alright.
Good work. New order available.
Let's head down. Thank you, Kylan, for letting me borrow your bike.
Good morning, Sam. Blood collection complete. Thank you for your generosity.
Let's check our mail.
2 meals, right?
Anything important?
Blah blah blah.
Blah 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 blah. Game in Symbolize was freaking huge. Completely unlike anything I came before. Playing exactly the way Huizinga described when he coined the phrase Homo Ludens. There's all of the culture itself.
What? What?
Completely unlike anything that came before.
Wow. Gee.
Tooting your own horn much, idiot?
And Ludens like, I owe you one, Sam. Blah 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 blah. Blah blah. Big American looking beyond the cow clouds. Yeah, yeah.
I don't care.
Okay.
Now we'll finally head back to Central.
Been here for too long. I forgot where I wanted to go in Central.
Do I want to go here? Or do I want to go to the distro center?
Eh. Forgot where I left my bike.
Did I leave my bike?
I think? No, you know what? It's better if we head out from...
Lake City. Because Lake City will allow us to do a quick delivery run out to distro center.
Right, Peanut? Welcome.
How's it going?
How's your weekend?
About to take the Fragile Express to Central. Here we are. We've delivered so much junk.
Yeah, I have a feeling like I missed the jump scare that's supposed to activate when I look at the...
When I look at the door.
It's supposed to appear, but it's not appearing anymore.
Are you a Ludens? What if you're the perfect example of Homo Ludens?
Jeff, I
I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Doesn't play in the 6%.
Okay, yeah, whatever.
We're just looking for Park City.
Productivity, blah blah blah.
Blah 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 blah. Deliveries also assigned to you.
Yeah, they were.
Okay. Yeah.
How am I doing today?
We're doing well.
I had,
I had mac and cheese for the first time ever.
and it was good. Really good, in fact. Although it could be improved.
I need to
To add more cheese.
because people have said that I didn't add nearly enough cheese, and I kind of agree. It tasted a lot better when I got to the parts that had my own cheese, but
Yeah. Okay, let me run to the washroom real quick. I'll be right back, chat. I'll speed run this shit. Speed run.
EX grenade number 2.
I'm coming. Sorry. I'm here.
Yeah. Let me.
Start.
I said start the fucking.
There you go.
Yeah, I had mac and cheese earlier.
It was really nice. Really, really nice.
I even bought my own Monterey Jack cheese to add to the mac and cheese.
It was so good.
Although a lot heavier than I thought it was going to be. I have a feeling if I were to add
Toasted breadcrumbs to it, it'll be a bit nicer.
Kylon also mentioned I should
And
bacon, but bacon will be quite hard to get around here, so
more than likely I'm going to do ham. Some kind of ham. Let me turn on some music. Since we're relaxing here first. I'd like to see some BB.
yeah, I don't know what taking photo does here.
Or BB. What am I supposed to do? Am I just taking a photo here? Get BB to like me.
You guys know why taking a photo here gets
BB to like me. I have to get bacon.
now bacon isn't that popular of a food item here.
It's just not something that is common.
We do eat a lot of pork here, but it's just not in the form of bacon.
We eat pork and
by just buying pork.
not in bacon form. So yeah, if I were to add bits of pork and bacon and stuff like that,
I'll probably have to just try to find some ham.
Wait, hang on.
That's not what I want to do. Fuck.
Uh, okay, someone got more meal. We teleported here.
Wait, did we not?
We didn't. Oh. Maybe. Maybe. What are you doing, baby?
You okay?
Let's see, what colors they unlock?
Disgusting brown.
And disgusting brown. Yellow tinted shades. Huh? No, not gonna wear those. Anything new here? Doesn't look like it. Oh, what's your favorite meat? I like most kinds of meat actually.
All the common meats.
Pig, chicken, beef.
I'm not actually that much of a fan of sheep. I have eaten foods with sheep in it before, but I don't really like sheep that much. And actually, a local meat that is somewhat easy to find around here, but might not be common for you guys in the West is goat. We do have goat meat here, and goat meat is not bad.
It's commonly cooked into curry and spicy foods like that, so the spiciness and all the curry just gets absorbed into the goat meat flavor.
Although if you were to come around here, rather than goat, we call it kambing. Technically kambing means goat.
But yeah.
If you want to eat goat, you have to say kambing because
Most people here know it as kambing, not goat.
grab your drinks, everyone.
Green pie. It's been a while since I've had kambing actually.
I keep thinking I want to have some kambing, but in the end I keep forgetting to eat some. Kambing?
It's spelled
Kambing.
it's pronounced exactly how it's spelled.
It's a Malay word, and Malay words don't have any kind. Malay is a language. Technically, Indonesia is like this as well, but Malay and Indonesian doesn't have any twang or. I mean, yeah, they do have accents, but it's the word in Malay is bahasa baku, but I don't know how to translate that to English. Bahasa baku is directly translated to standard language, but that isn't what it means. How do I?
Oh, hang on. There's fireworks.
Let me turn on the.
Noise gain equalizer. There it is. Fireworks. Hang on. Can you hear the fireworks? People are still letting out fireworks for Chinese New Year.
I can hear it way off in the distance.
Okay, well, just to
Continue my train of thought. Yeah, it's Bahasa Baku. Basically, everything in Malay and Indonesian is pronounced exactly how it's spelled out. There's no weird rules like CH in English is sometimes pronounced ch or k depending on what the word is. There's nothing like that in Malay. Everything is pronounced exactly how it's spelled. So if it's spelled kambing, it's spelled kambing. If it's spelled like
let's see. Nasi
lemak, which is a type of food.
If it's spelled nasi lemak,
It's pronounced like that, nasi lemak. Not nasi lemak or anything like that. It's just nasi lemak. It's a very, very straightforward language in terms of how things are pronounced.
okay about that.
No, kambing is goat. Preparing to go out as well, so
Let's put on the hat. You finish hunting, skinning, butchering, cleaning, and cooking your food.
ooh, what do you have for food?
That was fast.
Wait. You're telling me to go to the mirror? Why are you telling me to go to the mirror?
Okay.
I don't know why Sam is pointing to the mirror. I'm not seeing anything strange here. What do you expect me to do here?
Yeah, if there's something here, I'm not seeing it.
Nasi lemak.
The nasi lemak was nice.
Not spicy.
If you want
more sambal, you can ask for more sambal.
sambal next time.
Either or more chili. Yeah, I don't. Okay, hang on a second.
I have to.
I'm going to look this up. Why does Sam keep pointing to the mirror? What is Sam pointing to?
A lot of times he'll point.
Nothing. The shower gestures like he's saying please. Does it after you just shower? Was curious. Haven't gone to the toilet while just a shower. There's a new customer part of backpack.
Oh, look, that he'll gesture towards there.
Mean anything? Suggestion to use the sink to check his gear.
He really loves it when you take selfies at the sink.
Just being goofy. Did it after showering? That's weird. Yeah, Sam keeps pointing to the mirror and yet... Maybe he just wants to check himself out, but
there's really nothing. You want a glass of raw chili seed juice?
chili seed juice?
You can probably get that.
It's chili putty. He's pointing me to go back there again. We just came from there. What more do you fucking want? You want to take pictures with your with some while you're wearing something else?
Is that it? Yeah, I'm not seeing.
Whatever it is he's trying to get us to do, I'm not seeing it. Fuck it, I'm not gonna bother. Fuck that shit.
I don't care.
I don't fucking care. We're leaving.
We're fucking leaving.
Getting out of here. Can I take off my glasses?
How do you take off glasses?
Oh,
Give her the sunglasses.
and let's get out of here.
Here we are. Let's see.
Standard orders.
Special alloys to your engineer.
Business special alloys to the craftsman. Ceramics to the distro center.
A fragile pacemaker.
You know what? Just because I don't want to ever go to the motherfucking old man again.
I'm gonna send a bot there. Go. Here you go, Mr. Old Man.
Here's your pacemaker.
Delivered by bot. I'm sure it'll be fine once it arrives.
What other standard orders we have? We're going to do a run of these deliveries.
Get premium for all, accept orders.
Instantly need your glasses and it's a little wonky now. Why?
If it's wonky, that means it's not working properly anymore.
Because you're supposed to
Get new glasses.
Reverse strike.
Change color scheme. There we go.
Oops, that's not what I wanted. There we go.
That looks nicer.
Right, retrieve this.
Bike, please. And
Load everything onto the trike. And now we grab equipment. These two attached to my boot clip.
Bola gun on my Turek.
These hematic grenades are pretty close to breaking.
Hmm.
We might just craft some more.
I'll take this.
Come back. Take a PPC.
Uh,
3 ladders.
blood bags. A utility pouch.
We'll leave this here.
All these are to be delivered. Confirm. Head out.
Oh, we're not heading out just yet. We have to craft 2 hematic grenades.
Stand clear. Vehicle ready. Order assigned.
Alright, let's see. Fabricate equipment. 2 hermetic grenades. If you would. Thank you.
Attach to my suit.
Attach to suit. Thank you. Recycle the grenades here because these are, yeah, they are broken. Just recycle them.
Get rid of them. Confirmed.
It still works fine, just a left.
Leg a little off. It won't it cause headache still if you were to try to use a.
Glasses that are misaligned.
Make sure you take care of yourself and your eyesight.
Not good to use glasses that are half broken.
Deliver to engineer. Custom Chiral ladder. That'll be available for other porters to use. Wait, what's different? Coated standard leather, lighter, more hard wearing than the basic, resist time for erosion for a longer period.
Oh,
Can't be recreated using a chiral printer.
interesting.
But if it can't be recreated, then
Probably never gonna use it because I'm anal about such things.
the engineer. We'll leave this. No, you know what? We'll deliver it.
The engineer is right outside, so yeah. Just for blue light, not for blindness.
I mean,
Misaligned glasses do cause headaches still, so be careful with your eyes.
oh, let's go.
Pleasant journey. Good morning, Sam. Have a pleasant journey.
Who the hell?
Hang on a second.
Who the hell pissed here?
Really? Someone pissed right outside the door. Fuck you.
You guys can eat my ass.
I don't care. I'm ignoring you.
You guys better ignore me too, you hear?
Leave me the fuck alone.
Right.
First stop.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID.
Happy deliveries.
Weapons detected.
Deliver requested cargo. There we go.
I guess over there in Malaysia as well, actually.
Oh, really?
Oh, that's what you meant. Oh,
Yeah, those,
How's it going?
those weird
Done more for us than we had any right to ask.
anti-blue light glasses.
Don't think
Oh,
we
I
don't
get
know
it.
that.
Okay.
Okay, if it's not actually for sight, then I guess it's okay. But you crunch them though.
Aren't those really expensive? I thought those were expensive. I had a friend who swore by them, but I didn't use them. Easy delivery.
Aye.
Yeah. Thank you.
It's not isn't that bad, you think?
Oh no.
Well, be safe out there.
That's the reason why I will never wear glasses.
Because I'm afraid I will crunch them. Wait, hang on. I thought I saw something weird.
But oh, doesn't matter.
See what standard orders we have with a metal delivery to the distro center, which is actually quite important. The distro center currently has low amount of metals.
So we'll do that. Okay, we'll take on this delivery to the distro center.
There we go.
Hello?
Order assigned.
Any delivery you want the bot to do?
Oops.
Oops.
Another delivery to Elder, 15 minutes. What's that noise? What's that noise? I've never heard that noise before.
Deploying autonomous delivery bot.
Oh,
Here you go.
oh bastard. You get your drinks delivered by bot. Anything we want?
Nope. Okay. Let's get out of here.
They also require ID for everything over there.
All the things you bought are under your friend's name. You mean stuff over here in Malaysia?
What did you buy that needed ID?
I don't think you need ID for that much
Stuff around here.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
The hell do you buy?
Did you trick me into taking you to buy some illicit goods?
Answer? Did I help you carry some,
Illegal stuff?
answer? I hope you didn't trick me to grabbing illegal stuff for you. Huh?
It better not happen, answer.
Someone's happy.
central region is so nice.
We can just drive everywhere. Yeah, fuck you too.
Ooh. Did someone use special alloy?
There we go.
Hang on a second.
There we go.
Someone lost a special alloy. Oh.
Don't mind if I do.
Pick this up, thank you.
Wait,
Beginning
hang on,
scan.
get that as well.
Scanning bridges ID.
come on.
Verified weapons restrictions lifted.
Give me that. Thank you.
There we go.
Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo verified. Thank you.
Alright,
No. That's not what
I
I
want it. RP deliveries. Hello.
Make delivery. Someone dropped special alloys. I don't know if I want to return his special alloys. Special alloy is a very valuable material.
Delivering cargo.
Nah, it's you. How's it going?
All good.
Wow. Carrying all this couldn't have been easy.
Everything freshly delivered. Of course, in mint condition. Yeah.
Give me that S rank. Yeah, look at that. My heart special alloys are empty.
Ugh.
Just so you know, I've put something aside for you. Maybe you could go ahead and...
Yeah. I already know what it is.
It's grenades.
Put it into storage.
Seeing you in action gives me hope.
Yeah, get the fuck out of here.
Good work.
Actually, wait, no, come back.
I'm not done with you yet.
Okay.
So whoever owned these special alloys, I'm sorry.
I'm keeping it.
Sorry. Finders keepers.
I need this.
Ceramics were good for ceramics.
Thank you for your contribution.
Right. Let us put these two heavy metals onto the trike.
Load off my back. Right. Oh, before I forget,
Let's check for any standard orders.
Engineer, Elder, sample food rations.
This is heading to the distro center.
How much stuff does he require me to carry?
A lot. More than I have space to carry.
I don't think we need this. Resins are fairly common. Watchtower, radar, repair materials. We are heading to the watchtower actually, so
You know what, we'll take this. Load it up on the trike. Thank you.
And let's go.
Ain't saying nothing when you're a lawyer, doesn't. Good answer.
Safer for me as well.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Thank you for the tower. Charging tower.
Let's get out of here. Now we're heading to the distro center to
Just stop there temporarily.
hang on before. Hang on, let me check something. My collector is
That many stars.
so it would be good if I were to go and grab that.
Let's go. Leave the bike here.
Okay.
There's a mule camp right around that way, so we're not gonna go far.
Oops.
Yeah, you can detect the mules already. Just pick this up and take it back to the collector.
Okay.
Someone dropped a support skeleton?
Who the hell would drop a support skeleton here?
There's no danger here at all.
I guess we'll drop it off at the distro center.
Why not?
There we go.
Do something nice.
Do I need to grab stuff for the weather station?
I should, shouldn't I? Yeah, I should. Come on. You're coming with me. We're carrying a lot of stuff.
But hopefully, once we drop this off at the distro center, it'll lighten the load.
A lot. Alright. Let's go. Crosswind.
And Cabernet.
Uh, Crosswind.
Fine. Has someone abandoned a bike below the bridge?
Alright. Here we are.
Oops. God damn it! No, stop! Ugh.
It's fine. Just a little fender bender. It's fine. Right. Happy deliveries. Order metals and ceramics.
Giant order on metal ceramics.
So you made it? Wow. I bet your body's aching after carrying all that.
Not really. Just a bike. Yeah, I think.
Nice. Ceramics have been fully topped up.
So the only thing is like, for this place has more metals.
And we're getting really close to maxing this place out.
Special alloys we need as well.
Resins are a bit low, but we don't really use resins for much.
The only reason it's low is because I had to withdraw what 2,000 resin to try to meet up with Kylon.
But it's fine though. Kylon and I already established contact.
So I don't have to worry about that anymore.
No shame in taking a break from time to time.
Good work. New.
We have a lost cargo of a support skeleton.
Oh. Hang on.
Is there any order heading out to the
Elder.
This is special alloys? Metals and ceramics heading towards the weather station. The bots aren't back yet.
Container repair spray.
It's going to the collector, that's going to the weather station.
You know what?
We're going to deliver something to the collector. I'll put this in storage for now.
We'll do some deliveries to the collector.
And then we'll see what we can do.
Or
well, not just the collector, we're also going to... Oh wait, those are also heading to the weather station.
let's put that away.
Private storage.
Oops. Place in storage. Right.
Right. Now we go out to meet with the collector.
Have a pleasant journey.
Actually, wait.
I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna build something.
Let's see.
Is there a PPC I have here?
No.
Any free PPCs available? No.
Okay, that's fine. Fabricate a PPC for me, please.
Thank you. Carry on back. And now Claim materials.
We need
24,000 metals, please.
and all the metals that I just got are now gone again.
Eh. Oh well. This will be worth it. Let's go.
Have a pleasant journey. Safe travels. Keep on keeping on. Safe travels.
I will pick up those metal alloys though.
Oh, how far away is that? It's on the other side of the fucking river. And there's a film director thing there. Okay, you know what? We're gonna get it.
We'll get it.
We're trying to improve our...
Wrap with the collector and the film director, so we should grab these things. Give me that. Come on. Thank you for the bridge, by the way, wherever you are.
I can't read your name. Your name is...
Ching ching chong chong. Ching ching chong chong. 568. Thank you for the bridge. I appreciate it.
Got it.
Now back to the bike.
And we're going to head to make a delivery to the collector. Although we might want to deliver to the...
Film director first.
because the film director is actually easy to get to rather than the collector.
Even though the collector is near, closer. Decisions.
We go to the collector first?
Which is closer, but really difficult to get to, or the film director, which is further away, but
A lot easy to get to. It's a direct path.
you know what? We'll go to the... Yeah, we'll go to the film director first.
Let's go.
Right on.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons restrictions lifted.
Oh,
Ooh, something for the film director down there.
okay.
Since we see stuff for the...
Film director over here.
Relax.
We're going to build the bridge first before getting to the film director.
There we go.
package for the film director down there.
Alright.
Let me go and grab those things first.
And then I'll get the package and I will build a bridge.
There we go.
I keep thinking that's a fucking monster. Fucking hate Horizon. Stop jump scaring me.
I didn't even know that there was this pathway down here. This is handy.
Right. Get onto the bike.
And
Let's find a good spot to build a bridge.
how's about right over here?
I think this is a good spot.
Yeah, it is a good spot.
Okay, let's
Prepare. Just want to slightly rest it. Yes, it is.
right.
For the bridge.
Really? It's in the way?
Oh. Okay, hang on. Bike, I need you to back up a little bit. Right.
Let's see if we can find ourselves a good bridge location.
There has to be a good bridge location.
Why is that count as in the way?
That's annoying. Really? All of that is in the way?
Is there no possible place for me to put this down?
Really?
How's that an obstacle? You're nowhere near the bridge.
What the fuck?
Oh, come on.
Really?
Come on, there has to be a spot.
Spot that can take this bridge.
Okay, there it is.
But there's a climbing anchor there.
Someone's climbing anchor is in the way.
Whose is that? Okay, it's mine, so...
I can just delete it. Where is that? Can I not? Can I not delete it?
Oh god, you fucking kidding me!
Hang on. God damn it, this bridge is more trouble than this was, I swear. Once we get it up and running, then you'll be... Then we don't have to worry about it anymore. Fucking hell. And jump! The last time I jumped that gap, I fell and died somehow. Alright. Okay, that's annoying. The fact that they call it recover roll, even though technically you're not recovering it, you're just destroying it, dismantling it. That's annoying. Jump. Up. Alright. Which foundation? Structure nearby. Come on. Where's the point? I know that we could build one. There's a specific point where we could just build it. Come on. Come on. Come on.
Sam, if you think a prepper will let you build on their property, you're sorely mistaken. The sensor ring marks their claim, so pick a spot outside of it.
Oh, god damn it! Why is it so hard to build a fucking bridge? Come on, you're nowhere near the fucking rocks. Just build the damn thing! Wasn't there a spot that we saw that was blocked by the climbing anchor? There was, wasn't there? Fucking... Oh... If there is a structure detected, then the structure overrides all of the other access, really? Oh, that's annoying! Ugh. The thing fucking lied to me. Oh, come on! That's not in the way! Just build the damn thing! Like, fucking serious. Okay, is there any other spot where we can build this fucking bridge?
Somehow that counts as obstacle detected. Even though
there's fucking nothing in the way. Look at it, that's not fucking in the way.
doesn't let me build.
And here is insufficient ground. You know what? You know what? Fuck this shit! Fuck this shit! You're not gonna let me build a fucking bridge here? Fine! Fuck you!
Right on.
We're leaving! Wait, this is not where I want to go.
Hang on, back up. You feel okay?
We're about to make a run through.
Hostile territory, so you go around. Give me that, thank you.
I guess there's this pathway people have walked.
We're gonna have to bum rush through that new territory until we reach the other side.
Let's go! Oh, come on! Is there anything here?
Drink. Oh,
There we go.
Keep on keeping on. Not a pleasant journey. Beginning safe travel. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure.
RP deliveries.
Little lost cargo.
Here you go.
These two I'm gonna be delivering myself, so
Don't worry about this.
Delivering cargo.
What do we have here? A delivery? For me?
Yep.
Oh, man. I don't even know what to say.
Ish. Thank you.
alright. Almost halfway through level 4.
That's good.
Thanks for that, Sam. I expect I'll have to call you again in the future.
Good work. New.
Do you have any... What?
Oh wait, hang on.
Bots? I'm sure pacemakers are fine. A little bit jostled, right?
I'm sure the old man will be fine.
Probably, maybe. Right.
Signed photographs of movie stars.
That's it? That's all you have?
Huh.
I guess why not?
Go ahead.
Deploying autonomous delivery bot.
Yeah, more. Urgent return.
Right, this is a quest that I can't do yet.
So, not going to worry about that.
Hey, get out of here.
Wait, what?
Didn't I dismantle you?
Oh,
Wait, when did this thing appear here?
what? Literally right outside.
There we go. Nice.
Alright, so I'll take it, I guess.
I'll take that metal as well.
This place always has a lot of chiral crystals because, yes, it rains quite frequently. And I keep needing to pick up more.
Oh well. We do this now, we don't have to worry about doing it later.
Thank you.
There we go.
Wait, didn't I pick you up?
That thing really... Did that thing appear behind me?
There we go.
I have a feeling that thing appeared behind me. Hey, it's the film director. Someone dropped this outside.
Unpleasant beginnings. Safe travel. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be
I don't know who dropped this outside, but oh well.
Here you go. These two, do not entrust. There we go.
Good.
Yeah. Get the fuck out of here.
Thanks.
Good work. New order available. Please access delivery terminal.
Put that on the bike.
Right, let's get out of here.
For further
Back to the collector.
safe travels.
weapons restriction. Pleasant journey.
Stretch my legs.
I swear, this game is spawning these things
There we go.
when I'm not looking.
There we go.
Stuff for repairs. Thank you. I appreciate the shelter. And now time to bum rush Camille territory again.
Let's go.
Oh fuck.
Get out.
Let's go. Okay, now we head to the collector.
I hope I don't fuck this jump.
I'm always scared of making the jump.
Oh! Yeah.
Okay,
Wait, are they coming for me?
yeah they are.
Okay, hang up.
I have to deal with this. Fuck you! Kick! Who else is coming?
Two of them. Alright.
Fuck you! And kick! More?
How far can they fucking track me?
Fuck you!
Kick.
Two more. Okay, come on.
Let's go.
Come on. I'm right here, bitch. You want me? Come give me.
You coming? Coming?
Fucking die! Fuck you! Bitch!
Wow.
How lucky he didn't fall off the cliff.
Any more? You guys coming or no?
You are coming. Okay,
Come on. I'm here.
come and get me. Come on. Come on. I ain't going to you. You're gonna come to me.
Come on.
Yes, that's right. Come on.
Let's go.
Come on. Die! Bitch!
Yep.
He didn't die.
How unfortunate.
Fucking
You!
come on.
You're next!
Come here! Fucking what the fucking car?
Wow. None of them fall off the cliff.
Except for that one guy.
And he didn't die.
Somehow.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oi!
Stop throwing shit at me. Come on.
I'm right here. Fuck you!
Fuck you. Fuck you.
Fucking No! Fucking bitch! How dare you fucking hit my shit! Ugh. Fuck you! Go down! Any more? Any more? Are they all dead? I think they all did. Cleaning up that mess is gonna be a bit difficult. Is that?
That's resin.
You know what? I might make a resin deposit back at home.
But put this on the trike for now.
Should we, before we go down?
I'm going to put this on the trike because there's a lot of shit down there. I call bullshit though.
Anytime I fall off a cliff, I instantly die. But these guys fall off a cliff,
And they don't die.
I call bullshit.
I call fucking bullshit.
This is a very weird ladder. Let's get down here. I think I'm gonna delete that ladder.
Because the ladder is
Play terminal set icon. Cargo for Sam.
oh, is that cargo for me? Really? Huh.
Eh? Why did only one person?
There's only one person here.
Where'd the others fall off to?
Oh. I could have sworn more fell off. And get back up. Right, dismantle that ladder.
Ladder's garbage.
Need to get this back up here. Right. Someone pissed out here.
Alright. Let's drop all of this.
Onto the bike.
Those omni reflective boots.
Gonna keep those on us.
Carry that on back. We're gonna deposit those boots at the collector.
Just keep them here. And then,
This junk.
carry this on back. Hey. Now we go back down. Yes, Chad, this motherfucker built his house in a fucking cave that can only be accessed by climbing.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected.
I hate delivering to this guy, but this is where
Kylon and I managed to establish a connection. Oh, hardly deliveries.
Delivering cargo.
Well, if it isn't Sam Bridges. Very good. Very good. I think you might be something of a prodigy, Sam. Up there with the best of the best. If not the best.
Collect the hologram data.
right, thank you.
I knew I was right to call on you. Take care. I'll be in touch.
Good work.
I'm gonna put
These boots into my private locker.
confirmed.
Cargo for me here.
Oh right. All of the stuff that
These are all the stuff that I ordered to try to make contact with Kylon.
I'm just gonna put all of this into my storage locker.
Yeah. Private locker.
Oh, I can't believe that many people actually delivered this shit to me.
Oh,
I guess it means that the supply request thing actually works.
you have deliveries to
Popular Game Boy, Porter and Mule. Distro Center. Why? Okay, this I don't get. Why does that have a much lower chance of? I mean, you can see post delivery damage is only 80% for this, but that's like halfway across the map. But this, it's literally right across, right over there, and
it's almost going to get destroyed.
why I don't understand how post delivery damage is calculated.
At all. Oh well.
Deploying
Yeah.
autonomous delivery bot.
Any other orders?
Famitsu magazines.
And steal things back from mules.
We want to try to maximize this guy's rip, so we'll do this first. And then we'll come back and then we'll steal the things back from News.
Let's go. We need to stop by the distro center anyway. Alright, head out.
Order assigned.
Anything heading to the distro center? No, that's going to the engineer.
These special alloys, I'm taking them.
Special alloys are very important.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Okay, let's get out of here.
Wait, is there more?
I thought I picked everything up.
Alright.
Just perfect.
You good? Hey, seriously thought I got everything, but I guess not.
Oh. I just pick all this stuff up.
Boy, wouldn't it be terrible if these guys were to fall off the cliff?
It looks so silly. All lying there on the cliff.
Oh, fucking!
It's fine, Chad, it's fine.
I didn't nearly drive off the ledge.
It's fine.
Fine.
We're fine.
Jump!
And
God damn it. Jump! Yeah.
fine. Right, here we are.
Bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear.
Back to the distro center.
We're going to drop off all of the extra stuff that I brought with me because I don't need them.
Yeah, I know. Give me a minute. I have to recycle stuff.
Recycle these resins. We need to recycle ceramics.
Recycle these alloys. Recycle alloys. Recycle metals. Alloy. Right. Please recycle these for me. Thank you, I appreciate it.
Shut the fuck up! I know, I'm busy. Oh shit, I forgot to recycle the metals.
Oh, I got medals. Yeah. Okay.
These are all going... These two are going to the...
Oh man.
Reverse strike these ceramics.
Put these into storage.
I have an extra PPC. Put this back into...
Storage. This. Attached to suit.
No. Attach the boot clip.
And now these bitches boots. Put in private locker. Yeah, that's what I wanted.
Alright,
Yep. Everything.
any orders? Lots aren't available yet.
That's fine.
Thank you for your contribution.
What am I carrying? Didn't I say put that into storage?
Hang on. Must have missed it.
Okay. How much extra stuff am I carrying?
Oh, strange. Oh, I figured it out.
It's fine.
It's fine. Okay. Now we head back to the collector. Deliver this.
And we're also going to do the quest that the collector has first to steal back stuff from the mules. Come on, get up. No! 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 Ah!
Eyes open, dumbass.
Shit! I hate this place. God damn it!
What happened to the cargo?
Someone's happy.
Is the cargo destroyed? 3% damage. Fuck! Is that enough to be considered?
Broken.
Right on.
Fucking hate this place. Tried to build a bridge, but no.
The game doesn't let me build a fucking bridge. Alright, moment of truth. Did that fall fuck up the delivery?
Beginning
Happy deliveries.
Bridges ID.
Listen. The mules might have forced me off the cliff.
Yes. The mules, those asshole mules forced me off a cliff. It's their fault, not mine.
Their fault that the cargo is.
Slightly damaged.
Delivering cargo.
There's a tiny bit damage.
I'm sure it's fine, right?
I'm sure it's okay. It's fine, right?
A few imperfections, but nothing of any concern.
Yeah, damn mules.
Damn fucking mules. Force me off a cliff.
Going to fucking. Gonna shut my bollock out of gas. Come on, Chad. Let's go. We're gonna make those
Fucking mules pay for
I knew I was right
making me
calling you.
fall off the cliff.
Take care. I'll be in touch.
Good work.
take on orders.
Let's go.
Board game? I forgot this.
Fuck. Ah, it's fine.
We're gonna be heading there eventually.
We'll do that in a minute. Cargo condition, less than 20% damage.
Minimum cargo weight. Yep, we'll take that.
Let's go, Chad. Gonna shove some ballers up the ass.
Order assigned. Weapons restrictions lifted.
We'll go on foot. We'll probably have a truck we can steal, and we'll use that truck to get out.
And someone was nice enough to build a garage for us here.
So, make use of the garage. Get up like that parrot real quick. Thank you for the garage.
Let me store my bike.
Yeah.
Storing vehicle.
Right. I appreciate the structure. Right,
Let's go and perform a mission now.
shall we? There's some use to attack.
Let's see.
Right. Retrieve all media. Retrieve all media gamer console.
Chief game console. Right. Jump.
We'll go from the south and loop back up north. Have a baller gun ready to shove up your asses. Don't mind if I do. command.
What do you have for me?
Old media. Lost cargo.
Oh, these are heading to the engineer. These guys, I don't think I need. This special alloy is worth taking.
The resins are not.
Right, this is all we'll take with us. They have another power skeleton.
Nah, not worth changing for now. First box done. Next. Come here. If I recall, the second box is also a redeem. So, I'm gonna have to use that ladder I set up.
Can I make that jump?
Theoretically, yes.
And
Jump! I'm always scared of jumping. Alright. Here's post box number 2. And command. I got the game console and old media.
we're not gonna take any of these.
I'll take the special alloy.
Right. Hang on.
Caravan.
And load up.
Alright. Okay, that's the last thing we gotta hit. Are there any mules there?
Yep, they are.
Right. At least. Two mules, huh? Stand there.
There's 4 of them.
Damn. Okay, you know what?
We'll just go loud.
Cute.
Come here.
Kick! And
Come on.
kick!
Right. You're next.
Fuck you! And
One more.
kick! And kick! Any more?
Any more coming?
Well then. Recommend.
Let's see. Game consoles. That's what we're here for.
Special alloys.
The rest I don't think I need to take.
Just leave the rest here.
We're also going to hijack one of their trucks.
I'll make carrying things back a lot easier.
Oops. Are you serious? Yeah. All of this. And this. Load onto the truck. Right. Now. Grab the truck and we go back around and pick up all of the materials that they dropped. Right. That. Ceramics. Special alloy. Special alloy. What? Oh, come on. Thank you. Load all these onto the truck. The resins, we... I just offload. Don't care about resins. Let's get out of here.
Alright, time to load.
My god, this truck is so slow. But then again, it is a mule truck, I guess.
It... Nice.
Can I make this jump? Let's try.
And jump! Jump! Okay. Did this guy hack it? Because he clearly built this bridge into the rock face, which the game didn't let me build bridges into the rock face.
Did he hack it, man? The game.
How can I get over this? Okay, let's try this. And jump! Jump! God! Oh god damn it!
And
Jump!
and
Jump!
alright.
Hey, buddy. You're on electricity fire right now.
Pick up the goods for delivery.
Lots of goods for delivery.
The rest we'll take back with us to the distro center.
Along with the delivery for the distro center. Let's go.
RP deliveries.
Beginning scan. Scanning Bridges ID. Verifying ID.
You'll be glad to know that those meals are all sodomized. Yes. I made sure to shove all the ballers up your asses. They won't be forgetting that lesson anytime soon.
Delivering cargo.
Hello? Hello? Oh, a delivery. I think you might be something of a prodigy, Sam. Up there with the best of the best. if not the best.
Nice. Got it level 4.
Can I get it to level 5?
Let's see. Level 5? Nice! Got it level 5. Ah! Don't have to worry about this guy anymore.
Ooh, one of my bots delivered.
Nice, thank you.
As an expression of my undying gratitude, I would like to present you with a gift. I trust it will meet with your approval.
Give me my star.
Ah, Sam. Ever so reliable. You'll forgive me if I impose upon you again.
Of course. Just give me all those likes.
Those delicious likes.
Ah, anything going to the distro center?
No. Right, there's an order that we forgot to do in the distro center.
Right, this one. I'll do it right now.
A board game.
Deliver to the distro center.
Order assigned. Weapons restrictions lifted.
Right, let's get back up. My iPad just pinged me. What are you pinging me for? Oh.
Right. I'm going to do something for a friend of mine.
There we go.
Right, now we need to transfer things back to the bike.
Oh. I'm just closer to the bike.
Let's roll.
Were these trucks always this slow?
I feel like they were faster before. Please return my bike. Thank you.
Stand clear. Vehicle ready.
Alright. Now we transfer goods from the truck over to the bike. Carry my back. There we go. And put the goods on the bike.
And the board game goes onto the bike as well?
There we go. Perfect. Let's get out of here. That's the cool way I can go.
There we go.
might just follow this ridge line.
Should be able to get back. Come here.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Decontaminating system. All clear. Welcome to Sandport Bridges.
Now we're finally going to continue on with the story.
But first, do we need to recycle any of these? Recycle the special alloy. Yep. Oh.
Thank you for your continued support.
We are going to take a rest before we go on to the wind farm, but there's something I want to do.
Something specific.
You'll see what I'm talking about once we get there.
We're gonna take whatever is going to the wind farm.
And we're gonna make a slight pit stop along the way. Anything heading to the wind farm?
Cover foods, alright. That's going to the wind farm.
Alright. Metal and ceramics are also going to the wind farm. Alright, we'll take both of these.
Wind delivery.
Cargo condition. There's quantity of 2 metals and ceramics.
Right.
I borrowed that bike a while ago.
Oh, Kylon has another bike here.
He, another Akira bike.
Load all onto the bike, please.
Perfect. Right, let's get out of here.
Thank you for your
And I'm going to have a
bot. Deliver metals. Oh, isn't a special alloy to the craftsman. Off you go, bot. Check the weather.
Yep. The entire place is raining.
As usual.
Right.
Let's go. I'll just show you guys a rest stop, I mean. I made something nice along the way.
beginning scan. Have a pleasant journey. Safe travels. Keep on keeping on.
Okay. This area is always raining, but that's normal.
This is why I wanted to show you guys.
Chat. My little rest stop. I made all this. They're not fully upgraded yet because that safe house isn't fully upgraded just yet, but
Yeah. I think Kylon has been here a couple of times.
we're gonna rest here. Oh, hang on.
I'm supposed to be able to customize the structure, right?
How do I customize the interior?
Hang on.
Safe house.
Customize safe house.
Yeah, how do I?
Once you still can't unlock the ability, you must upgrade it to level 2.
Upgraded level 2, which I am at level 2.
Probably want to change the color, Kojima, unfortunately.
Agile. Level 2 units, quite an investment.
Use the color but as a terminal inside and oh, it's a terminal inside the room.
Okay. So in that case, let's go in.
Actually, have people been using this?
Yeah, they have. Ooh. Oh. Where's in private room?
Enter private room?
Yes. This is the first time I'm going into a private room, chat, that I built.
Good morning, Sam. Blood collection complete. Thank you for your generosity.
Yeah, I have a feeling I missed out on the jump scare.
Because it's not appearing anymore. That's annoying.
That makes me sad.
Oh, let's customize my room. Is this the menu? When I customize my room?
Room color, yeah. So
I'm technically a very boring person.
my room IRL is just white.
But you know what? I want my room to have a nice...
calming atmosphere, so let's go for... yeah. Yeah. Perfect. Nice calm atmosphere in the room.
let me...
Take care, wash and bake. You guys, if you're still here, make sure you take a break as well, alright?
Copy RP.
Number 1.
Nice.
I'm back, Jack. Alright. I can my views and check on it. Oh, we enjoy watching Norman Reedus take a shower.
Back into your palace.
Number 0.
Okay, coming back.
Oh shit! What? Uh,
Oh well, that's the mirror jump scare, I guess.
eh?
No, don't like some baby.
Really?
Really, don't like some baby.
Baby?
Are you okay,
Are you gonna jump scare me again?
baby? You okay, right? Oh, okay. Maybe he's
Hey,
okay.
baby.
Let's check on mail.
We have mail, don't we? Let's see. New magazine.
Wait, what? He's creating a new magazine? Really?
What could be combined? Usher. Blah blah blah.
Blah 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 blah. Yeah.
Use here to test. Chronicle your travels. Oh. Something with Hamamura. My family name names are hard. This is technically a. I think he's an editor for Famitsu, if I'm not mistaken. So
Yeah, is he going to re-establish Famitsu again?
Port Knot City's a real boomtown. That's why we gave you a star, a symbol of our gratitude.
Uh-huh. Give it to special people.
Yeah, I got a star, chat. Mr. Peppers can make use of their shelters.
I mean, I haven't used any of their shelters yet, but...
I mean, I have their stars.
Let's have breakfast.
And I'm gonna drink water.
I don't know why my stomach feels...
Weird. Sick. Although it's not a sick from the mac and cheese. I'm fairly certain it's not.
This doesn't feel like food sickness. This feels like...
This feels like nervousness. Like I'm feeling anxious about something. But I don't think I have anything in particular to be anxious about.
I mean, there are things I'm anxious about, but
Nothing that I feel particularly strongly about right now. I'm not sure why I feel this way. You know that feeling, right, Chad? When you're nervous or anxious about something and you just feel something is wrong in the pit of your stomach. That's what I'm feeling right now. I'm not sure why I feel that way. Hello, Epic. Welcome. Welcome to the stream.
I should be saying welcome to the roost.
Welcome to the roost. How's your weekend? Hope you're doing okay.
Need to get used to saying
Welcome to the roost. Since we've rebranded and all that. Alright. We drank our energy drinks.
Hold on, cat.
I'm gonna drink my energy drink as well. Cream pie check. Yes. Alright. Let us save and get out there.
We're going to head to the wind farm and
Continue our journey. Finally gonna make story progress. What's that?
oh, it's
Drunk daddy.
we've seen this before already. Yeah, skip it.
It's just... all he says is that
He's the one who put it there.
First things first,
Let's back up and get into.
the safety of the...
Fucking.
eh, Alright. Okay, let's check the weather forecast.
Is the rain gonna let up at all?
This area has been raining like forever. No.
In fact, the rain is gonna spread.
Feels like this place never stops raining, to be honest.
Fine.
We'll just play a harmonica for maybe while we're here.
Harmonica.
Alright. Let's get ready to...
Get to the wind farm. We're going to get over this bridge and then just follow the pathway up.
I believe,
The road should be fairly obvious once we get to the bridge.
and over. Let's go. That's the bridge. Come on, get over. Yeah, this is the road right here.
Hang on.
Let me pick that up. Thank you.
Nice.
Even though a lot of people have been traveling this route, it's still fairly bumpy.
Hang on. Let me grab
Legs.
That Chiral crystal. Come here.
There
Thank
we
you.
go.
Yeah, there's one behind me.
Oh well, it's fine.
I'll leave it.
Okay,
Give me that.
there we go.
And here we are. The weather station.
There we go. There we go.
Seems like a lot of people just travel this path anyway.
There we go.
Thank you.
There we go. There we go.
Pick up the special alloy.
Stretch my legs.
Yeah, special alloy. Come on.
Ah, come on.
I said, pick it up. God damn it. There we go. Camera.
Time to move.
Ooh, someone built a generator here.
Thank you. You know what? This is a good generator.
This one's for you. Today's a good day. This one's for you. Thanks for the help.
Thanks for the generator. Wherever you are, Archosaur.
Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons
Here we
detected.
are.
All weapons will be locked until the
RP deliveries.
Thank you.
It's been a while since I've been here.
Level all of the cargo.
Delivering cargo.
I appreciate you going out of your way for us, Sam. You really are incredible. I don't know how you do it.
So this guy's medical, huh? Interesting. Okay.
Nice. We might be able to max this.
And this one run. Let's see. Let's see. Let's hope, chat. Let's hope we can max it. Come on. Come on. Come on. Max it for me, please. I delivered so much shit. Surely this must be maxed, right? Come on.
Oh god.
Oh, that path was so...
Yeah, don't worry about the delivery route.
I got a little detour. Yes.
Oh, the last level is really slow going.
Hopefully I can make it through. I think I'm gonna just fall short and yeah, I fell short.
Damn it.
Fuck, I was hoping to max it this one,
Oh well, more chances to max it.
I guess.
Alright. Get some more metal alloys.
That's good. Board game delivered.
God, how much does it take to max out this Lake City?
Kylo was telling me that you need to progress the story up to a certain point before it'll start filling up again, but it seems like it's filling up just really, really slow.
Here, I got you something. Consider it an expression of my gratitude.
Ah, right, I forgot. This guy gives us metals for making deliveries.
A lot of it, apparently.
I'm gonna store it for now. If we ever need metals, then we'll... Wait, why didn't Gat get delivered?
Here's to you, Sam. Good work. New order
Shit!
available.
Did I forget to drop off the board game?
Further information.
Wait, didn't I drop off the board game?
Fuck!
Damn it. Do I entrust someone else to deliver this for me? Fucking hell.
Resins and ceramic special alloys. Fuck.
Well, no matter what, we're delivering special alloys to... We're having bots deliver special alloys to the distro center.
Deploying autonomous delivery bot.
Yeah, well, I'm going to entrust the cargo to be delivered by someone else.
Unless I... Fuck. Ah, fuck.
You know what? Just entrust it to someone else.
I am...
5 year delivered? Yeah.
Interested in someone else. I don't want to think about this.
Delivering cargo.
Someone else will handle that for me.
I completely forgot to deliver that. That board game.
High capacity blood bag.
Customized blood bag.
A training weapon, blood bag star.
Unique construction. Yeah, they're starting to introduce all of these more powerful customized stuff that we can't craft.
Why? Why? I hate that. I'm gonna feel like I can never use those things. Standard orders.
Do I send the bot to deliver that? It'll be done in 20 minutes.
Yeah, you know what? Why not?
Just go.
You go as well.
Autonomous delivery bot.
I'll be doing a story mission in the meantime, so...
Plus I have the bots handle this.
Oh, I'm busy.
Thank you for your contribution.
Wheat seed deliveries. 4 containers containing wheat seed.
Hang on, let's get the briefing on this.
Next on your agenda is a visit to a Timefall farm. You're probably wondering how that works, since Timefall ages and eventually kills living organisms. But in controlled amounts, Timefall can be used to grow plants at record speed. We're not talking about double or triple cropping. The process can yield several years' worth of produce in a single 12-month cycle. A couple runs the farm. One used to be an environmental scientist. He left the city to experiment with Timefall as a means to turn the desert soil of void-out craters into arable land. He's also done research into gene modification to create plants capable of withstanding the rapid growth. His work caught Amelie's eye when she and her group were heading west. A sprinkle of rain, a burst of growth, and if you cut the water off at just the right time, you've got a farm that functions more like a factory. Our recent advances in weather forecasting should allow him to plan ahead and produce even more food. We have some genetically modified wheat we need you to bring to him. Connect the Cupid while you're there.
Okay.
Figuring out how to produce food? Yeah, that sounds good.
Bunch of wheat seeds. Alright.
Order accepted.
Load them onto the bike.
Head out.
Before we head out,
Order assigned.
Let's do an equipment check. Is there any equipment that we need to get rid of?
that's all fine. That's all fine.
The bowler gun is about to break.
Yeah, let's recycle the bowler gun. We'll recycle the bowler gun and craft a new one. Shut the fuck up.
And fabricate a new bowler gun for me, please.
Thank you. Nothing getting my way, right? Yeah, no. Right, let's get out of here.
Thank you for your contribution.
It's a straight shot to the farm, it seems.
A bunch of people have watchtowers up as well. We have a generator there, a watchtower there, post box there, so yeah, let's go.
Oh,
I forgot.
there's always a bunch of boxes here.
We can pick up and deliver to the weather station.
Might as well, right? Give me that. Give me that.
And we have something for
The film director over there. Oh. Come on, get up. Get up. I'll entrust the film director cargo as well. And we'll carry all this, not to put it in the weather station, but to carry with the farm, with this to the farm, because
the farm might need new
Predicting
resources.
the weather is akin to predicting the future. Some animals have a kind of sixth sense that helps them to avoid danger, but we have something far better, the ability to gather data and act accordingly. Only humans possess this power to plan ahead. We have the capacity to live each day imagining what tomorrow will be like. And our imagination once gave rise to a rich, vibrant culture. But somewhere along the line, we lost sight of tomorrow. We reduced ourselves to animals, focused only on the here and the now.
I mean,
You kind of have to focus on the here and now if you're, you know, desperately trying to survive.
that's pretty normal.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo verified.
Right, just going to
Deliver the lost cargo.
custom heal. Right,
And these two will also...
drop off.
Delivering cargo.
Thank you for coming. You really are incredible. I don't know how you do it.
Alright. Getting closer to maxing out, but not quite there yet.
Alright. Forgive me.
I don't know why you dropped your grenade there, but
Here's to you, Sam.
Good work.
Right,
New
now
order available.
heading back up.
Access to-
We're taking...
oops. We're taking this to the
Free terminal for further information.
wind to the farm.
Let's go. I don't know what that signal is.
I need to figure out what that is.
Yeah, let's just go.
Weapons restriction.
I'll follow the road.
What? More shit for the weather station? Ah.
Do I pick that up? Yeah, let's pick it up.
Okay.
Wait right here, bike.
I'll be right back.
Nice.
Craftsman, don't care about that. Right.
And another box for the weather station. We'll deliver that all on our way back, I think.
I can't wait until I get the truck. Seriously. I hate bikes. I much prefer trucks.
Right.
Let's check the weather forecast. We have rain moving, but... I think that will cause us trouble for now. Let's go.
Let us... I'm going to mark
My route to this, and here, and in here, and here.
Let's go.
Apparently people don't travel this route much.
Oh no, that's the path.
Let's go into the path. There we go. I wonder who put this shelter here. Oh my god, this is so loud. Someone put a post box here. Strange place to put a post box. Let's see. Do you have anything for us?
Just a climbing anchor and boots.
Yeah, let's move on. Thank you for the generator. This is helpful.
Just ceramics over there, but they're
Quite a ways away. Nah, I'm not gonna bother. It's okay.
It looks like a structure, doesn't it?
Wait, is that?
Oh shit, that's a mule camp.
Okay. I didn't think there'd be a mule camp here.
Okay, we're gonna have to take a detour.
Yeah, there's a fucking.
Ah, it's a rubber ducky.
Aww.
Wait, Kylon! Hey, Kylon!
Kylon. Oh, that rubber ducky is adorable.
I wanna know how to get that. A lot of stuff at the weather station around here.
That's for the weather station. I'll take that. Okay.
Those are seriously all mules, huh?
Oh,
That's gonna be fucking annoying. Wait, have they spotted me already?
shit, they spotted me.
Oh, okay, time for us to go. I'm seeing
Stuff people have dropped off.
wait, no, why is there stuff in there?
Please, oh, it doesn't matter.
Never.
Never hide. Hide.
Run.
Run.
Why the hell is there mule territory between the wind farm and
This place.
There we go.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Fragile Express ID verified. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo verified. Thank you.
You guys chose an awful place to build this farm, you know that?
literally on the opposite.
Opposite side of fucking mule territory.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
There we go.
All this away.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Fragile Express ID verified. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo verified.
Oh god.
I'm sure that's replaceable. RP deliveries.
Just so you guys know, the mules went and smashed your
Fence a little bit. But it's not really. Can you really blame them? You guys built your farm directly outside mule territory.
Delivering cargo.
Of course mules are gonna smash your place up.
Thank you. Bridges has always been so good to us. Amelie was a dear friend in the early days. She saw the value in what we were doing and led the effort to get our farm up and running. We've been waiting a long time to join the chiral network.
Let's have a look at that wheat you brought, shall we?
Well, Albi, did you really bring us this much? How on earth did you manage? Oh, bless you.
RP deliveries. We strive for customer satisfaction. You can always rely on us.
even if you build your house on the opposite side of a fucking mule territory.
I'm leaving.
The fuck does that mean?
Alright.
By the way, you wouldn't happen to know Fragile, would you?
I do.
If you see her, pass along a message for us. Tell her, thanks for saving our hides.
Oh?
If she hadn't stepped up, South Knots and our farm would have been wiped off the face of the earth. She's a hero. And you can tell her I said so. Oh, right. The network.
Oh.
Think you can get us online?
Oh. I'll pass the message on. In the meantime, here's your BTGs. Welcome to the network. The Timefall farmers. Oh?
So, Sam, you've been run down by mules after they pinged your cargo, right?
Yeah?
Well, to help prevent that from happening again, we've upgraded your own cargo scanner. Say you're about to get pinged. If you time it right, you can return the favor. And cancel out their pulse with your own.
What?
They'll be none the wiser, and you can carry on without worry. Timing is everything, though.
That sounds
cool, but
I feel like in the end it's still better to just
fight them. Either fight or run.
Thank you. Now to start really using Timefall to our advantage. Our farm will be a world first. Truth be told, we've got some test fields, but without the ability to predict timefall, the results have been less than stellar. The timefall around here was fairly regular, so we had a reasonable idea of when to plant and when to harvest. But then the terrorists went and threw everything out of whack. Too many dead, too many craters. Weather became impossible to predict. The network's forecast ought to help us get back on track, thank goodness. If all goes to plan, we'll be able to expand our operation and use Timefall to cultivate whole swaths of land. We'll continue our genetic research too, of course, and see if we can't find a way to help develop a sustainable ecosystem. Hell, maybe we'll even stumble into some answers about the Timefall while we're at it. We got our work cut out for us, but I'm up for the challenge. Thanks again, Sam. You've given us hope for a better tomorrow. I can't wait for the harvest.
Me too, actually.
That's the way, Sam. Halfway there.
Gotta have food after all.
Huh? Well, would you look at that? You've only just brought the Timefall farm into the network, and already we've got new orders. May as well make use of the return trip.
Good work. New order available. Please access delivery terminal.
Something
for
wrong
further
with my
information.
iPad. Let me pause the game real quick. Why is my iPad freezing? Strange.
Okay, now it's working.
Yeah, now it's working. Alright. Sorry about that.
Got new orders, huh? Ranked cargo order?
That's new.
Requested replies, lost cargo. All of these are going back to the weather station, so we'll take these back with us.
Got some orders. Going back to the distro center.
And one deals for vehicle maintenance. We could do that actually since we're here.
Yeah, we'll do that since we're here for now. Do we have any
Thing that's going to the weather station?
some metals?
Yeah, we'll store that on the bike.
Leave this here. Recycle all these metals and ceramics. Give them some stores of stuff that they can use. Here you go.
Delivering cargo. Thank you for your continued support.
Alright.
All of this cargo, we'll put these into...
Yeah, all these are going back to the weather station, right? Yeah, they're all going to the weather station. Put this into private locker for now.
And then we're going to take a trip
Out to grab materials for vehicle maintenance.
Shouldn't be too difficult, right?
Vehicle repair parts. Seems easy enough.
Premium. Wait, hang on.
Hang on. What does premium require?
Less damage and all of the cargo.
Okay. I'll do it. Let's go.
That's all in private.
That's fine, that's fine. Let's get out there.
Thank you for your contribution.
Wait, who liked my...
Someone liked my bike, really?
I wonder who did. Oh god.
This entire area started raining, really? That's probably annoying, but
It's fine.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
just rest here for a tiny bit. Baby doesn't care. course not.
Okay.
Well, fuck you too, baby. Wanna play harmonica for you, but no.
This
You
one's
just,
for you.
you just fucking stay there.
Thanks for the help. This one's for you. Thanks for the help.
If someone liked my bike,
Today's a good day.
I don't know but some of it. Oh. And that.
There we go.
I wonder how to build a post box here.
strange place to put a post box.
Do you have anything for us?
There's a bunch of climbing anchors and anchor. The container repairs frame.
Oh. Thank you for the generator.
This one's for you. Thanks for the help. Today's a good day.
Let's go. This should be a fairly straightforward retrieval mission.
Nothing to worry about.
This terrain that's too difficult. Give me that.
Right.
I'll take that one first and I will loop back to get the others.
Oh, a bunch of timefall crystals?
Don't mind if I do.
Stretch my legs.
Oh! Fucking rocks try to trip me up. Right,
Put those onto the bike.
and let's go and get the rest.
Where are people putting...
Good morning, Sam.
Yeah, I paid for dry weather, but
Doesn't seem like there's any dry weather here. There's a road here.
oh,
I wonder what that connects to.
is it just doesn't seem to connect to anywhere, to be honest.
It's the ocean. So is it just a easier pathway to get back here?
If that's all that is, then probably not worth building, to be honest. I will see, I guess. I appreciate the letter.
Thanks for the help. Today's a good day. This one's for you. Thanks for the help.
Honestly, the annoying thing about spamming likes is the fact that we have to stand here in the rain and spam all those likes while the rain is destroying my equipment. That's the only thing I don't like.
Oh, God damn it! No. Go down.
There we go. That's the only thing I dislike about spamming links. I don't think you needed to put this here.
Oh well.
That should be all of it.
Yep, that's all of it.
Um,
I don't know if I want to build up this road.
I'm not sure if it's going to be a waste.
The problem with building up roads is that you don't know which way you're gonna go until you've actually built it.
I guess I'll check with how much stuff is available at the farm. If they have enough supplies for it, then okay, I'll build out the road. Because I'm kind of curious where the road goes. But if they don't have it, then
maybe I'm not gonna force it.
There we go. There we go.
oh god damn it! Fucking context sensitive buttons.
Oh wow, they actually have machines harvesting the crops.
Guess it makes sense. RP deliveries. Someone ordered for farming equipment.
Delivering cargo.
It's so kind of you to come and see us again. I don't know what we'd do without you, honestly.
Pretty easy job. How did the farming equipment get all the way out there anyway? Why would it even be out there?
We've
Ooh.
added a new function to your Odra deck. A human scanner of sorts. That way you can tell if a sneaky mule is hiding behind a wall or whatever. Can't keep it active all the time though, so be careful.
But mules always carry stuff, don't they? And because they carry stuff, we can see them.
Right, bots delivered alloys. Alright.
Alright. The distro center is almost full of alloys again. Good. me them likes. Give me all them likes. Stuff me full of your appreciation.
Oh, before I forget, there's something we want you to have.
Oh,
Present for me? Oh, you shouldn't have.
ceramics. Oh, so this place.
Oh,
So this place is a ceramics generator.
that is good to know, actually.
Actually, with this we might be able to.
Hang on.
With this we might be able to complete the road.
Let's see. Let's see.
Well, don't be a stranger.
See, what does the road need to?
The road needs...
Wait, racetrack to it all? Huh. Okay, if that is a racetrack and not a road.
Yeah, if that's a road, then fuck it. We're not gonna bother with that.
Please access the...
Not gonna bother with it.
Actually, wait. Place is full of ceramics already.
Is there any place we have that's low in ceramics?
And by that I mean either the distro center or...
The farm.
Well, that's full.
It's full. Okay, we're just gonna put this in private locker.
I have to check, is there a shelter anywhere near here?
No. Damn. Guys, I need to go to the washroom.
It's for number 2, so I'll
put on some music. Some nice chill music.
give me a short washroom break, okay?
And
I'll go rest in the Timefall shelter.
that's a nice place, I think. Before I go, let me see. We need to change anything? Yeah, all this
Breaking down.
so recycle all that.
Recycle that as well.
It's fine. Fabricate one of these, three of these, and one PPC. That should be good. Alright.
Thank you for your contribution.
Well, rest in the Timefall shutter while I go to the toilet.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Wait, hang on. I want to sitting in the fucking reeds.
Nice.
Okay, I guess the baby doesn't care. Gonna put Sam to sleep. I
Enjoy the rain and
sights and sounds of the farm.
I'll be right back, Chan.
Mwah. before I put my boxes back on.
It's still raining? Looks like it's still raining.
I'm gonna assume it's still raining.
The rain will still be overpowering. Oh, you know, chat.
I have a feeling that the rain in this farm was programmed to start immediately after I made the delivery because
it went from having no rain forecast at all for the next half an hour to suddenly pouring like raining cats and dogs.
I actually looked at the forecast before we came here.
And there was no rain forecast at all, and suddenly now it's just raining non-stop.
I have a feeling they wanted us to contend with the mules before coming in. Oh. Makia! 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 Makia, how you doing, Makia? Hope you're doing okay.
Hope you had a nice weekend.
Yeah, and I hope you had a good week.
Let me put this away real quick.
You don't.
Well, I just need to fix this so that it's the
previous one.
Let me know if the game's volume is a bit too loud.
How's the mac and cheese?
Well, if you guys look at pictures
that we posted, eh?
In fact, you know, I'll show you guys pictures.
There we go. That's the mac and cheese.
Cass was here and she already gave me her critique
of the mac and cheese.
I apparently needed to add like double or triple the amount of cheese.
So that's what I'm going to do next time.
But other than that, it's pretty good actually. Also, I need to buy breadcrumbs.
I need to add breadcrumbs into it and
maybe some ham, bits of ham, if I can find some. Ham should be... I should be able to find. Bacon would be expensive.
And ham should be cheap. Worst come to worst, I can just go for like little bits of chicken strips. It'll be the easiest thing for me to get, but I'll have to see.
So yeah.
First time making ham and cheese.
And I'm going to improve.
Yeah, just been working.
Okay.
Hope your work is going smoothly, Makia.
Time to wake up.
Wakey. Let's see. New ranked event available.
Select ranked orders from the cufflinks. Yeah, what do I have? It's just sent it to 2 or fewer structures used.
Really? Huh. That's interesting.
So we finally have ranked deliveries.
Oh, I'm not gonna worry too much about that.
I don't really enjoy the whole ranking stuff. Unless they actually
unlock things first, but
right, I forgot.
I forgot to do the thing I wanted to check. Yeah, look at this.
Non-stop rain. In fact, even the mule area is flooded.
So, the one good thing about rain is the fact that it'll force the mules to hide as well, so we should be able to just drive past them.
Yeah, need more cheese? Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Don't worry, next... it's a learning experience.
Next time, there'll definitely be more cheese.
Alright, feeling good.
Hey.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridge. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons
That was strange.
detected. All weapons will be locked.
Why?
All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
And
We're here to do several things.
first,
Go up.
yeah,
Come on. Get up there.
how the hell did someone get up there the first time around to drop this line?
That's what I want to know. Thank you for this. This
one's
is
for
actually really helpful. I don't know
Thanks
how the
for
hell
the
you
help.
got this up here, but I appreciate it.
This one's for you. Thanks for the help.
Give me a data shard.
There we go.
Now, grab the rope and get back down.
So yeah,
Next time I make mac and cheese,
I'm going to make sure I have more cheese.
and
If possible, toasted breadcrumbs and bits of meat in it. But I do need to go shopping to buy those.
gonna chop off the memory shard. The cheese I added was Monterey Jack cheese.
I talked to you guys about
That's sweet of you, Sam.
Eh?
what?
What? Why? What did I give you?
Soap bubble? What the fuck?
Oh,
Yeah.
when I talked to you guys about wanting to cook mac and cheese, you guys recommended Monterey Jack, so I bought some Monterey Jack.
Thank you
Is there
for
no
your
other way up there? I have no clue, but
Oh well. It
it doesn't matter.
I
That person already put that.
line up there, so I'll just make the most of it.
Right, we're gonna take this premium delivery. Less than 3% damage.
Okay, we can do it. Load onto the bike. Special beer. Oh. Beer fermented with Timefall wheat. Ah,
That might either be good or disgusting.
oh,
order assigned.
let's get out of here.
Wait, hang on.
I almost forgot. We have
We have things in the private locker that we need to deliver as well, so
grab this. Add it onto the bike.
we're leaving the ceramics here. We don't need to take the ceramics with us. Actually, wait. This area is hard to access.
Now you know what? We're taking the ceramics with us.
And then we'll store it in the distro center.
Better that way.
Because the distro center is like a central region.
We can easily transfer it to where it needs to be.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Time for us to go. First thing first, charge.
And we need to make a run for that structure way up there.
You see that, chat? See that structure way up there?
That looks like a giant fork. We need to
get there.
In order to get there, we have to cross through mule territory. Mules are going to be hiding due to the rain though, so maybe we can
Hacks the mule stuff while they're in hiding.
No, let's hex the mule stuff while they're in hiding.
Recommend. Recommend.
We'll take all of this.
All that's going to the weather station, huh? Can I put it on the bike?
I can't.
Alright,
in that case, just carry this on my back.
and
Oh wait,
hang on. I've got to turn off the music. Thank you, Hololive, for the music.
right, let's get out of here.
Before the mules realize what we're doing.
We're gonna drive right through there. You have a...
Fuck!
I want that.
I want that! Fuck!
Okay, okay, okay.
Okay, okay.
You see that blue thing?
We need that. We fucking need that. So let's see if we can sneak in. Hang on. 3,
No.
4.
Gordon glasses, Sam glasses.
No. Shit. I don't know if they're all in there.
They might all be in there.
If they're all in there, then this is going to get messy. Hello?
Oh yeah, they're all in there.
Fuck.
Goddamn.
How do I do this shit?
We're gonna have to go in guns blazing, aren't we?
Okay.
Now we go.
Kick.
And
Kick.
and
Kick.
and
Kick. And fucking kick. 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 We good?
we good? Okay, we're good.
We're good. Alright. Give me that. Alright, that's all we need.
We're not going to take anything else.
Let's get the fuck out of here. Come on. Come on. It's times like this I wish I had a...
Oh, you gotta be shitting me. Oh, they spotted me?
Really?
Okay, you know what? We're leaving.
We're leaving. We'll get on the bike and we're getting out of here.
Get on.
Go, 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 go!
Yeah.
So long, suckers! Ah,
Ooh.
give me that.
Is there an easier way to get over this mountain range?
Doesn't look like it, to be honest.
Maybe around that way?
Hopefully there's no BTs here.
There we go. That's a big one.
It's going to the collector. Have I maxed out the collector yet?
That's maxed out. It's the film director I haven't maxed out. Oops.
Oh, now I see all this shit for the Timefall farm.
Ah,
Do I want to go all the way back?
yeah, I should, shouldn't I? We're here. We have things to deliver.
I should take these and go back.
We'll go back. Don't worry about the fact that my bike is sparking. Should still be okay for a bit more.
It's for the weather station.
Give me that.
There we go.
Oh, there it is. I was wondering where it went. Give me that.
Right. Now we deliver this to the...
Timefall farm, and we'll
head back out again later.
What's that, by the way?
Is that another... That's another data shard.
Oh! Come here. Hi.
Oh, my equipment is getting ruined.
By the rain. Unfortunately, there's nothing I can do about it. Really? Can't drive through this? Well, fuck you too.
Oh, wow, they're camping in there.
Oh. I mean, like this. This is really helpful.
This one's for you. Thanks for the help. This one's for you. Thanks for the help.
Right.
there a Karo crystal nearby?
No? Oh, there it is. Hey, give me that.
There we go.
Come on. Back to the farm.
Beginning scan. Scanning Bridges ID. Verifying ID.
Hey, so I found some stuff outside. Could you take this off my hands, please? Happy deliveries. Little lost cargo. These are coming here.
And the rest of this we are delivering ourselves.
So don't entrust this.
Delivering cargo.
Always a pleasure, Sam. Was it a rough trip this time?
Hey,
I didn't
got a lot
even
of
make it
respect for
halfway
what you're
out.
doing. I want you to know that.
Everyone does. We all think you're just wonderful.
Thank you.
Just a simple delivery.
Well,
Going to be doing some stuff.
Right, these two grenades are destroyed.
I don't think we should run into any BTs on the way out.
So, I don't think I need to make some hermetic grenades here.
I don't want to make them here because this place doesn't have much.
Doesn't have much,
resources.
so I prefer to... Oops.
Damn.
What can I recycle?
Do I want to recycle these special alloys?
You know what? Let's recycle the ceramics. These small doses of ceramics.
Do I want to recycle the metal?
Yeah, recycle the metal as well. The special alloys, we are taking it with us. There are other places that need it. Okay. There we go. Now, things I'm carrying on my back.
I load it onto the bike? Yeesh.
Right. And now we go out again.
Hopefully we don't have to come back here again.
Let's go. We'll stop by that shelter on the way out.
Someone dropped ceramics here.
Oh. Who the hell dropped ceramics all the way out here?
You know, we'll deliver this to the wind farm. Actually, no, we'll deliver this to the distro center.
The distro center is a central location. Whoever this belongs to, be more likely to find it at the distro center.
What's my... Oh god, my bike is about to explode. I'm sure it'll be fine.
I'm sure I'll be fine. I'm sure my bike won't explode,
I'm sure it'll be okay.
right? Right, chat? Yeah, it's fine, it's fine. It'll be fine.
Stop by here.
Right. Everything is fine. Let's go.
Let's get refuel.
Thank you for the energy.
And now let's go.
Off my bike. Yeah, it's fine. More than fine. Hasn't dropped 1% since we're in the rain, so I'm sure I'll be okay.
How far?
How does the rain extend?
There we go.
Oh my god.
The entire region is raining right now.
Yeah.
There we go.
Let's get out of here. Oh fuck.
Yeah.
Come on. Give me that.
There we go.
Someone dropped a ladder.
Yeah. Come on.
Yep. Oh, there we go. Oh wait, no, that's the same ladder I saw. Someone somehow got the ladder underneath my safe house. I don't know how.
Oh well.
Ah, finally no more rain.
There we go.
Where's my bike? It's fine.
Although
I think we'll get back to the distro center and rest for a bit.
Scan and bridge weapons restrictions lifted.
Grab my packages, thank you.
Beginning scan. Scan and bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected.
Happy deliveries. Deliver lost cargo. A lot of lost cargo.
Do I want to store these here?
Why not? Yeah, we'll store them here.
Delivering cargo.
Thanks for coming. It means a lot. You really are incredible. I don't know how you do it.
Now this should max us out.
I swear, if this doesn't max us out, I'm gonna be so pissed.
I'm delivering so much shit. Yep. Thank you. Got some lost cargo as well.
Here, I got you something. Consider it an expression of my gratitude.
Thanks. I'll display that star proudly.
Well, what the fuck it does. I still don't know what it does.
At all.
Here's to you, Sam. Don't ever give up.
See you around.
Good work.
Let's share memory data.
I am a dog. You have my heartfelt gratitude.
That's sweet of you, Sam.
Coffee cup? Oh, coffee?
Thank you for your
Coffee? Bots?
There's a bot delivery for the wind farm. Resins and ceramics heading there. Do we want to head back to the wind farm just to deliver this?
Right now. Yeah, you know what? We're here. We're here. We'll do it.
Right.
We'll send the bot on a ceramic run to the lake.
Autonomous delivery bot.
And instead of going back to the distro center, we will store
Stuff here.
bunch of lightweight metals.
And special alloys, bola gun, special beer.
Place that in private locker.
Is there anything needed here?
They need some ceramics.
And special alloys, so you know what? We'll recycle these here.
Why not?
I forgot which.
Damage 76%.
Recycle. Yeah, we'll recycle the bola gun I'm using right now because it's about to break.
And then
we'll take this bola gun.
put it on my tool rack.
We'll take this standard order.
Deliver agricultural. Yeah, since we're here, we'll do it.
Less than 3%, 10 pieces of cargo.
Yep, we'll take it.
And also,
Please craft 2 hermetic grenades for me.
Thank you. Custom made tools. Automatic grenades attached to my suit. Attached to my suit. You know.
Thank you for your...
There's a safe house over there.
contribution.
Oh no.
We'll rest at the safe house nearby here.
The bike is about to explode, and yeah, we'll let the bike get some rest. We'll get some rest too.
Oh, now the ladder appeared.
Really?
Gotta stretch my legs.
Oh. Let's go. We're gonna rest in the private room.
Your work is great.
The bike definitely needs to be repaired.
Good morning, Sam. Blood collection complete. Thank you for your generosity.
Got mail, huh?
Skip. Someone else lost a companion cube. Let's try to see if we can track it down. Dodging water. Oh, enjoying. This. Always important to stay hydrated, Chan.
EX grenade number 0.
Let's see who I want to look for. I'll look for you. Now someone gave us a letter.
Oh, 2 people gave us letters that are their missions.
Oh, watch. I'll read those last. Temperature, humidity, meal time, chiral density, heart readings lately. Someone a BT or 2 in Port C? Power? Yeah, nothing useful here. Focus on delivery time. You know, stuff I'll improve it.
Blah 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 blah.
Blah 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 blah. You have more stamina.
Yeah.
Except for the burst.
Blah blah blah.
Blah 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 blah. Jones syndrome, and all that. Involved with some respect, maybe.
Semi Cars by name was all about self-driving cars.
But yes, me, a human hand always ought to be at the wheel, am I right?
Yeah, I don't trust
Putting a computer in control of my car. I'd rather drive my own car. I mean, sure, a computer can take over in emergencies, but otherwise I prefer, driving my own car. Hamamura Potter Chronicles, issue 1.
Wow, he's actually writing a magazine.
On the wall, just me fella.
Blah 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 blah
Blah blah blah, sandwiches. Blah 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 blah.
blah 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 blah. Yeah.
cube collecting hero.
Northwest Distribution Center, south of Lake North City.
Hit a distribution center.
Oh, the mule's got his companion cube.
Okay, yeah, I can do that. Give me my Timefall Porter.
It is a Timefall farm. Oh,
Oh, didn't we already have you here?
it's on its way back, but we have to make sure that we get some deliveries up to the Timefall farm. But don't worry, you'll get yours beer.
Bronze cup. The ancient world. Cups in general, ceramics at least. The fragile things. Blah blah blah.
Did he really put in an entry about
Ceramic cups. Chills to rebel and sponsor their masters. Oppressive policies. What?
tea that was in the ascendancy?
What? She creates a team this, helping to spark the American Revolution.
What?
What?
Coffee houses found popularity in the mid-17th century England, driving coffee culture, but in the mid-18th century, it was tea that was in the ascendancy.
Chose to rebel. They threw crates of tea.
I mean, I guess, yeah, that's
symbolic, you know, Boston Tea Party and all that, but,
that interesting, useless bit of information.
Soap bubble? Really? Waxing philosophical about soap bubble? There's no record of anyone ever having asked for a soap bubble to be delivered.
Yeah, no thank you. If you want a soap bubble, I won't deliver you a soap bubble. Instead, I'll just deliver you soap and you can make your own
fucking bubble.
Pepper interview, Timefall farmers.
Used to be an ecologist, blah 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 blah. Suggested boost agricultural, blah 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 blah. Take flight upgraders. Johnny Hire, blah 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 something to the soil, but the truth is I don't have a clue. Whatever good. They hadn't crossed our mind that Timefall could be used to help grow food. That idea was Emily, so credit where it's due. Alright. Maybe. Maybe? You okay, baby? Aw.
Hey there.
Aw. Silly baby. Now let us
eat food.
Green pie chat. Cheers. Yeah, skip. Skip. That was the last bit of coffee, so there's a lot of chocolate in there. Oh, stamina full already? Interesting. Well, that's jump scare that I thought I accidentally missed.
Okay.
But I guess we have to check out the jump scare. Yeah, hello? Monsters? Are you going to... What are you going to do? Is that the beach? That's the beach. Yep, that's the beach. That's nice. How about we close the door before something jumps at us? Oh. Okay. Oh, that wasn't as scary as I thought it'd be. Terrifying for people who are scared of the ocean though, but I'm not that scared of the ocean actually. So just seeing a whale come out of the darkness, that didn't scare me that much.
I need to check the manual for something. Placing smoke.
Switching pages.
Securing cargo using strands. Wait, what? You can use strands to secure cargo to carriers, trucks,
etc.
Equip a strand, hold and prepare it, and then to secure cargo.
Huh? Really?
I need to try that if we're ever carrying too much cargo.
Avoiding using a balance.
Yeah, we already know that.
Scanner and detector. ET warning.
Enemy scanner, please try sending a ping of you on the exact same moment, okay?
UV pod in water.
How long is submersion?
This I don't get. Babies love water. Why? How does submerging baby in water stress them out?
I don't get it. People only learn to be scared of water once they grow up.
And your babies, they love water. Realize when it causes baby to become excited. Counter meals of BTs. Did any BTs or BBs excited? See anyone while walking? Alright.
You may encounter souls of other players in the scene. Touching them strengthens your connection. Enabling you to share more items. Be sure to connect with as many as you can.
Really?
Oh, if I die, I can touch other players' souls?
Oh, I didn't know that.
When humans other than Sam come into contact with B teams. A large scale void, because if this happens, you need to find the blackened. Push your Sam to just around the same approach it. Rewind time and try again for your most recent save data. To find it, follow the golden thread or strand.
So yeah.
If any other human dies and explodes,
and
I have no choice but to rewind time.
Unfortunate. Corpses left unincinerated can cause large-scale void-outs. Rewind time. Blackened Sam's location is marked with a golden color strand. The corpse that caused a lot will disappear and you can continue the game. Interesting.
So, if a body dies and... if a person dies and causes a void out, and we are unable to prevent it, even if we reload a save that was after the body was created, the body will just disappear anyway.
How nice of them. Weather forecast? Yeah.
Sometimes Timefall will just wanna
See how long you've got away.
infiltrating Mule Camp.
Highland cargo. Makes it hard to hide. We know that. Can be used to create a hologram.
When you're undetectable. Okay. Stealing vehicles.
Right, that's fine. We already know that.
Will drain your endurance. Keep be careful. Still possible you keep holding your breath.
Or porters. You not steal people's cargo, do not pose a threat? Okay.
Porter's delivery routes. If all meals in an area to eliminate.
Started making deliveries in the area. The porters of this way should have become dangerous.
Useful always eventually come back though, so. Water evaluations.
Interest cargo. Reattending a standard order.
Supply request standard orders.
Supply requests. What's our equipment? You know about that?
Keep flat. Fog preserve cargo.
You know about that? Losing cargo you picked up. Yeah, we know that. PC2.
We know all those. Any structures built on ground set aside for road reconstruction will be dismantled when the road is rebuilt. None of the resources used to build will be returned you likes by way of compensation.
Interesting. Okay, matters. Upgrading structures. Boost durability. In all of those.
Claiming materials from facilities.
Facility stores. Roads.
We don't worry about those. Overloading your bike.
Battery consumption. Increased battery consumption. Repairing vehicles.
Storing vehicle in garage.
Floating characters?
I don't use floating carriers.
Fuck that shit. Equipment HUD. Utility pouches. You're also storing cryptobiotes, interesting. Active skeleton effect?
We almost never run out of batteries for a skeleton.
Summon the enemy event. Banners and medals.
I don't care about those.
Firing range, recycling.
We don't care about that.
Changing states of room color.
Items acquired in private rooms.
Storing private locker. Jumping with fragile. Do we know about those? Timefall. Changing the forecast time.
Do we know about that?
Witchling scream, we know about that.
There's a resting. Resting near a can will increase the speed.
More players diverse against what bigger the can will grow.
Reflecting online information. For changes reflected online.
Oh, 15-30 minutes?
Okay. Checking all the show players was may fail to appear.
Normal.
Right.
Oh. Right, let's get out of here. Gonna make a delivery to the farm.
Okay, here's something I want to check out. Stranding. How do I secure?
Can I?
No?
No. I don't know what the securing thing does then.
Oh well.
Right. Also weather. Still raining. Okay. That means we'll have a straight shot and I don't have to worry about needles. Let's go. Ah, fucking. Come on, get off the rock. Someone dropped the ball again.
Oh,
Hang on. I want to go down.
this way. Okay. I'll pick it up.
Pick it up and deliver it. Patience, patience. Just going to grab this thing.
Give me that.
Right.
There we go.
Right. Let's get out of here. Stop by here for a second.
And... Right, let's go. Oh shit. There's a data shard in there. Fuck!
Shit.
That's annoying.
Okay, hang on. We want to get the data shard over here. wonder if I can sneak in. The fact that it's raining would help me sneak in, actually.
Okay, all facing the other way.
Good. In that case,
let me prepare a strand.
Don't turn around. Don't turn around. Do not turn around. Do not turn around.
And bondage! Oh shit!
Oh shit! Hang on.
Oh shit!
Oh shit!
Oh fuck! Oh god!
Fuck! Fuck, 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 fuck!
Fuck, 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 fuck!
Kick! And... Oh! Fuck!
Yeah!
Fuck you!
Fuck you too! Oh god, I missed!
Fuck you! Punch!
Yeah!
Kick!
Come on!
Come on!
Huh? What are you doing just standing there?
There you go.
Assholes! Ugh.
Can't believe they spotted me.
Why is there a ladder heading upstairs? Is there anything up there? Oh shit!
No, fuck you! Is there anything up there? No, it's just a way for us to sneak around, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a way for us to sneak around.
Yeah, it doesn't matter then.
Let's get out of here. Give me that.
Put on the footwear.
These boots are about to shatter, so we'll just take them with us. That, and that, and do that, and that.
Right.
Let's get out of here before anything else happens.
This ladder belonged to someone.
Oh,
Someone, they stole it.
oh. Right. Pile it onto the bike. Let's get out of here. Give me that.
Oh, god damn it! Fucking... Okay, you know what? Hang on a second. Is there a way for me to change that context sensitive button? Because that is really annoying. I'm actually getting annoyed by that.
Hang on.
Key assignments.
Oh.
Terminal. Cargo. Use this one. Okay, so these two buttons share the same fucking...
Okay, we're going to change one of them.
What can we change this to?
Change that.
That is so much better.
Someone dropped a ladder.
Hi. It's in charge.
What?
Really?
Someone really going to come chasing after me because...
It's raining.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo verified. Thank you.
Happy deliveries. Requested cargo. Here you go.
Delivering cargo.
It's so kind of you to come and see us again.
Well, I'll be. This sure doesn't look like cargo that you carted all over the place.
It's incredible. Honestly, Sam, I don't know how you do it.
Happy deliveries. We'll always strive for customer satisfaction, no matter what. In fact, I've never had to satisfy two customers at the same time. It's the first for me. Timefall farmer.
Alright.
Environmental scientist. Okay. Okay. Alright.
Oh, before I forget, there's something we want you to have.
Oh?
Is it more ceramics?
Yeah, more ceramics.
Wait, metals? We have so much metals though.
Hang on a second.
Put that on the bike and we'll see about
Take care of yourself, Sam.
maybe
Come back again.
recycling some of them.
You'll always be welcome here.
Good work.
Let's see here. Yeah, we'll just recycle all of them. Why not? The only thing over is the metals, right?
Yeah. But
Just recycle until max for now. Confirmed. Please recycle this for me. Thank you.
Delivering
there's some lost cargo here.
2 letters and a bowler gun. Well, I don't know who these belong to, but just gonna start on here.
delivering cargo.
Alright. Is there anything else we need to recycle?
This is about to explode.
Explode, so get rid of that. The PPC is about to explode, get rid of that. Everything else is good. Fabricate a PPC for me, please. Thank you. Alright. Confirm. Put these two.
Actually, Omni Reflector boots we're taking with us.
The ladder, put it into private locker. And last but not least, memory chip data.
The Great Deliverer does it again. Much obliged.
No problem. Wonderful.
That's a bike, isn't it? Alright, there's no more orders to be taken from here, so
Now we go back to the wind farm.
not the wind farm.
The weather station. Is the rain here ever gonna stop? I wonder. Hello, Mr. Hamster. Are you from Hamtaro's crew? Or someone else? Hehe. Like that. Give me that. Oh shit. You're getting your friends up. Okay, time for us to leave. gonna go back to that weather station up ahead and then from there continue on back to the distro center.
There we go. Nice. There we go.
Oh, this is so much easier ever since I changed the buttons.
There we go.
I can just hold the button and wait for it to activate on its own. That's so much simpler and more convenient.
There we go.
Give me that.
There we go.
And that too.
There we go.
Alright, let's get out of here. Oops. Someone just dropped that. That's new. That wasn't here before. Well, drop it off at the... No, we're not gonna drop it at the station. We're going to go back to the distro center. Whoever this belongs to is more likely to find it there.
Beginning scan. Scanning Bridges ID. Verifying IDs. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until
RP deliveries.
all clear.
You know, technically we're not here to deliver anything. We're here to pick up, This is in ceramics.
Really? They just introduced us now. Okay, you know what?
Fuck this shit. I'm not gonna do this. Send the bot over.
Deploying autonomous
I don't want to go all the way fuck back there. The bot will handle it. We're gonna go back to the fucking
Distribution center. And now, special pier. Load that onto the bike.
This music we're taking with us.
Right, let's get out of here. Wait, no, one more thing we have to check. Anything going to the distro center? Yes. Like that. The rest doesn't matter. Right. Now we go. We've been out for so long. Let's get out of here. Be nice to get back to the distro center. Fuck. Get out of the way, fucking. God damn it. God. Yeah. Get out of the fucking. There we go. as usual. This place is always raining.
Kylon!
Kylon! Kinda like this.
This one's for you.
Oh, come on.
Finally.
Thank you for the generator.
This is helpful.
Still going? Yep, still going. We're still here.
And I just found your generator. Oh god damn it! Stop!
There we go.
I changed the
button to collect power crystals and bugs from the bike to something else, so no longer context sensitive, sharing the same button.
It's so much better now. I'll stop here real quick for repairing.
And also,
I managed to get the jump scare that I was missing. So I was there. I
don't know why it seemed random this time.
Every time while we were trying to meet up, every time I went into a home, the jump scare was there, but for some reason, now it seems to be random. I don't know why.
From you?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Kylon, for the likes.
I appreciate it. That is going to the film director, and we want to try to make sure we get things for the film director.
Okay.
Let's go and grab that real quick. I'll also grab the special alloy. Thank you.
I might take a short detour out to the film director, but we'll see where the
story quest wants us to go.
Oh, come on,
get up.
Right on.
Beginning scan. Scanning Bridges ID. Verifying ID. Decontaminating sewers. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Alright. Might be deliveries. Requested cargo and lost cargo. Yeah.
I just got to the Time Vault farm.
I got there.
Left, went back because there was a delivery heading towards the Time Vault farm.
And yeah.
Everything all right?
Now I just got back from
I gotta hand it to
the Time Vault farm to the distro center.
Not many guys out there can do what you do.
Yeah, you can see the route I just took to deliver beer.
I went out of the Time Vault farm, picked up something to deliver to the Time Vault farm, went back, and then went
back out again. So yeah.
Nice. Maxed out the distro center.
Perfect. Eco color data. Oh. I'll take it. See how far you are in the story. 2 and 1.
You can see it in my
status. I assume you see it in my status somewhere.
Oh yeah, I got something for you. Hope you find a use for it.
Hey, son of a gun, you've been. Got another star.
Oh, I was wondering when it was gonna go to the second row.
Guess we've reached the second row now.
No shame in taking a break from time to time.
Good work.
Alright, there's some lost cargo.
We are not gonna deliver the film director's cargo because I think we might
Deliver it ourselves. Here's your Mesa gun. And now recycle.
some special alloys.
Here you go. Anything I want to recycle from here? Yes, I'll recycle this. Confirm. Yeah, get the fuck out of here. No private locker. Well, place this in a private locker. Now let's see. Where does the story want us to go?
To the junk dealer. It's actually close to... Okay, what is that sound?
It sounds
weird. That I've been hearing that sound. I've heard this sound twice.
No, and I don't know what's causing it.
But all the bots are currently out for delivery.
And this order for Sam is a time limit.
Okay, we're just gonna do this tablet delivery to the film director first.
And then
we'll come back and grab the urgent order.
To the junk dealer.
I don't know why a component delivery to the junk dealer is
Urgent, but I'm not gonna question it. I'm just going to do this first. Fragile cargo. Can be destroyed very easily. Okay.
Oh, that kind of tablet.
Okay. For giving an iPad.
No problem. We will put that on our bike. The durability is low.
You know what?
I'm gonna store my vehicle and
Kylan will use your bike. Your
bikes are colored after Akira, isn't it?
Kylan. Because this color scheme, it's red and black, Akira colors. Those are Akira colors, aren't they? I look at your colors and I'm like,
That's definitely Akira.
this shows way to make it visible on the horizon.
Aha.
Sure, definitely not coloring it after Akira or anything.
Vehicle ready. Thank you for your contribution.
Alright, anything heading out to the film director?
Instead of going to the weather station, but we're not going back there. We just came down from there.
Right.
Let's get out of here. Should be a straight shot to the film director.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
And the stuff for the film director has respawned.
So, I'll grab these.
There we go.
Oh, come on. Grab it.
Whole bunch of special alloys over there.
I don't think I care about this. I've already maxed out the collector, so I'm not gonna bother about it. Right. Go onto the bike. Okay, let's go.
Was taking his orders and flinging his stuff over.
All over the place. Yeah, you would think that he would stop, you know, trusting whoever is throwing his stuff everywhere, but no.
Just keep fucking. That is beyond the limit of. Nah, I'm not gonna risk it.
Just go around. We're here to make a delivery, so we'll just focus on making the delivery.
Oh, we'll check this. Wait, no, we're not gonna check it.
I don't know if I cancelled it, but oh well. We're going. Hang on, have I maxed out the weather station? Yes, I have.
Well, the only place I haven't maxed out yet is the
Farm,
film director and
the lake.
There we go.
Got it. Sometimes film director stuff will spawn out here.
There we go.
Hello? Any film director stuff?
yep, there's one.
That's a big one.
Any more film director stuff?
There we go.
I technically don't need this bridge here.
You know what?
Going to dismantle this bridge.
This bitch actually gets in the way.
I mean, obstacle detected on top of structure.
There's nothing there. Yeah, we'll dismantle it once we... Oh god damn it. Oh fucking... It's stupid how we can accidentally walk on top of our bike and slip off.
Keep on keeping on. Beginning safe travels. Sam Bridges ID. Hey, Sam Bridges. Verifying ID.
Happy deliveries.
Weapons detected.
Now can I dismantle that bridge?
Yes, thank you.
All weapons will be locked until departure.
Deliver. Requested cargo and lost cargo. Here you go. Your stuff was scattered all over the plateau. I hope you know that.
Delivering cargo.
You really are a good guy, Sam. This is in great shape. Excellent work.
Right, give me them likes.
Sadly, I couldn't premium delivery that.
Oh. Sam sunglasses, wolf gray. Okay. I doubt I'll be able to max it with this run. Maybe the next one.
Yeah, halfway.
Not good enough.
But next cargo run we do for him, we should be able to max it.
So, yeah. No rush though.
Safe travels, Sam.
You
Hey,
too?
try not to die.
Good work.
You know I can't die, right?
Available.
Any orders?
Right, we're not gonna do that.
Signed a movie star? No, we're not gonna do that.
Yeah, nothing to take from here. Why is there so much cargo here?
Where is all this cargo coming from? We'll claim that and recycle that. We'll claim and recycle that too. Recycle these two, please. It's like your FedEx delivery guy doesn't bother to complete. Your FedEx delivery guy just throws things off the cliff and scatters stuff everywhere. And then someone else has to come and get it.
Thank you for your continued support.
Right.
Thank you for your contribution.
I wonder why the person put this ladder over here.
Doesn't seem like it would lead anywhere, would it?
Thanks for that, Sam.
Safe travels.
Also, this timefall shelter is useless.
Look at it!
I'm going to fucking delete that timefall shelter.
Get rid of that useless thing.
Beginning scan. Scanning Bridges ID. Verifying ID.
Let's get back.
Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure.
Pretty close. Always have to go to pick up point.
Sam Porter Bridges. Weapons restrictions lifted.
Well, I don't understand how it's that bad.
In the US. Well, yeah, wait, that doesn't happen. Like at all. It's usually quite easy for us to get our stuff
That's a big one.
delivered directly to us. Give me that.
Nice.
Oh! Whatever I do. Right, let's get out of here.
Charge and
Go! Bye-bye, motherfuckers. Yeah. That too.
Beginning scan. Scanning Bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. Decontaminating sewers. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Right. Thank you for the bike island, although
Thanks for
I'm
the
gonna
help.
keep using it.
Today's a good day.
We'll complete the story
This one's
quest
for
with
you.
it.
Thanks for the help. Today's a good day.
we received a like from a local porter.
Really? I wonder what got liked for. Oh,
Well, a bot is completed delivery, alright.
resins and ceramics delivered to the capital.
Well, I keep calling it capital, but technically that's the biggest city in
This side of the country. It's very slowly inching closer to maxing it. Gonna take for fucking ever.
right. Pesticides being delivered to the farm.
Metal and ceramics to the weather station. Only going to the farm again for a while, so. Yeah, well, we'll get the bot to deliver this to the farm. Off you go, bot.
It doesn't seem like it's stable.
Looks so top heavy, doesn't it?
Standard orders.
It's all fine. Right, now we need to do this.
Before we do it, let's
check on our equipment. Our ladders are about to break down. Our climbing anchor's breaking down.
Grenades are okay. Boulder gun is breaking down. Power skeleton is literally about to explode.
So, recycle all those.
Thank you for your continued support.
Anything in the shared cargo I can use?
Just some container repair sprays and a power skeleton level 1. That's...
Not what I need.
I do need this.
I'll take these from you guys and recycle them again. Thank you. Alright. Fabricate equipment for me. Get me 3 ladders. 1 climbing anchor.
I don't need PPCs.
Give me a bowler gun. And
I need a skeleton.
all skeleton silver. Level 3. Thank you. Equip this. Bowler gun. On my tool rack. The rest all good.
You know, since we unlocked the Timefall shelter, I don't need to carry repair sprays anymore.
Because the Timefall shelters will repair everything.
Alright, let's
get the briefing for this.
Heads up, Sam. This junk dealer's probably going to give you a hard time. He's got a rep for demanding the impossible and lodging complaints when folks don't come through. As usual, he wants a bunch of scrap, and he wants it ASAP, for whatever reason. According to Fragile's records, he's nothing but trouble. Doubt he'll treat you any better than he treated her, but I want you to do your best for him, regardless. If you're gonna meet his deadline, you'll have to move fast. But don't take unnecessary risks and endanger yourself or your cargo. Oh, and if you're wondering why we don't just tell this guy to go to hell, we can't. Fact is, we need his shelter if we're going to push ahead with expanding the network.
Really?
So, we've got to get on his good side. Easier said than done, considering how little interest he's shown in joining the UCA. But be nice, and if nothing else, try to get him to contract with us.
Alright.
Let's see, meals.
Rough terrain and falling off the ledge. Okay, that's fine.
45 minutes delivery time, that's easy enough.
Unwanted machine parts. Alright. Yeah, sure. Why not? Sounds easy enough. We'll keep using your bike for now. Load up and let's go.
Thank you for your contribution.
Gonna have to ride your bike hard, Kylan. I'm sure you don't mind, right?
Have a pleasant journey.
Sam, it's Fragile.
Huh?
Though he calls himself a junk dealer now, your client used to work in comms as a repairman. Could fix anything, from simple wireless terminals to integral parts of the civic network. He was a good man, a pleasure to deal with. But after the attack near South Knot City, he changed. Not that I blame him. We gave him plenty of reason to distrust us.
Okay. Interesting. They became a recluse after the explosion. Or specifically the nuke. Scratch. Kinda late for that. Kinda late for that. Don't worry though. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Oh, just a little bit of spit shine won't hurt. We'll fix it up. Don't worry. So, oh, got her. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It'll be fine. Fine. Oh wow. There's someone dropped something over there. Fine, grab it. Oh god. What is with this awful terrain? How the hell did you drop something here? OMG, the suspension is broken. The suspension is always broken. Don't worry about it. Right, let's see. Where's our objective? There. Have a height, please? Let's go. Oh. Why did I use blood bags here? Are there BTs up ahead? But I don't. I didn't see any BT warnings heading towards the junk dealer. Is that another hot spring? There's another hot spring, isn't it? Hang on. It is another hot spring. I'll come back here and chill once we've delivered the goods. I might encounter a slight problem though. I need to find a generator. There. No wait, that's across the fucking rocks. There maybe? Might run out of... Oh, okay, there's a generator. Let's go. Just get over the rock. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. If I can handle it.
There we go.
Is there a reason why someone built a tower? Oh, that's why. Wait, where? Where? Where the fuck? Okay, hang on. Okay, so the BTs are that way, so well, you know. Fuck. Crater Lake. What?
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Fragile express ID.
What?
Weapons
What's with all that?
All weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo verified. Thank you.
Oh,
Well, we'll deal with that in a moment.
happy deliveries. Hello. Can I help? Requested all components.
Delivering cargo.
I'm still in chapter 3.
God, this game is gonna take ages to... That is... What?
Wait.
What?
What?
What the fuck? Why does it seem like it's gonna be a jump scare?
Oh,
Long time gone, my girl. All because of some terrorist nut jobs. And their buddies at Fragile fucking Express. Not to mention the Bridges assholes who had to go and kick the hornet's nest.
Oh,
Whatever. Let's see the goods.
so that's why
You
he
make
hates
good time.
us.
Like you're supposed to. That's your job, isn't it?
How long have we been going for? Oh my god, 10 hours. We might end the stream within the next hour. We'll see what we can do in the next hour. Let's see. Not enough to join the network, huh? That's annoying. He's gonna ask us to do something, isn't he?
As far as I'm concerned, all you porters are no better than terrorists.
What?
And nothing you say will convince me otherwise.
Then why are you telling us to deliver shit?
And fuck off.
Well, okay then. Something tells me that if we want to win him over, we need to figure out what really happened to that woman in the hologram.
I assume she got
died
nuked.
in the attack. But we checked South Knot City's records, and there's no death certificate for a woman matching her description. Which is why I asked Fragile to look into it.
Oh?
Hey, Sam. I was looking through my old client database on the off chance I might find our mystery woman. And wouldn't you know it, a pretty close match popped up. Facial and voice. She's still alive.
What?
Our junk dealer's grieving for nothing. I doubt he'll take our word for it, though. Hang on. He just posted another order.
What?
Probably just trying to push our buttons. May as well check the delivery terminal and see what he wants.
So he calls us terrorists and yet he tells us to deliver shit for him.
Please access delivery.
What do you want?
Collect all components from
an area that has BTs, huh? Oh, I'll check that in a minute.
Put those in a private locker for now.
I want to check
What's all this?
was cargo. Crater Lake?
Crater Lake? What kind of crater is ideal?
Pick the cargo up and take it to the nearest lake?
Eh? What do I do with this? Take it to the nearest Crater Lake.
It's a lake to the south.
That lake? What happens when we get there?
Am I supposed to just throw it into the lake?
Question mark? Yeah, I'll see. Okay, But the delivery he's trying to tell us to take.
Takes us by the Crater Lake, doesn't it?
Is that the Crater Lake that I'm supposed to go to?
If we're going in the same direction, we might as well just grab
this. What's the briefing?
Our favorite junk dealer is at it again. He wants us to scavenge scrap and other materials from ruins outside South Knot City. The order calls for no less than 60 kilos, but the more the better, he says. The ruins are part of an old section of South Knot that was destroyed in a terrorist attack. BT activity is still regularly confirmed. In short, he's asking you to risk your neck for a back-breaking heap of junk. Asshole. Make sure you're well prepared.
Okay, I think I should be good.
Check out my equipment.
Maybe I should have bought more hematic grenades,
To be honest.
but nothing I can do about it now. I have ladders and PPC and a climbing anchor, so that might help a little bit.
Alright, we'll take it. $60 kilos of all components. It's in the BT area. Accept order.
Right.
Let's go.
Order assigned.
Just had to give yourself a challenge,
What? Wait, did more of those spawn?
I felt like I could have sworn I picked everything up. Well, those just spawned, didn't they?
Right.
Time to go.
Bike is low energy though, so
We'll want to stop by the generator to recharge.
and
Fuck. There we go.
Yeah.
okay, this is risky, but we have to.
Go close to wherever that rain is and
Get the charge from the generator.
yep, I know. Come on.
Inch closer.
Okay.
Now, which way do we take to Crater Lake?
There are two ways we could go. We could go this way, or we could go that way. The rain isn't leaving.
Let's try to go this way.
See if that's clear. Did I put a generator near BTs on purpose?
I have no clue, but
I'll take it.
right, see.
Right.
We need to go straight over that hill.
Hopefully it's clear. Because it's constantly raining, we're not going to go all our way to collect Kyrillium.
We need our equipment to
Be functional.
where we're going. Alright.
Right, so here's the crater lake. Right, here we are.
Now what?
Throwing cargo.
Oh god.
Really?
Really? We just have to throw cargo?
To throw all of this one by one?
Yeah.
We're literally disposing of this dangerous stuff into the water.
Oh well.
I'm not gonna question it.
Yeah. Right, last one.
I'll leave.
Yeah.
Right.
That should do it.
Now,
Let's see here.
I have to go here.
Well,
Here comes the BTs.
uh,
I don't know where to park the car.
where am I even supposed to go?
There's no way how I'm gonna be able to bum rush this.
Damn it.
Um,
Give me a second.
Can I build a...
Shelter here outside of the network.
No car, no carriage.
Damn.
So...
Yeah, I have no choice but to just go in.
Why am I seeing a boundary here? Two of them.
Okay, those two are too close. Let's
Deal with them. Right. Really more?
Right, let's try to get
Closer.
Oh shit. I want to hide your bike somewhere where there's
Cover, but there's nothing with cover here. Where Is he? I don't see him.
Wait, is that an enemy?
That's an enemy. There's no shelter here, is there? Just gonna have to go through.
I have no choice. Let's go.
Where the fuck? Fuck you. There's something there.
Yep, we see you.
I see you. Fuck you. Shit, I only have one grenade left.
Oh god.
There's so much of them.
Oh god damn it.
BB, now's not the time.
Now is not the time.
BB,
Now's not the time. I got one.
Fuck. I only have one left. Shit.
Keep it cool.
Junk dealer.
Junk dealer.
Junk dealer, junk dealer.
God fucking.
Damn it. Oh fuck.
How am I supposed to get in? Get out?
With so much shit around me. Fuck you!
Fucking. No, fucking.
Leave me alone.
Okay, this is.
Covered.
That I don't care about.
Is there something here?
No. This area is.
Clear. I have 60 kilograms.
Still a lot more though.
Okay, we'll try to see if we can park the bike here. We can park the bike here, then we're not worried about the bike breaking down.
And I can.
Set off from this place safely.
Okay, that's fine, that's far away.
Come on. Phew. Okay. This place will keep the bike safe for now. How's the bike?
Durability 9%.
Oh boy. Well,
Load that into the bike.
Load that into the bike.
I only have one
Grenade left. Fuck, this isn't good.
But at the very least, your bike won't explode.
Oh yeah. I'll leave it here.
Yeah, stay right there.
I'll be back.
Easy now.
Actually, hang on a second. Hang on a second, I have an idea.
Okay, wait right here.
This seems to be a safe spot.
Come on! Hey, hey!
Oh, damn. Ah,
Do I keep going or do I try to...
go for more. All components, all components. Okay, chat.
Chad, you can tell me this. What do I gain if I were to collect everything?
You can tell me this.
Do I gain something special if I collect everything? Or...
Just more rep with the asshole. I've enough cargo to meet the minimum requirement now.
And we can pull out. I just don't know if
Getting more would, give me more. Oh, well, give me something important.
I could always pull back, go to the film director.
And then come back.
The film director will allow me to manufacture
components. You know what? Okay. Just because I want to make sure I have everything.
Pull out.
And go back to the film director.
But you're almost ruined by timefall.
Yep. I know. Get out of here. Get back to the director.
And we'll stop at the
hot spring to rest up after we visit the film director.
There we go. Just a bit further now. Nice.
Yeah. More ETs. I know.
Avoiding them.
Isn't everything your time?
Going to be time code to shit. We've been waiting for so long.
Kinda. A little bit, but
it's fine. I don't mind if the cargo boxes themselves are broken.
It's fine. We're gonna be using the film director to grab materials and stuff.
And then we'll repair your bike over there.
And we'll rest at the pool. That's what we're gonna do.
This will allow us to grab everything from
that mission.
Nice.
Safe travels. Keep on keeping on.
Right.
Beginning safe travels. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear.
We'll stop here first.
All weapons will be locked until departure. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
What?
Someone dropped cargo here.
Really? Yeah, we're not going to deal with this right now.
Okay, let's see.
Recycle that, recycle that. Ladders are fine.
EPC is breaking, bola gun is fine.
Pneumatic grenades are almost broken and it's technically...
Barely. holding together anyway, so
Get rid of that. Paul skeleton is fine.
recycle all those. Okay, we're gonna have to craft a whole bunch of grenades to take with us. Hi, Mitchell. Mac and cheese? Yeah, and mac and cheese earlier before we started.
Delivering cargo.
Okay, I was wondering what mission we were going to do, or whether we were going to just do some
Grinding, but
apparently this one mission is going to take up the entirety of the remainder of the stream.
so, yeah. Well, that's what we're gonna be doing. Fabricate. Hematics.
We're going to
Craft a whole bunch of hematics.
attach to suit.
Attach to suit. Carry on back. There we go.
We are going to leave the bowler gun. No, we're taking the bowler gun with us.
Yeah, no, we're taking everything with us. It's fine.
And just in case, we're also going to
Fabricate a blood bag.
where's the blood bag?
Here it is, blood bag.
One blood bag.
Confirm. Placing detail pouch. There we go.
Right.
Thank you for
Okay,
your
let's get out of here.
contribution.
Good, right? Yeah,
Yeah, it was
good. I need to. Well, I still need to practice how
well, I need to improve stuff with the recipe. I need
to get some.
breadcrumbs. I need to get some ham, and I need to add more cheese. But
I posted pictures on my Discord, and it was really nice. I really liked it.
right,
Okay.
put
Kylon's bike into the garage.
because Kylon's bike is due for
Repair.
Storing vehicle.
Just realized timing melts your gear too. Imagine you break out.
bowler gun and damn thing like snaps in half.
Yeah, that can happen.
Hopefully that won't happen though.
Okay, let's. Let's relax here in the hot springs.
It was all close with salt water.
Tell nearby trailer. What is things like facilitate bowel movements?
What? Don't you need to pause soon? We have an hour and a half to go.
Before I have to pause the war. So we are going to keep going until
Well, we're going to try to finish this mission,
I finish this mission.
and then we'll call it a stream.
This is the last mission we're gonna do. Aww. Aw, little baby. Was it prevent you from beating during Timefall? I have no clue. I didn't try last time we come through here because we were in a mission and it was time falling.
Nice one.
When does Sam start singing? I tried for a bit.
I don't know, but I'm not going to wait around for it.
We're on a mission right now. So we're going to complete the mission first.
Okay, time to retrieve the bike.
Thank you for servicing Kylon's bike for me.
Vehicle ready.
is a really good safe house.
Right,
What's on my back?
right.
We're gonna drive back to the asshole's base.
And we're gonna do something while we're at the asshole's base.
Like that? Don't forget you like your bike too?
Oh yeah, I do.
I definitely like your bike. I really liked it, but
I can like it again. Well, I'll like it while I'm at the asshole's base.
come on. Okay.
Beginning scan. Scanning
We'll camp here for a little bit.
Express ID verified. Weapons detected. All weapons.
Oh, I've already liked it.
Eh? Why reset back the game?
Porter Bridges.
Maybe it's because you haven't started playing yet.
And takes a while for
That's right. Let's just sit here for a second and meditate.
And I need to wait until it gets updated on your end, then...
you receive my likes, then your bike will be fully liked, so you
Alright, so...
right. We're going to get the baby to be excited, and this is gonna help us. And people's really stupidly don't know about, huh? Something wrong?
Are you okay, Panzer?
Everything okay?
You gonna get more food?
What? Right now? At 3:30 in the morning? Okay, enjoy your food.
While we're here resting, I'm going to make sure to drink lots of water.
Because where we're going, we're definitely gonna need it. Feel free to let us know what you're having.
Right. It looks like the baby is
Done?
stand up.
Check on BB. Suit BB.
It's all good. It's all good.
Gonna fill up BB's happiness meter. And we're gonna go in. Right. Now we go.
Oh, the bike lights got updated.
You're gonna be even better with food. Hi.
Okay, enjoy your food.
Who eats a burger at 3 in the morning? We do.
Or at the very least, we used to be able to get Rumley Burger.
Ungodly hours at night.
Alright, we're going to...
Follow the strat that we give out. I'm going to park Kyla's bike underneath the overpass, so Kyla's bike will be safe on the rain.
We'll leave Kylan's bike behind as sort of like a...
place we can retreat to and drop off the stuff. So let's go.
There's even a data shard here.
We need to get the data shard as well.
Right.
That's why we took our time to get BB happy.
Data shard that way, bunch of stuff that way.
Let's go. Die, motherfucker. That's so hard.
I wonder if we can avoid
Killing him. Save grenades. That guy we should kill. He's too close. Give me that Peter shard, thank you. Shit.
shit. Okay, that is a...
There's a small enemy. And you realize that?
Oh, god damn it.
Come on, get off me. Get the fuck off me, bitch. Right.
Alright. Another component for the junk dealer.
I'm gonna drop this off at the bike before we could proceed.
Oh shit, I just realized something. We left all of the stuff in the
shelter.
Fuck. Okay, it's fine. It's safe in the shelter.
You can go and pick it up later. Let's see. BB's no longer inside this ship. BB loses sight. And then so quickly. I swear. There's a fat one guarding this.
Oh, maybe I can get close enough to pick it up.
And sneak close, pick it up,
and
back off. Okay. Okay, the rest are across the way that way. Okay.
Let's put this back on the bike first.
Before we cross the open area.
I'm surprised I'm seeing other people's
footprints here. Right. We're on a bike. There we go. Right. There's more that way, so let's go. That's fine. I had to use all of my Metal Gear Solid skills to get through here. BG somewhere around here. Be ready.
Surprised at how little junk material I'm seeing.
If there's more, I'm not seeing it in my radar pings. There's something here.
Oh god!
Oh, fuck you!
Okay, that's a giant.
That is a giant! One more? One more! He's still alive. Fuck.
Okay.
More. Fuck you. Really? Fuck you. How much grenades do you take? Okay, that took a lot of grenades. Oh, so this is what you mean, Kylon? A monster drops so much chiralium. Yes, well, what are you getting?
What do you get?
What are you eating?
Okay, scan. I'm not seeing any more components.
Are you? There's just ceramics. That's I think going to the Timefall farm, but fuck that shit.
I'm not gonna get that. Looks like this is the last one.
Okay, we'll grab this and we get out. If there's more, I'm not seeing it anywhere. Let's get out of here. Ghost spirit, yeah, this did your fucking ghost. Fucking ghost things. All I can do is throw my blood at them. Earlier today, the kitchen got me some fried chicken. Ooh, fried chicken. I love fried chicken. Enjoy fried chicken. Mac and cheese, please. Oh, you want more? Sorry, my mac and cheese. You can see it in the Discord.
Alternatively, once we're done
with this and we're safe,
we can talk.
Yes, once we're safe in a safe house. Put this on the bike.
Put the bike on the bike as well.
I'll be dismantling those. Anything on the bike is gonna be dismantled. That's also gonna be dismantled.
Right.
Let's get out of here before anything else happens. And now we need to go and grab the stuff we accidentally left behind at the safe house. So let's go do that.
Film director. Oh, that's good.
We want that.
There we go.
Pop it down along the way. Come on. Come on.
Don't worry, Kylon.
Don't worry. Yep, I can take all of the rocking about, right, Kylon? Sure, your bike can take it. All the crashing and smashing over the rocks. Going to make salmon for lunch. Ooh, salmon.
Grilled salmon or
Salmon sashimi.
probably not salmon sashimi, huh?
Put down the bike. Your poor bike? Ah, it's fine. It's the Akira bike. Can take it.
Yes, chat. This is Kylan's bike.
I left my bike at home, and because my bike needed to be repaired, so I'm using Carla's bike. Teehee. Come on, get up there. Right. We're back.
Someone left a blood bag here. Not sure why someone left a blood bag here, but
Oh. I'll chop it off. Right, we need to pick up the loot that we accidentally left behind. Private locker.
yep, all of this stuff.
Pick it up. Now we deliver the loot to the asshole. Go with butter and green onions. Oh! Actually sounds nice. Normally I don't really like grilled fish, but that does sound nice.
I wonder, is there anything here?
Any cargo going anywhere? No.
Okay.
Fuck you. Someone dropped a power skeleton? Here? In the middle of nowhere? Really?
I guess we'll return it to the distro center.
Someone's gonna be missing this. After so many repairs, is it still really your bike? Yes, it is.
I believe it is.
That's why you do one cook and some garlic. Then fish is done.
Yeah, it does sound good.
Especially salmon. You want to see how I like his bike?
I already did like his bike.
I like this bike a lot. I spammed likes on his bike.
Ooh, Kylan, I see a footprint.
Oh, I can like it again. Okay.
This one's for you. Thanks for the help.
Thank you, Kylan. Your bike has been
This one's for you.
very, very loyal and faithful. Happy deliveries. Hello.
I have your components.
Asshole. All 110 kilos of it.
I went above and beyond what you told me to get.
Almost double the amount. Here you go. Her behavior is strange. Like, something about her seems off. like she might have some kind of developmental disorder. Yeah, her behavior is weird.
Oh shit! You actually managed to get
It's an hourglass. Yeah, I know she's playing with the hourglass, but
And would you look at that?
the way she moves and her behavior is very weird, even if she was playing with an hourglass.
The Great Deliverer, am I right? Thought so.
Well, you wanted your stuff? Here it is. Looks happy though. Yeah, it is. There's that. But we might be able to track her down, so I guess we'll find out more about her soon. But
We'll probably be doing that next time. This was the last mission we're going to do.
we're going to head back now to the distro center.
And
Chill out for a bit, but we're gonna call it a stream at the distro center. One more bot complete delivery.
oh, okay, the Timefall farm got the bot delivery.
Oh god. So damaged, but oh well, it's fine. Nice.
Got its delivery of resonant ceramics.
Very good. We also got delivery of pesticides. I'm sure it's fine if the pesticide boxes are leaking, right?
It's fine if it leaks a little bit.
Nothing bad will happen, right? The pesticides leak out of the box. Gee. So much damage on the bots. Yeah, I know, right? Sadly, I can't control them.
You know, those ruins you went to wouldn't be ruins if Fragile hadn't fucked us over. Bridges, too. All that
What
talk
did
of
we
rebuilding
do?
the country, it's just stirring folks up. My girl would still be
We
alive.
didn't even
if it
know
wasn't for
what
you
was
people.
going on over here.
She was there. When the terrorists tried to take out South Knot, she was already dead. Because of you.
Hmm.
He's wrong. She's in a shelter southeast of the ruins. Mind if I take over? If he's not coming outside, then it doesn't matter who he yells at over the wire. And I'm guessing he'll feel better taking it out on me.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna drink the leftover.
Cocoa.
Hey, Bridges. Fragile says my girl's alive. And I'm
What?
just
We don't get to
supposed
listen in?
believe her? After what she did? Hell no. You're gonna need to prove it. And there's only one way out. I'll give you something to take to this woman you found. She says it's hers. You bring her back here to me. Take this with you, too. It's a skeleton I made that improves stability and mobility.
Oh?
Threw together some of the parts I've got lying around. Just so we're clear, I'm only giving it to you because I want to make abso-fucking-lutely sure you complete this delivery. If my girl's still alive, then when she sees what you're carrying, she'll want you to bring her here. You do right by me. I'll do right by you.
A new power skeleton?
Good work. New order available. Sam, the order's been posted. Take a look at the delivery terminal.
So we're not done yet, but
Oh god, you want me to go there? We'll save it for next time.
instead now what we're gonna do is we're going to go back to the film director, drop off some of his stuff,
And then we'll go back to the distro center and drop off all this stuff and
break down shit and all that stuff. So yeah. Yeah, sure. Now he's trying to be nice. Yeah, I know, right?
Let me check. What am I expected to go through?
Am I going expected?
Yeah, BT. So, next time we do this,
Chat, you might need to bring along a lot of grenades. If we have to go through BT territory to get to her, then we're gonna need a lot more grenades.
if that jumped into the
Ruins is any indication.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Alright, let's get out of here. Oh. Yeah, we'll deal with him next time. Next time we play each other.
which will likely be next week because
We've got some things coming up this week. Alright, first things first. Stop by here.
Safe travels.
who the hell left his bike here?
Maybe he was using my generator, but
Why would he leave the bike there?
oh,
Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons
RP deliveries.
cargo verified. Thank you.
Hello, film director. Standard orders.
All of those are going random places.
No, I'm not gonna do that.
Recycle.
All of this. Yeah, all of this recycle it.
Recycle as metal? Yep.
Recycle the metal as well. Ceramic as well, yeah. Wait. Alright. Please recycle this one.
Delivering cargo. Thank you for your continued support.
I forgot to check whether I want to recycle. I want to recycle any of these.
The bowler gun. And I will recycle the bowler gun at the distro center.
Right. That's done. Going to share memory chip data. We got a lot of memory chip data from areas where you went into.
Well, thanks. You did me a real favor there.
Thank you kindly, Sam. I'll treasure it.
Triumph Street, Triple RS.
Is there another bike? Okay, that's a lot of unlocks.
Yeah, I'll probably do that next time.
It's lost cargo.
Right. Have a lost cargo.
Delivering cargo.
What do we have here? A delivery? For me? Oh, man. I don't even know what to say.
Give me a damn likes. That's what you can say. Like me. Like me.
Ooh, we maxed it.
Nice. Cap color wolf gray.
We can rest here.
could theoretically
I have
rest
something
here,
for
but
you.
Nah, we'll
Token of my
rest at the
appreciation.
distro center.
Take it. I insist.
more centralized location. New star.
Safe travels, Sam. Hey, try not to die.
Good work.
Right. Is there anything else we need to do? No. Okay. Let's see if there's anything heading to the distro center. We'll deliver. Timefall Farm. Link Knot.
It's all going to the Lake Knot City, huh?
It's going to the distro center.
You know, that's a lot of stuff hitting to...
How did all of this junk get here?
Should we log out in the Lake City instead? Nah.
We'll go to the distro center. It's closer. Cargo boots. Detect aware cargo, even heavier crash landings.
Ooh. Cannot be reproduced. Oh, of course.
Oh, fucking course.
Right. Let's go to the distro center. Anything going to the distro center?
Get on board. Standard order. And then going to the distro center. Right. Let's go.
Safe travels. Keep on keeping on. Safe travels.
What's with the bridge? Really? Oh, that's new. Jump! Your bike is amazing, Kylon.
Jump! Okay.
Amazing suspension.
Right.
Charge and go. Bye, motherfuckers. Bye, motherfuckers. It's going back here in 50 pieces. Nah, it's fine, Kyla. It's fine. Just a little sparky.
It's fine. Wait, hang on.
What the hell did it? What the hell was that?
There was something there.
Someone lost. Cargo carrier. Or Tennington. See, Kylon? Safe and sound.
Right where I picked it up from.
Totally fine.
Sam Porter Bridges.
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about the little fender bender.
It's fine. We'll puff out.
Wow.
800 likes.
Can't like anymore.
Oh, okay. Alright. Let us do everything we need to do. Recycle the polygon.
Since we're here in a central location, we'll recycle those ladders.
Those ladders are fairly broken. Recycle that as well.
The rest we'll keep, we'll need those for next time.
Right. Please recycle this for me. I hate the fact that we have to see this fucking fanfare every time we recycle anything. So fucking corny.
Right. Let's see, do I want to dispatch any bots?
Over here. Food rations. Metals and ceramics. Dispatch. Resins and special alloys to the craftsman.
Thank you for your
send out the bot to...
I don't think the weather station is in need of ceramics or metal.
So, let's deliver this to Lake North City. On number 2, go. Quick, just shove it into the garage and let's get out of here. Yeah, I'm going to shove it into the garage and then log out. Deliver lost cargo. Here you guys go. And return the floating carrier.
But your continuous support must be thanked.
I don't need it. I don't want to see her stupid face, especially since she's dead.
Doesn't matter. Being thanked by a dead person.
Okay. Garage. Thank you for the bike, Kylon.
storing vehicle.
And now rest. From here, I'll be able to head out to do more grinding off stream.
Thank you for your generosity.
Maybe I'll fill up Luden's fan and max out the time for farm.
Off stream. Usually use all the toilet stuff. Yeah. You've already seen that. I've seen that. because this one we have to see every time.
EX grenade number 0.
Right. Why doesn't he take a shower before he sleeps all day?
I know, right? I take a shower before I sleep.
Especially if I've been doing strenuous activities like dancing and all that. But he doesn't, he just immediately goes to sleep. Doesn't make any sense. Alright. We're done here, chat.
Let me put on some music for us.
Even while covered in BT goo.
Yeah, he doesn't shower even if he's covered in BT goo or mud.
Or,
You know, if you throw a blood grenade and you walk into the cloud, you get covered in blood. And he won't shower either if he's covered in blood.
it's disgusting, I swear. Oh well. Oh well. Even though Norman Reedus refuses to shower, it's fine. We can shower.
Alright, chat.
We're done for today. Thank you so much for being here.
Whether you guys were lurking, chatting,
stopping by for a little bit, or staying for most of the stream. Thank you so much, chat. Every little bit helps.
remember to hit that like and subscribe button down below, and check out all my socials, including my Twitter and my Discord. Alright, and as usual,
I need to thank my amazing extra mile supporters. Thank you so much to Lucky, Kurt, Perez.gov, Oxy, and Maka for always giving me a big tip energy. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. Thank you so much.
yes, shut the fuck up, Windows.
And next up, thank you to Lear, Maka, Sakito, Kylon, Lucky, Shu, DJ, and Daily Jerker for supporting me on Patreon and Fansly. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Alright. So, like I mentioned earlier,
we have I'll likely be playing more Death Stranding on stream again
next week.
We have something coming up this week. Okay, let me just check. There is a very special event that we are going to be joining in on.
Let me see. Monster Hunter.
It's gonna be a Monster Hunter showcase,
and we want to catch that. Have they scheduled the stream yet? No, they haven't.
Yeah, they haven't scheduled the stream yet. Okay. According to this, it's happening on
3 p.m. PST.
So, if I understand this right, if it's Wednesday, 1st of February,
right? Yeah, 1st of February,
3 p.m. PST, that means it's going to be
on
Wednesday, 7 o'clock EST?
If I'm not mistaken. I think that's the correct time.
Did they post the time on
their Twitter. 3 p.m. PST.
Oh, god damn it.
Hang on. PST time. No.
4 hours behind.
So
3 p.m. Right, so it's gonna be at 7 EST.
So yeah.
Next stream is gonna be at we'll technically be starting an hour later. An hour early, so
Wednesday, 6 p.m. EST.
convert to your time zones. We're going to be covering the Monster Hunter showcase. You're going to be doing the February showcase.
And so yeah, we'll be covering it together. We're gonna see what you're going to drop on us, and yeah, I hope you guys look forward to it.
And this week, I will take pictures to post
on my fucking Fansly.
I have a couple of pictures that, okay, technically I have some stuff I could post on my Fansly in the meantime, but maybe I shouldn't be such a stickler for
posting very specific stuff, because I do have pictures and stuff that I haven't posted yet. It's just that that wasn't what I was intending to post.
Maybe I should just post them in the meantime.
Maybe I'll do that.
Yeah, I should probably do that.
Oh.
Any case,
that's what I did a plan for the week. And I'll see you guys.
I'm actually kind of hungry. I wonder if there's any
food available downstairs. I think I'll go and get something to eat, chat.
The only thing I had to eat was
the mac and cheese. Oh, guys, if you want to see what the mac and cheese was like, here you go.
Let me show you guys
the photo of the mac and cheese. There it is. A delicious mac and cheese
that
needs breadcrumbs, some kind of meat, and more cheese. But
don't worry, chat. Don't worry. I know what I need to do now,
and I'm gonna make sure that the next one I make, it's gonna have all that stuff. So yeah, first time making mac and cheese, real mac and cheese.
Well, real craft mac and cheese.
Not actually real, just real craft mac and cheese. But, oh, I learned a lot.
I also, if you guys missed the story about me being fed macaroni, boiled macaroni, it was fucking tasteless as a kid in kindergarten.
Yeah. Tasting the macaroni today allowed me to confirm that that boiled macaroni nonsense that they fed me as kindergarten when I was in kindergarten
was actually just boiled macaroni with barely any seasoning. It tasted awful.
It's fucking tasteless.
I never want to eat that shit again. I got so sick of it. Ugh.
Oh, at least now I know how to make proper macaroni and cheese. I can't believe they would serve that to fucking kids. It's awful.
Ugh.